Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Hearing the legend of the demon ancestor, Guan felt a strange sense of unease. So, the 9 dynasties of this continent were actually the invaders? No wonder the Holy Lands refused to assist them. Guan didn't dwell on it too much, though. He wouldn't sympathize with the demon race just because of this, nor would he blame the 9 dynasties. The battle for survival was never defined by righteousness or evil. Besides, before the demon race emerged on this continent, who's to say there weren't other races before them? The evolution of heaven and earth had always been about survival of the fittest, the cycle of new replacing old. As a human, Guan naturally had to consider things from the perspective of humanity. If he held on to a sense of justice, then it meant not hunting demons to extinction. In truth, humans and demons could coexist. In the cultivation world, demons could be seen everywhere, and demon pets had become an indispensable part of most cultivators' lives. Some sects even worshipped powerful demons as guardian deities. After finishing her tale, Tian Yao nervously looked at Guan before suddenly grabbing his left hand. Master, can't humans and demons truly coexist? Why must it always end in a life-or-death struggle? She feared humans, but she did not resent them because she had never interacted with them before. In fact, it was demons who had tormented her the most. Guan withdrew his hand and said, "Conflict isn't just about race. The path to strength inevitably leads to struggle. Instead of worrying about it, you should focus on cultivating. Your enemies won't show you mercy. If you want to show kindness to others, you must first become powerful enough." Thanks to his past life memories, Guan had always viewed this world as an observer except for his few true friends. He remained detached from it all. During the chaos at the Taixuan Sect's outer sect, he had carved the words righteous path, but he had not felt any deep hatred toward those involved. Even as the Nightshade sect ravaged the world, he did not harbor boundless resentment. He could immerse himself in the mortal world, yet deep down, there was always an underlying loneliness, one that allowed him to see everything clearly while remaining emotionally unaffected. Tian Yao nodded earnestly at his words and added, "If the demon ancestor is revived and humans are driven out, Master, no matter where you go, you must take me with you." Guan chuckled, "Is the demon ancestor truly that powerful? Are you so sure humanity will be exiled? I once heard the demon mother say that if the demon ancestor returns, this continent will fully become a land of demons and fiends. The current human cultivators would stand no chance against him." Tian Yao tilted her head as she spoke. "That strong?" Guan became even more intrigued by the demon ancestor. If nothing unexpected happened, once the great demonic catastrophe erupted, it would likely fall upon him to resolve it. However, he wasn't entirely convinced by Tian Yao's words. He felt that this continent held far more secrets than what this legend suggested. If this land had truly once belonged entirely to the demon race, then where did devils and ghosts come from? After all, devils weren't just another name for demons, they were a distinct force altogether. A human who cultivated devilish arts became a demonic cultivator. A demon who practiced devilish arts turned into a demon fiend. Why did devilish arts exist in the first place? Moreover, the land of demons and fiends was filled with immense resentment, far more than the 9 dynasties' territory. Human cultivators were rare there. Could all that resentment truly be caused by humans alone? After that, Guan instructed Tian Yao to continue practicing the infinite free step, while he used his divine sense to track the rampaging demons and fiends. Under the night sky, all sorts of demons roamed the wilderness, while numerous demonic birds soared above the mountain ridges. Among the demons, dark shadows flickered, fiendish silhouettes and ghostly apparitions. The difference was clear. Fiendish shadows radiated an ominous demonic aura, appearing as clumps of black mist streaking across the land. Guan's divine sense traced them over a vast expanse of 1,000,000 miles, where he witnessed an ever-increasing number of demons and fiends. The sheer number of them sent shivers down his spine, even as someone at the nirvana stage. If the great demonic catastrophe truly erupted, without his intervention, the 9 dynasties' lands would be overrun in no time. As he neared the depths of the demonic domain, Guan sensed the presence of profound mind realm fiendish demons. These demons, however, seemed unaffected by the growing demonic tide, remaining within their respective cave dwellings. Ultimately, Guan's divine sense came to a halt within a volcanic region. Lava flowed freely across the land, and the night sky was shrouded in thick, scalding smoke. Some volcanoes were still actively erupting, creating a scene both majestic and terrifying. According to the map provided by Sulu, this was the continent's deep interior, the Myriad Demon Ridge. The Myriad Demon Ridge was home to over 100 active volcanoes and countless demon kings, their numbers immeasurable. The author of world records had once passed by this region but dared not venture inside. The overwhelming demonic aura alone was enough to make him retreat. It was only after capturing a demon and interrogating it that he managed to learn about this place. Guan could sense over 1,000 integration stage auras, more than 20 profound mind realm demons, and even a grand ascension stage presence. At this moment, countless demons and fiends within the Myriad Demon Ridge were migrating northward. Guan refrained from probing further. Not because his divine sense couldn't extend, but because if there was already a grand ascension stage demon here, then the demon ancestor had a high chance of surpassing even that stage. If Tian Yao's legend was true, then it was indeed possible. A grand ascension cultivator's blood wasn't that potent, but nirvana stage was different. At that level, one's very essence transformed, just as Guan's own blood had long ceased to be mortal blood. He decided against alarming the demons for now. After all, the great demonic catastrophe wasn't set to erupt tomorrow. He still had time to accumulate lifespan. Once he reached 10 million years of lifespan, his strength would undergo a tremendous leap. Stay calm. The advantage is mine. Guan withdrew his divine sense and resumed guiding Tian Yao in her cultivation. Seasons passed, and another 3 years went by. That afternoon, Guan, now 82, took on the form of the white-clad little figure and traveled to the northern sea mountain range to visit Xianmiao Genren. He had been letting Xianmiao Genren cultivate freely, only visiting every few months. By now, the man had grown accustomed to this lifestyle, spending his days in the mountain god Dao temple, living leisurely. Upon arriving, Guan noticed other people outside the temple, and one of them was a familiar face. And how? Standing alongside Xianmiao Genren at the edge of a mountain slope, the two gazed upon the vast expanse of the northern sea. It seemed the golden ranking tournament had forged a friendship between them. And Hao had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, first level, and he wasn't even 50 yet. At this pace, he had a real chance of surpassing Li Sundao's record. Your cultivation speed is already astonishing. What you need now is to calm your mind, Xianmiao Genren said, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. Before the golden ranking tournament, he had truly believed his own talent was unmatched in the world. Losing to An Hao hadn't discouraged him, it had, in fact, been a blessing in disguise. Thankfully, he had encountered An Hao early, allowing him to recognize his own shortcomings and cultivate more wisely. An Hao, his tall figure exuding a natural arrogance, stood with his arms crossed. With a blade of grass in his mouth, his long hair tied casually, he appeared both carefree and brimming with the aura of a peerless genius. With a quiet laugh, he said, I don't think I'm progressing fast enough. Ever since I started cultivating, I've felt as if time is running out, as if a great disaster is inevitable if I don't push forward. His gaze remained fixed on the vast northern sea. After chatting with Xianmiao Genren for a while, Guan asked him to take him to see the herb garden. At the foot of the mountain, Xianmiao Genren had cultivated a rather large herb garden, tended by a few small demon creatures. Guan began picking the mature herbs while imparting various profound insights to Xianmiao Genren. To him, every word spoken by the mountain god carried the essence of the Dao, and he listened with utmost seriousness. Once the harvesting was done, Guan only took half of the herbs, leaving the rest for Xianmiao Genren to use for alchemy and cultivation. Although this was not the first time, it still moved Xianmiao Genren deeply. He had pledged to serve the mountain god for life, but in reality, he was being nurtured under his guidance. This was an unimaginable blessing. Xianmiao Genren felt that the mountain god had an important mission in store for him, especially after hearing him say, when heaven bestows a great burden upon a man, it first tests his will, strains his muscles and bones, starves his flesh, exhausts his body, and disrupts his plans. Perhaps tending to the herb garden was not for the mountain god's needs, but rather a way to temper his patience. As for the mission the mountain god wanted to entrust to him, Xianmiao Genren had a bold guess. Every time the thought crossed his mind, his heart raced uncontrollably, and he forced himself to suppress it. For now, the herb garden of the mountain god temple had not become Guan's primary source of lifespan. He currently relied on Xian Valley, the 8 Views Celestial Realm, the 3rd Medicine Valley, Horizon Valley, and Nianchu Cave dwelling, accumulating nearly 200,000 years of lifespan per year, though with occasional fluctuations. His current lifespan had surpassed 5.6 million years. If nothing unexpected happened, in 20 years, he would reach 10 million years of lifespan. The Great Demon Cataclysm was unlikely to erupt within those 20 years. According to Taixuan Sect's internal assessments, it would take at least 50 years before it fully broke out. After returning to Xian Valley, Guan continued playing the role of an ordinary disciple. It was worth mentioning that Gu Zong had already promoted him to an inner sect disciple, but Guan still preferred wandering around the outer sect city, as he had many friends there. He was someone who valued old bonds. And just like that, another year passed. Guan was practicing calligraphy in his pavilion at Xian Valley, simultaneously contemplating the advanced formations recorded in the Purple Star Array Manual. Suddenly, Lu Jujia came to visit. Hearing the knock on the door, Guan allowed him inside. After closing the door, Lu Jujia walked over to the desk and said, Senior brother, I've found news about Wu Xian. Wu Xian, Guan's junior disciple, had been a Thousand Autumn Pavilion informant. Though he had disappeared, he had left behind the Daoyan technique. Without looking up, Guan continued focusing on his writing. Let's hear it. Lu Jujia immediately replied, after the Nightshade Sect rebellion, the Thousand Autumn Pavilion disbanded. I originally thought he had perished, but recently, I heard that a young monk appeared under the Emperor's command, calling himself Wu Xian. This monk is ruthless. He single-handedly slaughtered 9,000 soldiers of the Hanlu dynasty and refined their heads into a magical artifact. His actions have caused an uproar in the cultivation world. The Emperor is determined to unify the world, using people regardless of morality. Now, many demonic cultivators and ghost cultivators have gathered under his banner. Ring Beta. Hearing this, Guan sighed inwardly. Wu Xian had grown much stronger. As for his actions, Guan refrained from passing judgment. One thing worth noting was that the Nine Dynasties cultivation world had tacitly agreed to Li Sundeo's conquests. While emperors were allowed to wage war, sects were forbidden from direct involvement. At least, dynastic disputes could not escalate into conflicts between sects. Of course, rules were rules, but in practice, Taixuan Sect secretly supported Li Sundeo, while the sects of Hanla dynasty also sent reinforcements. Every dynasty's cultivators wanted their own empire to be the one that unified the world. Lu Juji aside, Wu Xian's strength is probably on par with a core formation cultivator now. With his talent, he couldn't have grown so powerful on his own. He must have cultivated some kind of demonic art. Senior brother, if you run into him in the future, you must be careful. Having once strayed down the demonic path, Lu Jujia understood its allure all too well. In that state, one would do anything for power, prioritizing nothing but oneself. Guan nodded. Don't worry, I rarely leave the Taixuan Sect. He wouldn't dare come here. Taixuan Sect was rising rapidly. The influence of the Golden Ranking Tournament and Pan An's literary works had led to a surge in disciples, with even powerful rogue cultivators joining. With each passing year, Taixuan Sect's strength grew significantly. One clear sign of this was that demonic cultivators rarely infiltrated Taixuan Sect anymore. After delivering his report, Lu Jujia left. Guan continued practicing his calligraphy, deciding that in his next book, he should showcase his exquisite handwriting. Such elegant strokes, how could I keep them to myself? I may not be a cultivation genius, but I'm definitely a calligraphy prodigy. Feeling smug, Guan became even more pleased with himself. Just then, he suddenly sensed someone calling out to him. At first, he assumed it was Xian Miao Zhenren, but scanning with his divine sense, he saw that the man was deep in meditation. Focusing his senses, he realized. The call wasn't for the mountain god, it was for him. And the words being spoken were, Master, save me. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, hundreds of cultivators hovered among the mountains, all casting spells at a single rock wall. No matter how much spiritual energy they unleashed, the wall remained unmoved. Each time it was struck, a layer of green light emerged, blocking all attacks. An elderly cultivator flew beside a purple-robed young man, the only one who had yet to make a move. In a solemn tone, the elder said, Your Highness, this barrier is too strong. Even as a void transformation cultivator, I cannot break it. The purple-robed man was Si Zong, a prince of the Tianwei Empire and a nascent soul cultivator. Expressionless, he said, keep attacking. Even if we can't break through, we must at least rattle him. My master will arrive soon. Also, spread out, don't let him escape. He's the golden ranking champion of Taixuan Sect. If we let him slip away, capturing him in the future will be much harder. If he's allowed to grow stronger, he'll become a disaster for the Tianwei Empire. Yes, Your Highness. The elder bowed and left to relay the orders. Meanwhile, inside the mountain, within a cavern, An Hao sat cross-legged, meditating to heal his injuries. Beside him stood a yellow-robed woman, dressed in finery, her features delicate yet proud. Hey, my second brother's master is a profound mind realm cultivator, the supreme elder of Candle Sky Peak, the strongest sect in Tianwei. If he wants something, he always gets it. You should just open the mountain gate, let him in, and apologize. I can even plead for mercy on your behalf. The yellow-robed woman, Si Yanar, was a Tianwei princess. Yet, she remained frozen in place. A seal talisman was plastered onto her shoulder. And Hao ignored her, his face pale. He knew he had no way out. His thoughts drifted to his master. Even knowing that his master was the sword sovereign of the righteous path, he still didn't truly understand his identity. Damn it. Master, save me. At that moment, a hand pressed down on his shoulder, and Hao's entire body shuddered. Then, he heard a familiar voice, one that made his eyes turn red. Foolish disciple. It's only been a few years, and you're already crying for your master to save you. The person who had placed a hand on An Hao's shoulder was none other than Guan. An Hao cautiously turned his head, and the moment he saw Guan, his heart exploded with joy. Master. Unable to hold back, he turned and threw himself at Guan, hugging him tightly. Even though Guan still wore a mask and his attire had changed since their last meeting, An Hao recognized him instantly. But in the next moment, Guan suddenly disappeared. An Hao instinctively lurched forward on one knee, panic flashing across his face. When he looked up again, he saw that Guan had reappeared 7 steps away. Only then did An Hao breathe a sigh of relief. If his master had vanished completely, he might have thought he had been trapped in an illusion. Tell me, what happened? Guan asked calmly. The mountain was still trembling from the attacks outside, but with Guan here, An Hao felt no fear, only excitement. He began recounting everything that had led to this moment. Guan listened attentively. Not far away, Si Yanar widened her eyes, staring at Guan in astonishment. This man is An Hao's master? How did he get in here? During An Hao's explanation, he couldn't help but try to probe Guan's true appearance with his divine sense. However, the power within the mask rebounded his attempt, sending a sharp jolt through his mind. This stunned him. Guan remained silent, which only made An Hao feel ashamed. He dared not offend his master again and instead focused on finishing his story. 2 months ago, following Xian Miao Zhenren's map, An Hao had found this ancient cave dwelling but was unable to enter. He spent a month trying before venturing out for training, where he met Si Zong and Si Yan'er. Si Zong had also participated in the Golden Ranking tournament back then and even made it into the top 10. They had been rivals before, but when they met again, their conversations flowed effortlessly. Believing he had found a friend as trustworthy as Xian Miao Zhenren, and Hao let down his guard. The three of them traveled together, enjoying the journey. Thinking Si Zong was a true companion, and Hao shared the discovery of the ancient cave dwelling with him. But he had been too naive. Si Zong had never let go of his past defeat. Once he learned that An Hao had come here for an opportunity, he immediately sought to capture him. A fierce battle erupted, and both sides suffered serious injuries. In the end, An Hao took Si Yan'er hostage and fled. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, an argument between him and Si Yan'er accidentally triggered a mechanism, revealing an entrance in the mountain wall. Just as they were about to step inside, Si Zong arrived with reinforcements among them, even a void transformation cultivator. An Hao was ambushed while dragging Si Yan'er into the cave. Though he was severely wounded, the cave entrance sealed shut just in time, saving him. When he finished his story, he gritted his teeth in rage. Si Zong, that motherless bastard! I trusted him so much, what an idiot I was. Si Yan'er pursed her lips but did not defend her brother. She had never approved of his actions either. Boom! An explosion echoed from the tunnel outside, and a powerful gust of wind surged through the chamber, ruffling their robes. Guan, however, was focused on the statue in the center of the chamber, his gaze thoughtful. Footsteps approached from the tunnel. And Hao didn't panic, he simply walked over to Si Yan'er, intending to keep her as a bargaining chip. Let her go. There's no need to use a woman as a hostage, it's pointless. Guan's voice rang out. Si Yan'er's face lit up, and she quickly said, "Thank you, senior. At least someone here is reasonable." And Hao shot her a glare but still removed the seal talisman from her body. The moment the talisman was gone, she regained full control of her body. Instead of fleeing, she remained standing beside An Hao. At that moment, a group of cultivators stepped into the chamber. Leading them was Si Zong, accompanied by a black-robed elder adorned with golden patterns. His presence was imposing. Half his hair had turned white, his face was still handsome, but his eyes were cold, exuding a crushing pressure. Si Zong's gaze landed on Guan. His brows furrowed slightly, and he offered a polite bow. "May I ask who you are, deist friend? And why are you here?" Before Guan could speak, Si Yan'er stepped forward. "Brother, he is An Hao's master. Let's end this here." "His master?" Si Zong's brows knitted even tighter. "Is it Sect Master Lu?" Ignoring him, Guan focused on the black-robed elder and secretly used his lifespan insight. Xing Yan, Grand Master of the Profound Mind Realm, 2nd Layer 1904/4400/4600. So the 9 dynasties truly hid some monstrous figures. It was unclear whether the Xing Yan had been secretly cultivating within the Tianwei Empire all this time, or if he had recently returned from overseas like the Nightshade Sect. Guan finally spoke. "I am not Liu Beitian. This cave dwelling was found by my disciple first. I advise you all to leave immediately." The cultivators behind Si Zong were visibly shaken. And Hao, on the other hand, was thrilled. He turned to Si Zong with a smirk. Xing Yan stepped forward, coming to stand before Si Zong. Gazing at Guan, he asked, "May I ask for your name? Why do you hide your true face?" Even his divine sense couldn't penetrate Guan's mask, which made him wary. But only slightly. After all, he was a profound mind realm cultivator. During the battle against the Nightshade Sect, he had fought others at his level before. Some he had defeated, some he had lost to. Unless this masked man was on par with the Nightshade Sect leader, who had reached the Grand Ascension stage, there was no way he could kill him. But a Grand Ascension cultivator? Ridiculous. If such an expert existed, how had he never heard of him before? Guan turned to face Xing Yan directly. He spoke a single word. "Get lost." Boom. The chamber fell silent. Everyone's expressions changed, especially Si Zong's group. They knew who Xing Yan was? "How dare you speak to a grandmaster like that?" An elder behind Xing Yan roared in fury. But Xing Yan himself only laughed a cold, chilling laugh. And Hao was beyond excited. His master was so badass. Si Yan'er, watching Guan, felt that his arrogance was backed by absolute confidence. Just as Xing Yan was about to speak, Guan sighed. What a nuisance. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, a devastating force erupted. A hurricane of immense magical power blasted toward Xing Yan, Si Zong, and the others. It was too fast. Before anyone could react, they were turned to ashes. A rain of storage rings and storage pouches clattered to the ground. The chamber fell into utter silence. And Hao's eyes widened. Si Yan'er was stunned, blinking rapidly, as if trying to wake from a dream. Lines of notifications flashed before Guan. "You have slain 57 cultivators and gained 1,200 years of lifespan." Ignoring An Hao and Si Yan'er, Guan calmly walked toward the statue. Behind him, Si Yan'er murmured in disbelief, A profound mind grandmaster, just died." Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. And Hao, dazed for a moment, then cheered in joy. "Master, you're too powerful? What realm are you even in? Are you at the Grand Ascension stage like the Nightshade Sect leader?" Grand Ascension stage. Si Yan'er's heart pounded wildly. She no longer cared about Si Zong's death, only fear and panic filled her mind. On the mountainside, a gentle breeze rustled Gu'en's robes as he stood before the stone statue, his divine sense having already penetrated it. Inside the statue, he sensed a remnant soul, an old man curled up as if in deep slumber. The voice they had heard earlier was nothing more than a triggered formation, activated whenever a living being entered this cave dwelling. Furthermore, during his earlier scans, Gu'en had discovered that this cave contained multiple teleportation arrays, a total of 8, including the one they arrived through, each leading in different directions. This deepened his curiosity about the origins of this place. A Grand Ascension Cultivator's cave dwelling? Gu'en raised his hand and extracted the remnant soul from the statue. A glowing sphere materialized in his palm. Deist Singsu, Grand Ascension Stage, 3rd Layer 0/0/0. All zeros? Did that mean Deist Singsu had completely perished? Gu'en immediately extended his divine sense into the soul fragment and cast Soul Search to extract its memories. Boom! In the distance, a thunderous explosion shook the land that was in Hao and Sianar locked in battle, entangled with a swarm of wooden puppets. Gu'en paid them no mind and focused on the soul extraction. An hour later, the remnant soul in his hands dissipated like smoke. Deist Singsu had, indeed, long since perished. He had left behind a soul fragment, hoping for rebirth or possession, but his secret soul-preserving technique had ultimately failed to withstand the erosion of time. After countless cycles of the moon, his soul energy had completely dissipated, leaving behind only a shell with fragmented memories. Through these memories, Gu'en learned a shocking truth. The demon ancestor originated from the 7-star spirit realm. Deist Singsu and his fellow sect members had been ordered to transport the demon ancestor out into the world, allowing him to establish the demon race. However, for unknown reasons, Deist Singsu later deserted the 7-star spirit realm, fleeing southward across the sea in an attempt to escape the continent. But he was ambushed by other cultivators from the 7-star spirit realm, sustaining grievous injuries. With no other options, he sought refuge in Tianwei territory, where he established this hidden domain. He never left again, not until the end of his days. Gu'en did not see the true form of the demon ancestor in the extracted memories. The ancestor had been sealed inside a wooden box, and both Deist Singsu and his companions had regarded it with great caution. They had dropped the box, left immediately, and unsealed it remotely from a distance before quickly fleeing. However, the moment the wooden box was unsealed, the monstrous demonic aura that erupted from it had etched itself into Deist Singsu's memory. Aside from this critical event, the rest of his memories were mundane, mostly filled with scenes of him raising spirit beasts within his secluded cave dwelling. This revelation completely contradicted the legends Tian Yaoer had heard. Gu'en could imagine numerous possibilities, but he felt no desire to investigate further. After all, Deist Singsu was a Grand Ascension cultivator. This meant that the 7-star spirit realm might contain true immortals. At his current strength, he must never draw the attention of the 7-star spirit realm. His greatest advantage was his lack of enemies. He could focus on growing stronger in peace. With this decision made, Gu'en turned away, preparing to harvest the spirit herbs in the cave and collect a batch of natural treasures before leaving. That afternoon's harvest had earned him over 300,000 years of lifespan. And that cave domain? It wasn't a one-time resource, it had formed its own ecosystem over millennia. He had no intention of pillaging everything in one go. A place that could provide him with a steady supply of lifespan, he wouldn't be so short-sighted as to destroy it out of greed. Only plants imbued with spirit energy could be harvested for lifespan, making them rare treasures. Despite the cave's vastness, most of its vegetation was mundane. The reason its spiritual energy remained dense was due to powerful formations preventing it from leaking out. And Hao and Sianar remained inside, having befriended some of the spirit beasts. They weren't in any immediate danger. Since Deist Singsu had left behind cultivation techniques and divine abilities, they could spend years exploring the place. The moment Gu'en returned to his pavilion, Lu Lingjun arrived. After locking the door, she took a seat at the table and said, "You need to stop wandering around so much. Earlier today, I sensed a powerful divine sense sweeping through the outer sect city. The moment I tried to track it, it withdrew before I could locate the source. You're saying there's a potential threat in Taixuan Sect?" Gu'en frowned. Lu Lingjun nodded. The presence felt demonic. A demon's divine sense differs from a cultivator's. I've dealt with demons before, so I could recognize it. If it had escaped Lu Lingjun's detection, it meant the entity was at least Profound Mind Realm? A demon at the Profound Mind Realm? Gu'en decided he would investigate Taixuan Sect that night at the very least. He needed to ensure it posed no threat to his third Medicine Valley. With you here, no one human or demon would dare lay a hand on my Medicine Valley. In the future, I'll be relying on you to protect it. Rest assured, I'll personally cultivate all the spirit herbs you need. Gu'en grinned, his words filled with admiration. Lu Lingjun smirked, clearly pleased. Don't worry. Unless the mountain god himself descends, no one can touch the third Medicine Valley. Since reaching Profound Mind Realm, she had regained the confidence and arrogance she once had in the lower realms. She felt her cultivation journey had only just begun. After chatting for a while, she finally revealed her true intention. Bringing up the mysterious demon in Taixuan Sect was merely an excuse. Her real goal was to convince Gu'en to write a book about her, just like he had done for Taixuan Immortal Venerable. You're already a profound mind cultivator. If you wanted to, you could easily make a name for yourself. Why do you need me to write about you? Gu'en asked, surprised. He hadn't expected Lu Lingjun to have such a peculiar request. Raising an eyebrow, she said, "Just tell me what you want." "There you go again. What kind of question is that? When I returned from the Taixuan Empire, I sensed the aura of an 8th grade spirit tree hidden within a certain sect. If you write about me, I'll steal it for you. Even if you steal it, I wouldn't dare take it. I conceal it with a secret technique. Once the heat dies down, you can plant it somewhere safe. And where exactly would I plant it? Don't play dumb. You definitely have secrets. Otherwise, why are you always sneaking off? Ahem. Let's not make baseless accusations. Writing a book is negotiable, but don't slander me, got it?" Hearing Guan's response, Lu Lingjun chuckled. Fine, fine. No slander. You're the most selfless and noble cultivator in Taixuan Sect. That's more like it. Now, tell me your story, I need inspiration. Since he had spare time, writing a new book didn't seem like a bad idea. After all, he could showcase his calligraphy skills, let the world witness the elegance of Pan An's script. That night, Lu Lingjun recounted her tale, and it lasted until dawn. Zolin's words made Disye's expression momentarily stiffen, but what he said next left Disye at a loss for words. "You must be a genius. I never misjudge when it comes to talent and destiny." Zolin wore a smug expression, raising his chin and motioning toward Guan. "Don't be fooled by this kid's mere foundation establishment cultivation. He's not ordinary either. I've got an eye for talent, and it turns out I was right, he's now a golden ranking genius." Guan walked over with a helpless smile. "What kind of genius am I? Getting on the golden ranking was just luck." Zolin pulled Guan down to sit beside him, then introduced him and Disye to each other. Disye remained calm and composed, treating Guan with respect and showing none of the airs of an outer sect guest elder. Zolin was quite intrigued by Disye. Upon hearing that Disye was interested in learning about the sword sovereign of the righteous path, he didn't hold back and started recounting the legendary deeds of the sovereign. Disye listened intently. Before coming here, he had already heard that the strongest cultivator in the 9 dynasties was either the longevity deist of 3 pure mountains or the sword sovereign of the righteous path from Taixuan Sect. The latter was the more mysterious figure. Though he had acted multiple times on behalf of Taixuan Sect, no one knew his true identity. Guan listened to Zolin boasting about his other identity and found it amusing. At the same time, he kept a close eye on Disye. For the next half hour, Guan sensed no hostility from him. He temporarily set aside his suspicions. With the impending demonic cataclysm, a profound mind realm grand demon sneaking into Taixuan Sect certainly had an agenda. Not wanting to arouse Disye's suspicions, Guan found an excuse to slip away. There was plenty of time he could observe Disye slowly. After all, Disye planned to comprehend the sword intent of the sword sovereign of the righteous path at the heavenly mending platform. As the days passed, Guan monitored Disye with his divine sense daily. The more he observed, the more he felt that Disye might genuinely have no malicious intent, he simply wanted to learn swordsmanship. Earlier, when Disye had scanned the area with his divine sense, he had likely been searching for the sword sovereign. Spring passed, and autumn arrived. 2 years went by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Guan's lifespan increased dramatically. The star-seizing celestial realm provided him with a vast amount of lifespan, pushing him past 650,000 years, drawing ever closer to the million-year mark. On this day, Guan visited the Outer Sect Library Hall and, under the name Panan, released a new book, Shattering the Void. The elder who had once welcomed Panan, Elder Lu Chang, had long passed away. Guan was now received by the Grand Elder of the Library Hall, Feng Shang. This was Feng Shang's first time meeting Panan. He was thrilled and bombarded Guan with flattering words, even personally assuring him that he would handle the book's distribution with utmost care. Guan spent a full hour at the library hall before managing to extricate himself. Feng Shang was just too enthusiastic. To him, Panan represented a monumental opportunity. If he properly managed this new book, his career prospects would skyrocket. After leaving the library hall, Guan wandered the city. As Taixuan Sect grew stronger year after year, the Outer Sect city had become increasingly bustling. Every street was packed with people, and roadside stalls had appeared, selling all kinds of rare and peculiar items. Lately, Guan had taken to roaming the city in his free time. As he strolled, he spotted a familiar face. "Duya?" Guan stepped forward to greet him. Though both had once served as attendants for the Ji family before joining Taixuan Sect, they weren't particularly close. However, whenever they ran into each other in the Outer Sect, they would chat briefly. Duya was examining a small gourd at a street stall. Upon hearing Guan's voice, he set it down and looked up. When Guan approached, Duya smiled and asked, "Here to hunt for treasures too?" Guan chuckled. "As if there are that many treasures lying around. I'm just here to look around and enjoy the atmosphere. How have you been?" At 92 years old, Duya looked to be in his early 40s. In his youth, he hadn't taken youth retention pills, unlike Guan, who still appeared youthful. In the cultivation world, not all cultivators pursued eternal youth. Some believed that a more mature appearance commanded greater presence. Ugh, don't even mention it. I tried breaking through to foundation establishment recently, but I failed and wasted a foundation establishment pill. Duya sighed, visibly frustrated. He was a true bottom-tier cultivator lacking talent and forced to run errands for noble disciples just to secure cultivation resources. Guan comforted him before taking out a small vial containing 2 foundation establishment pills. Duya hesitated, reluctant to accept charity but also unable to refuse. For a low-level cultivator like him, reaching foundation establishment was a lifelong goal. Guan smiled. Don't be so formal. We grew up together. I want you to live a long life, so we can reminisce about our youth when we're old. Duya felt a warmth in his heart. He recalled how, years ago, he had told Guan to seek him out if he ever needed help. Yet after half a lifetime, Guan had never asked him for anything. Instead, he was the one constantly receiving favors from Guan. Duya gently punched Guan's shoulder and, no longer resisting, placed the pill bottle in his storage bag. Oh, right, Duya suddenly remembered something. I heard some news recently our third young miss is engaged. Guan paused, surprised. Engaged? To whom? Hearing that Ji Xuanyu was engaged stirred something within him. Perhaps it was because she had once saved him in their youth. Even after they grew up, Ji Xuanyu had treated him kindly, not like a mere servant. She had gifted him many resources and aided his cultivation. Even a proud daughter of heaven like her couldn't escape a political marriage? Guan sighed at the thought. Duya shook his head. I have no idea. It seems the engagement is only set in name, there's no fixed wedding date yet. But the Ji family seems quite pleased, so the groom must be someone of great stature. Of course. Anyone who can marry into the Ji family isn't someone we can even begin to imagine, Guan remarked with a smile. After a few more exchanges, Guan bid Duya farewell. Instead of returning to Medicine Valley, he continued wandering the city. The library hall moved quickly. Within a month, Shattering the Void had appeared in the library halls of various cities. Thanks to the reputation built by Romance of the Gods and Taixuan Immortal Venerable, Pan An's new book caused an immediate sensation, sweeping across Taixuan Sect. A month later, Shattering the Void had spread throughout the Taixuan cultivation world and was making its way to the other 8 dynasties. Lu Lingjun also bought a copy. After reading it, she immediately sought out Guan. It's well written. The protagonist has a grand demon sealed inside him and, despite his mediocre talent, embarks on a cultivation journey. She paused and raised an eyebrow. Guan asked, but why is it called Shattering the Void? She stared at him as if trying to see through him. Guan raised a brow. Isn't ascension the ultimate goal in your homeland? Doesn't Shattering the Void sound enticing? Lu Lingjun nodded. It does. Fine, keep writing. She chuckled to herself. How could this kid possibly guess that she was an ascended one? The two continued discussing the book. Lu Lingjun made several demands, which Guan initially refused until she took out a pile of rare treasures, at which point he immediately changed his tune, saying he would consider her suggestions. Lu Lingjun laughed at his greed. After she left, Guan pulled out Daoist Sun Chun and began reading. Shattering the Void had been a commissioned work, but a true classic? That would be Daoist Sun Chun? Persecute me? Guan almost laughed. Anyone who tried to harm him must have a death wish. With his ability to foresee threats through lifespan perception, he could detect any hostile intent toward him in an instant. At least for now, no one harbored any ill intentions toward him. Guan had always been kind and avoided making enemies. Outside of Taixuan Sect, barely anyone even knew him. Under Lu Batian's scrutinizing gaze, Guan furrowed his brows and mused, I can't say for sure. I did treat him well, but when the Sword Sect was hunting him down, I advised him to give up the hatred heaven divine sword. Maybe he holds some resentment toward me. Lu Batian nodded. Resentment is good, it means you won't be his weakness. But you'd better pray he doesn't truly hate you. If he grows stronger, you'll be in trouble. His tone took on a teasing edge toward the end. Guan shrugged. I trust Taixuan Sect will keep me safe. If I can still be harmed while staying here, then that just means something is seriously wrong with the section. You brat, are you taking a jab at me? Of course not. I trust you, Sect Master. So please don't tease me. A small cultivator like me doesn't want to get caught up in trouble, be it the Nightshade Sect or the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword. I'd rather have nothing to do with any of it, Guan said helplessly. Seeing his expression, Lu Batian suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Maybe he shouldn't have been joking about this. After all, Guan wasn't at the 9th level of the integration stage like him. Facing the threat of the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword was no small matter. He must be feeling anxious, just putting on a brave front. Lu Batian's expression turned serious. As long as you stay within Taixuan Sect, you'll be fine. At the very least, I guarantee your safety inside the sect. It was an implicit warning about Guan's excursions to Horizon Valley. Though Lu Batian didn't know where Horizon Valley was, he was aware that Guan frequently left Xian Valley. However, he refrained from pressing for details. Unbess. The conversation then shifted to Li Sundao. The Taixuan Empire was advancing aggressively, forming an alliance with the Dayu dynasty and opening up no fewer than 5 battlefronts. The neighboring dynasties were struggling to hold out. Though Lu Batian didn't particularly like Li Sundao, he had to admit the man had an uncanny ability to recognize and cultivate talent, always finding exceptional generals and strategists. From Guan's perspective, he actually hoped Li Sundao would unify the 9 dynasties. Only with unification could they better resist the coming demonic cataclysm. With unity would come order, and with order, peace. That was the true righteous path. Peace was also the best condition for Guan's survival. For low-level cultivators, stability was a blessing as well. While fewer opportunities might arise, how many among them truly turned their lives around due to sheer luck? More often than not, those who chased after fortunes perished in conflicts. The two continued their conversation until dusk, at which point Liu Badian finally took his leave. Guan wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but Liu Badian no longer seemed as sharp as he had been years ago. Wearing a mask, Guan stood atop a cliff, sweeping the area with his divine sense. He spotted An Hao inside a cave. There, a pool of crimson liquid shimmered, its blood-like water brimming with energy as An Hao cultivated within it, steadily strengthening his life essence. Si Yanner was nearby, practicing footwork techniques in the forest. After spending 2 years in the celestial realm, both An Hao and Si Yanner had received unique inheritances and grown significantly stronger. To fully inherit the star-seizing deist's legacy, however, would take many more years. After all, the star-seizing deist had been a grand ascension stage cultivator. His life's accumulation of knowledge was vast. Even a genius like An Hao would need decades to absorb it all. Guan only observed them briefly before turning his attention to gathering natural treasures from the surrounding forest. He moved silently, avoiding detection by the spirit beasts in the realm. These integration stage spirit beasts had grown quite tame, having formed a bond with An Hao and Si Yanner. Still, Guan preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. After half an hour, he left, satisfied. This trip had earned him 50,000 years of lifespan. Since no one was actively cultivating resources in the celestial realm, Guan didn't want to overharvest, lest it attract attention from the 7-star spirit realm. Instead, he let the natural treasures grow and seed themselves before coming back to collect them. A month ago, under Guan's protection, Tian Yaoer successfully transcended her core formation tribulation and had since been consolidating her cultivation. Now, as Guan landed outside the dwelling, he sensed her demonic energy had stabilized. He deliberately made some noise as he walked toward a garden. With a rush of wind, Tian Yaoer flung open the door and darted toward him, latching onto his left arm. "Master, my demon core has fully formed, and I even awakened an innate divine ability," she exclaimed excitedly. Feeling the soft pressure on his arm, Guan inwardly sighed. Demons were just different. She looked slender, yet her figure was rather exaggerated. Casually, he pulled his arm free and took a few steps forward, crouching to pick some herbs. "What kind of divine ability?" he asked. Tian Yaoer grinned, bending down with her hands on her knees. "A shape-shifting ability? I'm super powerful now." As she spoke, demonic energy surged from her body, enveloping her completely. When it faded, Guan was startled. She had transformed into his exact likeness, down to his aura. There was no trace of demonic energy left. "That's an impressive ability." Stashing the herbs in his storage bag, Guan stood up and asked curiously, "Can you teach it to me?" Tian Yaoer shook her head. "I'd love to, but there's no technique or mantra for it. This ability just came naturally to me, like knowing how to speak. I can use it effortlessly, but I have no idea how to pass it on." She twirled around, reverting to her original form. Scarlet robes swirled as she placed her hands on her hips, grinning smugly. "Master, aren't I amazing?" Her bright eyes curved into crescent moons, looking so delighted that Guan couldn't help but ruffle her hair, turning it into a complete mess. After a few words of praise, he sent her back to training. However, Tian Yaoer had no intention of letting him leave so soon. She stayed by his side, chattering non-stop about trivial things: how a flower had grown crooked, how she had bumped into a tree while practicing the infinite free step. Unlike Guan, she was stuck in the cave dwelling with no other demons to interact with. Rather than finding it annoying, Guan listened patiently, occasionally responding, which only made her even happier. As night fell, Guan sat at a stone table with her and took out a series of cultivation pills. "Once you master infinite free step, I'll take you out for a walk," he said seriously. Tian Yaoer was momentarily surprised but quickly pouted. "That technique is so hard to learn. Who knows how many years I'll need." Guan chuckled. Even the heavenly phoenix demon mother didn't become strong in just a few decades. True power comes from enduring long, lonely years of cultivation. Hearing this, Tian Yaoer nodded firmly. "I understand. I'll work hard." Satisfied, Guan began teaching her the innate divine immortal art. Core formation was only the beginning. If he could raise a peerless demon, that would be an achievement worth remembering. Deep in the night, beneath Xian Valley, within the 8-view celestial realm, Guan sat under the spirit tree, reading a book while leaning against its massive trunk. 2 vines draped over his shoulders, gently kneading them. Suddenly, he put down his book and straightened up. "What's wrong, master? Was the pressure too much?" The spirit tree's voice was soft and delicate, sounding pitiful. Guan replied, "No, I just have something to take care of. I have to go." The spirit tree trembled slightly and quickly said, "Master, don't forget to bring some lamb next time." Guan waved his hand dismissively before vanishing from the spot. Outside Taixuan Sect, atop a mountain peak. As autumn neared its end, the night wind was harsh, rustling Guan's robes as he gazed into the distance. He could sense that Hao Long was in danger. Though they had never formed a contract, ever since Hao Long's birth, a strange connection had developed between them, something similar to what he felt when Xian Miao Zhenren summoned him. Following this faint link, Guan extended his divine sense. Soon, he locked onto a sect. His divine sense bypassed multiple layers of barriers and pierced into a small hidden world, one much like the star-seizing celestial realm. The Nightshade Ghost Mother, and the 13 fiends of the 9 Nether Path? These people were battling the Grand Masters of Guhao Sect? Guan's divine sense locked onto Hao Long, and his expression turned odd. His opponent was Suhan? Sohan's aura was already nearing the nascent soul stage, yet it was unstable, as if he could descend into madness at any moment. Though How Long was lazy and rarely cultivated, his innate bloodline talent was powerful enough that Sohan couldn't easily subdue him. The 20-Jonglong dragon writhed through the mountains, spitting scorching flames. Meanwhile, Sohan moved like a specter, dodging effortlessly and swinging his sword. His attacks left bloody gashes across How Long's body, dragon blood splattering everywhere. In his other hand, Sohan held a cloth bag, carefully collecting the dragon's blood. After a brief moment of hesitation, Guan decided to intervene. In the dim night, within the wilderness, How Long fled frantically through the mountains, while Sohan pursued with his bone sword in hand. Damn it! Who the hell are you? This lord won't let you off in the future. How Long's voice rumbled through the mountains, still carrying the tone of a young boy despite his massive size. From behind, Sohan's voice was cold as ice. Hatred Heaven Divine Sword. Sohan. How Long's pupils shrank in fear. He had heard of Hatred Heaven Divine Sword's name before. A deep terror surfaced in his eyes, and his escape speed increased, his sinuous body moving like a slippery eel. Suddenly, Sohan leaped high into the air, raising his sword. Sword energy surged forth, forming 7 sword shadows that slashed toward How Long. At the end of each shadow, wailing ghosts clung to the blades, their eerie cries filling the night. At that moment, a dark purple demonic silhouette suddenly materialized above How Long's head. With a casual pinch of its fingers, Sohan's sword energy shattered into nothingness. Sohan's eyes widened in shock. It was him? He would never forget the mysterious demonic figure that had slaughtered his master, Zhong Ti. Boom! A terrifying divine sense attack struck his mind, knocking him unconscious instantly. He plummeted into the forest below. How Long also succumbed to the same spiritual impact, his massive body crashing into the ground, sending a dust cloud billowing into the air. Guan walked up to the unconscious Sohan, staring down at him. At that moment, the Nightshade Ghost Mother appeared out of thin air, kneeling before Guan with a respectful bow. Please forgive us, Holy Lord. We were unaware that How Long was connected to you. The demonic aura around her dispersed, revealing a pale-faced woman. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she looked at Guan. Guan's tone remained indifferent. So, you're the Nightshade Ghost Mother. Though he had met her before, the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had not. He needed to maintain the act. This humble one is indeed the Nightshade Ghost Mother, she answered reverently. Guan continued, Gu Sect is under my protection. How Long is their sacred beast? You are not allowed to seize him. By framing it this way, it would seem that he had intervened for Gu Sect, not just for How Long. The Nightshade Ghost Mother hesitated before cautiously asking, why do you protect both factions? Guan countered with his own question. The Nightshade Sect has been destroyed. Why haven't you returned to the Nine Nether Path? She sighed. We wish to return, but the 7-star Spirit Realm cultivators have blocked the way. We had no choice but to retreat. 7-star Spirit Realm? Hearing this, Guan became even more certain that the 7-star Spirit Realm was orchestrating the demonic cataclysm. Is this boy your disciple? Guan asked. The Nightshade Ghost Mother hesitated for a moment before replying, not a disciple, just a pawn. With the demonic cataclysm approaching, all beings will face calamity. I hope to cultivate him into a weapon strong enough to help us break through the Nine Nether Path. Using Sohan to fight the 7-star Spirit Realm? Guan couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Sohan. But he had no intention of saving him. Sohan's obsession with power had already turned into a twisted fixation. Even without the Nightshade Ghost Mother, he would still walk this dark path. In his own mind, he wasn't committing evil, he was simply striving to grow stronger. Guan had no reason to personally eliminate him. As far as he knew, Sohan had never slaughtered innocent mortals. The ones who had died by his hands were mostly those who sought to kill him first. And the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword was, after all, his family's ancestral sword technique. He and Guan were never truly master and disciple. The only thing Guan had ever given Sohan was a few pills. Their past ties were already severed. Sohan's fate had nothing to do with him anymore. However, Guan was curious to see how his story would unfold. Unlike Guan, who stayed hidden and planned carefully, Sohan cut his way through the world, leaving a bloody reputation wherever he went. At this moment, the Nightshade Ghost Mother spoke of the reverse fate divine art. Its effects were identical to what Guan knew. She likely had no idea that the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path also possessed the technique. Perhaps she truly intended to make Guan the new Nightshade Sect leader. Autumn's End, Xian Valley. Guan watched his disciples sweeping fallen leaves across the courtyard. His divine sense, however, was elsewhere, watching the battle between the Taixuan Empire and the Hanlu dynasty. Just as he was absorbed in the fight, Zhen Qin flew in on her sword, landing beside him. Master, senior brother Sohan has been declared wanted by Gu Sect, she whispered. Guan barely reacted. I told you he's not your senior brother. Zhen Qin pouted. I know, but we grew up together. How could I just sever all ties with him? Before she could argue further, their sect tokens lit up. A somber voice echoed. Supreme Elder Qusong fell while investigating the demonic domain. In 3 days, all disciples must gather in the affiliated cities to mourn our ancestors. Ancestor Qusong is dead. Guan was momentarily stunned when he heard Guzong's words. Though he wasn't particularly close to Ancestor Qusong, they had shared some pleasant conversations whenever he visited the Inner Sect's library hall. Now, hearing of Kusong's fall, an indescribable feeling welled up inside him. Even a supreme elder has fallen. I remember Ancestor Kusong was in the profound mind realm, right? Zhen Qin furrowed her brows. Back when the Nightshade Sect attacked, Ancestor Kusong had battled Akgan, and his name spread throughout Taixuan Sect. He had become one of the sect's most revered Grand Masters, second only to the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. Even Zhen Qin, who had never interacted with him, felt sorrow at his passing. Guan looked up at the sky, noticing the heavy clouds rolling in signs of an impending storm. The news of Ancestor Kusong's death sent shockwaves through the entire Taixuan Sect, and word quickly spread across the cultivation world. 3 days later, Guan arrived at the inner sect city to attend the memorial ceremony. Tens of thousands of disciples observed a moment of silence as the sect elders recounted Ancestor Kusong's life. Even the newest disciples who had just joined Taixuan Sect could feel the weight of grief. After recounting Kusong's legacy, Taixuan Sect publicly announced for the first time in decades that a demonic cataclysm was imminent. The revelation sent ripples of unrest through the cities. In the following days, various sects across the Taixuan Empire also confirmed the news. The fragile peace in the cultivation world was once again shattered, and a looming sense of crisis settled over all cultivators. A Grand Master of the Profound Mind Realm had already perished. This tribulation was bound to be far more terrifying than the Nightshade Sect's invasion. Snow gradually blanketed Xian Valley. On this day, Guan was waiting in his pavilion early in the evening, sensing a familiar presence approaching. Late at night, a shadow appeared outside his window. Guan walked over and opened it, letting the figure inside. A woman in white robes, wearing a bamboo hat, stepped into the room. After closing the window, she removed her hat and turned to look at Guan, who was setting up a warding formation. Smiling, she teased, "My dear disciple grandson, did you miss me, OBE?" After finishing the formation, Guan turned to face her, curious. "Where have you been all these years? Are you all right?" He discreetly used his lifespan perception on Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang, Nascent Soul Stage, 6th level 243/700/5490. 5,490 years of maximum lifespan? Guan distinctly remembered that Zhang Qiang's lifespan had been just over 2,400 years before. Looks like she found a massive opportunity inside the Nine Nether Path. Zhang Qiang chuckled. "I went somewhere mysterious and had quite the adventure. You should know by now, your master's no ordinary person. I always land on my feet." Seeing the genuine concern on Guan's face, warmth spread through Zhang Qiang's heart. At least, there was still someone in this world who cared for her. Guan motioned for her to sit while he prepared tea. "So, how have you been these years?" Zhang Qiang asked, glancing around the room. Guan, facing away from her, responded casually, "Same as always, tending flowers, reading books. Oh, I did make it into the top 500 in the golden ranking tournament this time, thanks to a magic treasure gifted by a senior in the sect." He deliberately boasted, trying to show off to Zhang Qiang. In the past, she might have been impressed. But after surviving the Nightshade Sect's invasion and exploring the Nine Nether Path, her perspective had shifted drastically. Now, hearing Guan's proud bragging, she just found it amusing and comforting. It was good to see this kid living well. After finishing his story, Guan carried the tea tray to the table, pouring a cup for Zhang Qiang as he asked, "And you? Care to share a bit about your adventures?" Zhang Qiang grinned slyly. "I offended a big shot and needed to lay low in the 8-view celestial realm for a while. Are you sure you want to know?" Guan immediately shook his head. "Never mind, then. If you need to hide, just do it. I'd never betray you." Years ago, Zhang Qiang had taught him many things, and besides, the 8-view celestial realm was her domain anyway. More importantly, Guan already knew who was after her. Before heading to Guhao Sect, he had once caught a glimpse of Zhang Qiang using divine sense detection. That was why he had taken the Nightshade Sect leader's token, intending to hand it over to her. Zhang Qiang was ambitious, after all. Her pursuers were 2 void transformation stage Grand Masters, but they had already lost her trail and were still wandering the Dayu dynasty in search. Hearing Guan's words, Zhang Qiang smiled. She waved a hand and took out a white jade vial. "The spirit essence inside is precious. Take 1 sip per month, no more, or your blood and chi will become unstable. It can improve your innate aptitude." Guan hesitated. "I can't accept this. You should keep it for yourself. I've already consumed plenty. This is just the leftover, and it's useless to me now. Just take it, no arguing." Zhang Qiang's stern expression left Guan no choice but to accept it. After chatting for half an hour, they made their way to the 8-view celestial realm. Guan mentioned that the spirit tree had developed sentience, but Zhang Qiang wasn't surprised. She said the Thousand Autumn Pavilion's spirit tree had sentience as well. Beforehand, Guan had already warned the tree via voice transmission, instructing it on what could and couldn't be revealed. Upon returning to the 8-view celestial realm, Zhang Qiang immediately noticed that the spiritual energy was far richer than before. She was quite pleased with Guan. "Disciple grandson, Thousand Autumn Pavilion has disbanded, and my family has perished. From now on, I'll be relying on you. Will you mind?" she teased, leaning on his shoulder. Guan sidestepped slightly. "Why would I mind? I've been wanting to learn formation techniques from you." Then, he retrieved something from beneath the spirit tree, the Ji family's divine ability record, and handed it to her. Zhang Qiang had once stolen it from a Ji family banquet, and it contained records of the Heaven and Earth Dao Gang divine ability. Guan had already mastered Heaven and Earth Daogang and even upgraded it to Daogang Vital Qi, granting him automatic defense against surprise attacks from foes of the same realm. Zhang Qing's expression grew complicated as she looked at the record in her hands. For some reason, her emotions felt tangled. Guan saw her reaction and immediately thought, oh no, she's not about to get sentimental, is she? Before she could say anything, he quickly made an excuse and slipped away. Watching him leave, Zhang Qing sighed. This kid is so foolish he didn't even study it himself. She could tell that the record's protective formation remained intact, meaning Guan hadn't broken its seal. So naive. He's bound to run into trouble someday. I'll have to teach him. Zhang Qing's return didn't change Guan's daily life. He only visited the 8-view celestial realm once every 7 days, bringing her carefully prepared herbs so she wouldn't have to pick them herself. Meanwhile, throughout the Taixuan Sect, the atmosphere remained somber due to ancestor Qusong's death. By year's end, a major event shook the cultivation world. The Hanlu dynasty surrendered. The Taixuan Empire had officially annexed Hanlu dynasty, breaking the 9 dynasties' 1,000-year balance. Li Sundao's prestige soared, and even the outer sect buzzed with discussions. If he truly unified the world, he would be remembered in history. But as the world changed, a dark force moved in the night. Ever since ancestor Qusong's fall and the impending demonic cataclysm, Guan had been using his divine sense every night to monitor the 9 dynasties' lands, ensuring that no enemies infiltrated unnoticed. On this particular night, he happened to see Disye leaving Taixuan Sect and decided to track him with his divine sense. That was when he witnessed Disye meeting with a demonic creature. When Guan heard that this monster was responsible for ancestor Qusong's death, killing intent surged in his heart. He had to avenge Qusong? Though Qusong had been much older, Guan had always seen him as a friend. He didn't act immediately, waiting instead for his target to leave the Taixuan Empire's territory before making his move. The Black Crow demon envoy had stopped by the riverbank to rest while infusing his demonic energy into the water, planning to mark the land through the river's flow. However, before he could even channel his energy, a hand landed on his shoulder. A feeling of pure dread shot through the demon's heart. Never before had he experienced such an ambush, not even in the demonic domain. Not a single demon had ever been able to approach him unnoticed. Instinctively, he tried to dodge, but an unfathomable force held him in place, making it impossible to move. Terror filled his crow-like face as he glanced sideways, barely able to make out a shadowy figure shrouded in mystery. Guan had intended to mock him, but seeing how the demon was already scared out of his wits, he lost interest. Instead, he unleashed a soul attack. Soul Search? A heavy silence filled the night, broken only by the soft sounds of the river's flow. As the moon set and the sun rose, golden rays of dawn broke over the mountains, illuminating Guan and the Black Crow demon envoy. Bathed in sunlight, Guan, still maintaining his 9 extremes yin-yang body, looked like a ghostly specter. The Black Crow demon envoy, meanwhile, was crouched before him, his eyes rolled back and his body twitching slightly. 2 full hours passed before Guan finally withdrew his divine sense. Without hesitation, he took the storage bag and storage ring from the demon's body before incinerating the corpse with Taixuan flame. In mere moments, the Black Crow demon envoy was reduced to nothing but ashes, leaving behind only his demon core and profound mind essence, which Guan stored away. You have successfully taken 380 years of lifespan from the Black Crow demon envoy, profound mind realm, 8th layer. With that, Guan disappeared from the scene. Guan stepped out from a teleportation formation, heading toward the medicine gardens. Along the way, servant disciples greeted him warmly and respectfully. By now, 3rd Medicine Valley had over 400 disciples. Guan never hoarded natural treasures for himself. Instead, he diligently cultivated his herb gardens. As a result, 3rd Medicine Valley produced an abundance of high-grade medicinal herbs, rivaling even the inner sect's herb gardens. In fact, its annual contributions placed it among the top 3 in the sect, further solidifying his growing reputation. Because of this, the sect continued to assign more servant disciples under him. While walking, Guan noticed an Xian sweeping the path and waved her over. Seeing this, an Xian quickly approached and greeted him respectfully. After spending years in 3rd Medicine Valley, an Xian had finally reached the foundation establishment stage, thanks to Guan's discreet assistance with alchemical pills. She was deeply grateful to him. Back when Hao and an Xian had both started under Guan's guidance, Hao had already reached the nascent soul stage, 3rd layer, while an Xian was only at foundation establishment, 1st layer. Even Guan couldn't help but lament the unfairness of the heavens. Come take a walk with me, Guan said. An Xian nodded without hesitation, following closely behind. As they walked through the herb gardens, Guan patiently explained the methods for cultivating high-grade herbs, and an Xian listened intently. By now, she had genuinely grown interested in the art of herb cultivation. After about half an hour, Guan pulled out an ancient manual and handed it to her. This technique may help improve your aptitude, he whispered. Make sure no one finds out. His gaze sharpened as he glanced around cautiously. An Xian's face lit up with a brilliant smile as she accepted the book. Thank you, Master. After years of following Guan, she had come to fully trust him. Like the other servant disciples, she addressed him as Master, but in her heart, Guan had already become her true teacher, second only to the mysterious Master who had once saved her life. Guan ruffled her hair lightly, then motioned for her to go about her business. An Xian bowed and left, while Guan watched her go with a smile. Hopefully, the innate reincarnation technique can help her. Even if it doesn't transform her entirely, a longer life is still a blessing. Life in Third Medicine Valley was far from dull. Guan had already built a library, a restaurant, and even recreational facilities in the pavilion area. He had even invented chess, which had become wildly popular among the disciples. With that, Guan took flight toward the Inner Sect city. After avenging ancestor Qsong, he felt the need to visit Elder Su Lu at the Inner Sect's library hall. Of course, he had no intention of mentioning what had happened that morning. He simply wanted to talk. After delving into the Black Crow Demon Envoy's memories, Guan had witnessed the horrific fate of ancestor Qsong. His chest felt heavy. Tian Yaoer watched curiously as Guan planted a tree. The tree was already 2 meters tall, its crimson leaves glowing like burning embers, with long vine-like branches draping from it. It looked as if it were engulfed in flames. This was a 7th grade spirit tree, the solar nourishing tree, which Guan had transplanted from the star-seizing celestial realm. What he had brought was only a sapling, as the mature solar nourishing trees in the star-seizing celestial realm were over 1,000 meters tall, bearing solar fruits that enhanced blood vitality and fire attribute energy perception. After planting it, Guan nodded in satisfaction before turning to Tian Yaoer and playfully tapping her forehead. Come, I'll teach you a demon technique. Hearing this, Tian Yaoer's eyes lit up with excitement, and she eagerly followed him. From the Black Crow Demon Envoy's memories, Guan had gained knowledge of many techniques and cultivation methods. Now, he intended to pass on the Black Crow Demon art, which allowed its user to transform into a swarm of crows, to Tian Yaoer. Her talent and comprehension were astonishing. In just 1 hour, she had already transformed into several crows. Not black crows, though flaming crows. Seeing the fire-cloaked birds, Guan became even more convinced that she possessed phoenix bloodline. Mastering this technique wasn't just about transformation, but also speed in flight. To fully perfect it, Tian Yaoer would need much more time. Watching her train, Guan's thoughts drifted. The Demon Emperor, the Demon Master, the 72 Great Demon Kings, and the soon-to-be-revived Demon Ancestor. Even as a Nirvana stage, 9th layer cultivator, Guan felt the weight of the looming crisis. The demonic domain stretched endlessly, and aside from the great demon kings that ruled on the surface, who knew what other horrors lurked in its depths? This made Guan even more determined to reach 50 million years of lifespan. If possible, he didn't want to flee. He wanted to stay and fight alongside Taixuan Sect, surviving on this land for as long as he could. The death of the Black Crow Demon Envoy caused no disturbances. Meanwhile, Desire remained in the heavenly mending platform, meditating on sword intent as if nothing had happened. But across the world, demonic creatures continued to multiply, and ordinary people suffered greatly. In response, Taixuan Sect issued even more demon hunting missions, and even Yalan and Zhen Qin had no choice but to participate. Since their assignments were within Taixuan Sect's borders, Guan wasn't too worried. Time flew by. Guan's lifespan had now reached 7.4 million years, drawing ever closer to the 10 million year milestone. Every day, he used his divine sense to observe the demonic domain. If the demonic cataclysm erupted early, he was prepared to break through ahead of schedule. As for where he would advance, he had already decided. The southern seas. He would make his breakthrough above the ocean. On this particular day, Anhao and Sianar left the star-seizing celestial realm. Stepping out of the mountainside, they turned back just in time to see the entrance to the cave slowly disappear behind them. Where's your master? Sianar asked curiously. I haven't seen him in years. Anhao replied confidently, Master always moves like a dragon, seen one moment, gone the next. I don't even know where he is. But one thing's for sure, if I'm ever in danger, he won't stand by and watch. His face lit up with pride as he spoke. Sianar rolled her eyes, suppressing the urge to mock him. She still vividly remembered the time Guan had wiped out a profound mind realm cultivator with a mere flick of his sleeve. With a grand master like him, even the Tianwei Empire wouldn't dare provoke Taixuan Sect lightly. Just then, a figure leaped out of the forest, landing swiftly in front of them. Anhao's expression hardened. He assumed it was an ambush and instinctively prepared for battle. But the newcomer was a man clad in Tianwei official robes. He raised a hand in salute and said respectfully, Your Highness, I bring an imperial decree. His Majesty has arranged for you to marry the golden ranking champion, Anhao. The moment those words left his mouth, Sianar's face twisted in shock and fury. Has my father gone insane? How could he arrange my marriage to this guy? She snapped. Anhao, who had initially intended to refuse, immediately felt offended. Oh, what's wrong with me? You think I'm not good enough for you? Now I have to marry you just to prove a point. The two instantly began bickering. Meanwhile, the imperial envoy simply stood there, watching them with a polite smile, amused by their childish quarrel. Far away in Xian Valley, Guan was watching all of this unfold. He had no objections to Anhao and Sianar getting married. After all, he had long since noticed their growing affections for each other. However, he remained cautious of the Tianwei Empire. If Tianwei dared to scheme against Anhao, Guan wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them and conveniently allow Taikang Empire to annex their lands. Once the three of them set off, Guan closed his eyes, turning his attention elsewhere. Someone was coming. Guan rose from his seat, left his room, and headed downstairs. Half an hour later, Du Ye flew into Xian Valley, standing atop his sword. Upon spotting Guan in the distance, he waved enthusiastically. The disciples guarding the valley saw that Du Ye knew Guan, so they didn't stop him. After landing, Du Ye stored his sword in his storage bag and hurriedly pulled Guan aside to speak in private. The family sent word, Du Ye whispered excitedly, his eyes gleaming. They're preparing to leave Taixuan Sect, and third young miss specifically requested that you and I go with them. He was clearly thrilled the Ji family hadn't forgotten him. To him, this was an honor. Leaving Taixuan Sect? Guan froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Du Ye to come to him for this reason. How could he possibly leave Taixuan Sect? His entire foundation was here. And besides, if the Ji family left Taixuan Sect, where could they even go? Frowning, Guan asked, why are they relocating? Du Ye replied, it's got something to do with the demonic cataclysm. The family has already found a safe haven, and no matter what, we should be grateful that they're taking us along. Just be ready. The exact departure date isn't set yet, but when the time comes, don't waste time. Guan shook his head. I can't leave. Tell them thanks, but I intend to stay and fight alongside Taixuan Sect. Du Ye was stunned, his brows immediately knitting together. He lowered his voice, his tone serious. Guan, don't forget where we came from. Guan met his gaze and replied calmly, I haven't forgotten. The Ji family raised me, and I've repaid them over the years with herbs and medicine. But Taixuan Sect has given me far more, and I haven't even begun to repay my debt. I can't leave. You go, I'll stay. Du Ye's face darkened. He wanted to scold Guan, but he didn't want the servant disciples to overhear. After a moment, he exhaled sharply. There's still time. Think it over carefully. When the demons invade Taixuan Empire, it'll be too late to run. With that, he flicked his sleeve and stormed off. As he left, his expression was grim. Not a trace of his usual smile remained. Guan, however, felt warmth in his heart. Du Ye's anger only meant that he genuinely cared about him. If he didn't, he wouldn't have bothered to persuade him to leave. But Guan had no intention of abandoning Taixuan Sect. If the sect fell, he could always escape then. And with his cultivation, if he really wanted to flee, who could stop him? That night, Guan entered the 8-view celestial realm. Zhang Qiang was meditating beneath the spirit tree, a large cauldron in front of her, with alchemy flames burning underneath. Sensing Guan's arrival, she asked casually, what are you doing here? Didn't you just visit 2 days ago? Guan walked to the cauldron, peering into the brewing medicinal soup as he spoke. Today, someone from the Ji family came to me. They said they're preparing to leave Taixuan Sect and told me to get ready as well. At his words, Zhang Qiang's eyes snapped open, her delicate brows furrowing. You're leaving? She asked. If Guan left, someone new would take over Xian Valley, which wouldn't be good for her. For some reason, a strange irritation rose in her chest. No, I refused, Guan sighed. I just don't understand where the Ji family thinks they can escape to. He had come here hoping that Zhang Qiang might have some insight. Zhang Qiang scoffed, they're probably heading to the 7-star spirit realm. It's a sacred land, even demons don't dare invade. I heard a rumor before that Ji family was planning to marry off Ji Xuanyu to a genius from the 7-star spirit realm. Looks like it's true. They've latched onto a powerful ally. No, yes. The 7-star spirit realm? Guan turned to her and frowned. Is it really that powerful? Zhang Qiang smirked. What do you think? Empires rise and fall, races wage endless wars, but the 7-star spirit realm has stood unshaken for eons. In some ways, they are the true rulers of this land. The ones chasing me? They're from the 7-star spirit realm too. I snatched an opportunity they wanted for themselves, she added with a hint of sarcasm. Guan resisted the urge to roll his eyes. If a mere nascent soul cultivator like Zhang Qiang had stolen something from them, then how powerful could they really be? As if reading his thoughts, Zhang Qiang laughed. Don't underestimate them. Their heritage runs deep. They likely have a realm as vast as the entire 9 dynasties. They have countless ancient noble clans, and their disciples are numbered in the millions. The ones I met were just a group of young elites on a training mission. None of them were even 100 years old, yet they were already at the nascent soul stage. For the first time, a trace of fear flickered in her eyes. Even though she had survived their pursuit, she never considered seeking revenge. The gap in power was too immense. A realm as vast as the 9 dynasties? Guan's curiosity about the 7-star spirit realm only deepened. No wonder they didn't interfere with the conflicts of the mortal world. Even if every human empire was wiped out, the human race would still survive within their domain. The more he learned, the more uneasy he felt. His instincts told him that once the demonic cataclysm ended, the 7-star spirit realm would spark the next great war. Still, Guan wasn't worried. His strategy had always been the same: only act when he had absolute certainty of victory. If he could fight, he'd fight. If he couldn't, he'd run. Simple. Zhang Qiang suddenly smirked. So, how do you feel about your third young miss marrying into the 7-star spirit realm? She asked teasingly. Guan shrugged. Ji Xuanyu is a peerless genius. It's only natural she'd marry someone of equal stature. I'm happy for her. Oh? Not even a little regret. Zhang Qiang's eyes gleamed with mischief. Guan raised an eyebrow, then spread his hands helplessly. Well, of course I feel a little regret. To be honest, I admired her. But my talent is mediocre, and I never had a chance. Since she's out of reach, I can only wish her happiness. Zhang Qiang's smile vanished. She snorted coldly. Good. Keep it that way. When status and talent don't match, love only brings disaster. Remember that. Never let your emotions get in the way. Guan nodded. I don't need to worry about that. There are plenty of female disciples in Xian Valley. Oh, is that why you don't focus on cultivation? I meant that if I wanted a partner, it wouldn't be difficult. But I don't want one. Zhang Qiang nodded in approval. That's more like it. Dao companions are unreliable. I've seen countless lovers abandon or betray each other in times of crisis. Don't get attached. It's for your own good. Guan grinned. What about you? Ever had a Dao companion? If I had, I'd be dead already. The two bantered back and forth, their conversation stretching over an hour before Guan finally left. Watching him go, Zhang Qiang muttered to herself. This kid doesn't even call me master anymore. His thoughts are getting bold. As summer faded into autumn, Guan arrived at Horizon Valley and noticed a new person there. The visitor was Ji Xuanyu's older brother Ji Ruolei. The pieces were moving. The world was about to change. Hearing the words of the Nightshade Ghost Mother, Sohan fell silent. He didn't refute her because, deep down, he knew she was right. He was weak. Throughout his journey, he had narrowly escaped death many times, yet none of those escapes were due to his own strength. He was well aware that he was merely a pawn. Even the Nightshade Ghost Mother, who had been helping him earnestly, must have her own agenda. But he had no other choice. You don't have much time left. The demonic cataclysm is drawing closer. The reverse fate divine art can only absorb the spiritual energy of cultivators, not demonic energy. When the cataclysm arrives, if you refuse to abandon your principles, you'll be left struggling while all other cultivators are busy fighting off the demons. You will find it nearly impossible to grow stronger. The Nightshade Ghost Mother spoke. Hearing this, Sohan asked, you seem quite anxious. What exactly do you want me to do? The Nightshade Ghost Mother replied, that depends on how strong you can become. The one who should be anxious isn't me, it's you. From the moment you began cultivating the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword, your lifespan was set. No matter how high your cultivation reaches, your lifespan won't increase unless you attain the legendary immortal realm. Sohan frowned. The Nightshade Ghost Mother brought up the drawback of the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword once again. On the surface, she seemed to be reminding him out of goodwill, but what Sohan felt was pressure and unrelenting force weighing down on him. I will do my best. Sohan sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. The Nightshade Ghost Mother observed him for a moment before turning into a wisp of ghostly energy and dissipating. Sohan raised his head to look at the full moon outside. For some reason, an overwhelming sense of sorrow and confusion welled up in his heart. There was probably no one in this world who truly cared about him anymore. Winter had arrived. The third Medicine Valley was blanketed in white snow, making everything appear vast and desolate. Standing on the balcony, Guan admired the snow while contemplating the next volume of Shattering the Void. Shattering the Void had become a massive hit far beyond what Guan had anticipated. In just 5 volumes, its sales had already surpassed those of Taixuan Immortal Venerable in its entirety. Like Taixuan Immortal Venerable, Shattering the Void was essentially a power fantasy novel, but its theme resonated deeply with cultivators across the world. The demonic cataclysm was imminent. Every major sect had begun sending disciples to gather intelligence, and as the information poured in, the entire cultivation world grew increasingly tense. More and more people felt that the path of cultivation was coming to an end. If only they could shatter the void and escape this world. In the distance, a white spirit mouse darted through the snow, with Xiaochuan chasing after it. Despite his efforts, he failed to catch it and even ended up getting a face full of snow. Watching this, Guan couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't understand what was so special about that fat mouse, but for some reason, Xiaochuan adored it. At that moment, Lu Lingjun approached the building and looked up at Guan. Lord Valley Master, do you feel it? She asked. Guan glanced down at her. Feel what? The cold. That too, but more than that, a powerful demonic aura is approaching from the north. I wonder if it signifies the beginning of the demonic cataclysm. Lu Lingjun turned her gaze toward the northern horizon. Guan had already sensed it. A grand ascension stage demon beast was heading south, rapidly closing in on the land of the 8 dynasties. But Guan did not intervene. He wanted to see if the 8 dynasties harbored any hidden experts. When the demonic cataclysm truly erupted, he alone wouldn't be able to turn the tide. It wasn't just a matter of risk. If he acted too prominently, he would become a major target, possibly even marked by the 7-star spirit realm. Although Guan's divine sense could cover the entire 9 dynasties, the world was vast. There would always be people hidden in the shadows like the star-seizing celestial realm, which had eluded his divine sense before. Guan asked, if the demonic cataclysm truly arrives, what will you do? Lu Lingjun replied, naturally, I will fight alongside the Taixuan Sect. But if we are overwhelmed, if all hope is lost, I will head south in search of immortal fate. Having ascended from another realm, she had long since grasped the deeper truths of this world. Since ancient times, when powerful cultivators hit a bottleneck, they would venture south. Even though the southern sea was more perilous than the demonic lands, they still forged ahead without hesitation. As an ascended cultivator, Lu Lingjun would not perish alongside the Taixuan Sect. Guan gave a slight nod but made no comment. Lu Lingjun then turned to him and asked, Valley Master, what about you? Guan pretended to hesitate before answering, I will focus on cultivating medicinal herbs and doing my part. And if the Taixuan Sect is on the verge of destruction, then I'll kill myself rather than be eaten by demons. Hearing this, Lu Lingjun rolled her eyes at him, feeling that he was beyond saving. Guan merely smiled and changed the subject, avoiding further discussion to prevent unnecessary panic among the errand disciples. But deep down, he was wondering how would the cultivation world deal with the incoming Grand Ascension stage demon? That night, Guan arrived at Nianchu Cave dwelling on Phoenix Mountain. As soon as he entered, he saw Tian Yaoer crouched in front of a pill furnace, warming herself by the fire. She was hugging her knees, shivering, her head buried in her arms. He walked toward her, deliberately making his footsteps audible. Startled, Tian Yaoer lifted her head. The moment she saw Guan, her face lit up with joy. Like a gust of wind, she dashed forward and threw herself into his arms. What's wrong? Guan didn't push her away, sensing that she was genuinely afraid. He gently asked, concerned. Tian Yaoer buried her face against his chest and whispered, I'm scared. I feel like something terrifying is approaching. She clung tightly to Guan's waist, afraid he might leave. Guan patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't be afraid. That thing isn't heading toward Phoenix Mountain. It's still far away from us. Hearing this, Tian Yaoer hesitated and asked cautiously, Really? Really? Besides, am I not here with you? But, you couldn't even defeat the demon mother. I feel like that terrifying presence is even stronger than her. You're right, I can't. But I can take you and escape. Then promise me. If you ever leave here, you'll take me with you? I promise. Guan responded seriously. Without his intervention, Tian Yaoer would have been devoured by demons long ago. She had no one else to rely on. How could he possibly abandon her? Yet, her reaction surprised him. As a demon herself, why was she so terrified? He pulled her down to sit beside him and asked her to explain her fear. But no matter how much he pressed, Tian Yaoer stammered and failed to give a clear answer. Based on the Black Crow Demon Envoy's memories, Guan already knew the identity of the approaching demon. The six-headed flood dragon, Luo, one of the 72 great demon kings. A tyrant ruling over 100,000 miles, commanding countless demon soldiers and generals. Ruthless and infamous, even the Black Crow Demon Envoy had to tread carefully around him. And now, Luo was leading millions of demons south, gathering more forces along the way, including other demon kings willing to follow him. His overwhelming demonic aura had already alarmed the human cultivation world. The war had begun. Hearing Disye's words, Guan could only sigh along with him. Escape into the ocean? What kind of joke was that? Guan didn't know what was going through Disye's mind, but he had a strong feeling that if the 8 dynasties of humanity were annihilated, the next ones to suffer would be the demons and monsters themselves. Past legends had already proven this. Whenever the land was overrun by demons, powerful cultivators would descend upon it, raising demons with humans, then raising humans with demons. If you twisted the logic just right, it wouldn't even be considered internal conflict. The Holy Lands would still be revered by both races. Guan continued chatting idly with Disye, but his eyes never left Heavenly Mending Platform as he weighed his decision should he intervene or not. After all, he was still a ways off from reaching the milestone of 10 million years of lifespan. If he were to break through now, he would surely advance to a higher realm. But what he wanted even more was to unlock the next lifespan ability. He feared that if he acted too soon, he might accelerate the arrival of the demonic cataclysm. At the northernmost border of the 8 dynasties, the Dezhong Empire was a land of towering mountains, breathtaking natural wonders, and endless snowfall. Because it bordered the demonic lands, its cultivators faced an incredibly harsh environment. But it was precisely because of this hardship that the Dezhong Empire had risen to become the strongest of all human empires. In the northern territory, mountain ranges stretched endlessly, and the sky was shrouded in thick, overwhelming snowfall. Amidst the white haze, the mountains resembled the spine of a true dragon, vast and majestic. On a particular ridge, Lu Lingjun sat cross-legged atop a massive boulder, her spiritual energy fluctuating, forming a protective barrier that kept the swirling snow at bay. Wisps of white mist spiraled upward around her. She slowly opened her eyes, gazing toward the horizon. In the far distance, beyond the rolling mountains, faint flashes of firelight could be seen, undiminished by the falling snow. Occasionally, powerful gales would sweep through, carrying sharp flakes toward her. The six-headed flood dragon, Luo, exuded an overwhelming demonic aura that engulfed the heavens and the earth. Even Lu Lingjun and the White Spirit Demon Emperor on her shoulder felt an instinctive unease. What is he waiting for? The White Spirit Demon Emperor murmured. Lu Lingjun's expression remained calm. Perhaps it has something to do with the mountain god. After all, there have been Grand Ascension stage cultivators who perished at the hands of the mountain god before. Will the mountain god act? There are too many demons up north. This catastrophe far surpasses anything the Nightshade Sect has ever caused. No matter how you look at it, the human race is doomed. The White Spirit Demon Emperor wasn't aligned with the humans. As a demon itself, it wished that Lu Lingjun would leave this dangerous place. Lu Lingjun remained silent, her gaze fixed on the distance. The White Spirit Demon Emperor couldn't help but urge her again, Lingjun, why don't we head south? Maybe the ocean isn't as dangerous as they say. Lu Lingjun sighed softly. Do you remember when I broke through, how the cultivators of the Taixuan Sect stood guard for me? The White Spirit Demon Emperor fell silent. It knew Lu Lingjun too well. If she weren't the type to value loyalty and sentiment, it would never have followed her. Lowering its snake-like head, it muttered, then let's see if the mountain god is truly formidable. Oh, right, doesn't the Taixuan Sect still have the sword sovereign of the righteous path? Surely, he will intervene. A thunderous dragon roar suddenly erupted across the sky. The earth trembled violently. A gust of wind, reeking of blood, tore through the flying snow. Even the very mountain Lu Lingjun sat upon quivered under its force. The land was scorched black. Lava gushed from countless fissures, filling the air with a blazing glow. Entire mountain ranges had been flattened, leaving behind massive craters. Above this apocalyptic landscape, an army of cultivators floated in the sky, their formation stretching across the heavens, powerful spells interwoven into massive grand formations. A bottomless chasm split the earth in two. On one side, human cultivators cast spells with unwavering determination. On the other side, hordes of demons and monsters filled the cliffs, their grotesque faces twisted with malice. Roars and howls interwoven into a deafening symphony, turning the entire battlefield into a nightmarish hellscape. At the very back of the demonic army stood a colossal demon, a terrifying monster whose body towered thousands of feet into the sky, clad in black heavy armor. His shoulder guards were adorned with sharp fangs, resembling entire mountain peaks. His belt was strung with the severed heads of great demons. His humanoid form was staggering in size, with his neck disappearing into the clouds. From within the mist, 6 flood dragon heads loomed, their scarlet eyes glowing like hellish flames, sending chills down the spines of all who beheld them. This was 6-headed flood dragon, Luo, a peerless demon king whose name commanded fear throughout the demonic lands. On his massive shoulder perched a shadowy figure wreathed in dark demonic energy. Its ram-like head and blood-red eyes gleamed ominously. My lord, it appears the humans have no grand ascension stage cultivators. Even that so-called mountain god does not dare to interfere, the goat-headed demon whispered. Hearing this, 6-headed flood dragon, Luo let out an earth-shattering roar, his immense demonic pressure surging forward like a tidal wave. The frontline demons, despite their fearsome nature, instinctively retreated, clearing a path for their king. To the overwhelming 6-headed flood dragon, most demons were no different from ants. As he strode forward, spectral female demons materialized around him, their alluring laughter swirling through the air, ensnaring the minds of distant cultivators. 6-headed flood dragon is coming. A burly, grey-robed man roared, his voice thundering like an earthquake. Above the King Heaven Sect's formation, Sect Master Liang Qinghai raised his sword and bellowed, King Heaven Sect disciples, take your pills, fight to the death. Behind him, 1 million cultivators consumed dark brown pills, their spiritual energy surging wildly. Their veins bulged, their eyes turned bloodshot, and their battle intent burned brighter than ever. Leaders of other sects issued similar commands. The Taixuan Sect was no exception. High above the battlefield, Ancestor Xian Quan waved his whisk, inscribing glowing runes of spiritual power in the sky. More and more profound mind realm grandmasters gathered, forming a defensive line above the chasm, bracing themselves for 6-headed flood dragon's arrival. Among them, sword maniac Han Ming stood ready for a desperate final battle. From the distance, Lu Lingjun arrived on a 100-foot-long white python, gripping her twin swords with unwavering determination. She showed no fear. In the outer sect city of the Taixuan Sect, as the distant dragon roar echoed, all movement ceased. The tens of thousands of cultivators atop heavenly mending platform opened their eyes simultaneously. Then came the deafening cry. Request the sword sovereign of the righteous path to take action. The voice grew louder. More and more voices joined in. Across the entire sect, countless swords trembled in their scabbards, responding to an unseen force. A singular thought took hold of every cultivator's mind. Could it be? Across the entire city, swords, both treasured swords and flying swords, shook violently in their scabbards. The sight ignited excitement among the cultivators, who instinctively raised their swords toward the sky. It's the sword intent of the sword sovereign of the righteous path. He has heard our call. With such overwhelming sword intent, he might be able to defeat the 6-headed flood dragon. Where is he? Could he already be in the city? A deafening commotion erupted as countless voices shouted in awe and anticipation. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of blades unsheathing drowned out the crowd. One after another, swords shot into the sky, their tips pointing upward, hovering at the same altitude. There were over 1 million swords. Their dazzling sword light cut through the storm of falling snow, illuminating the entire city. On heavenly mending platform, Gu Zong stood up, as did all the other disciples. Their gazes locked onto the spectacle above. Standing on a rooftop, Disye looked up in disbelief. Such sword intent. As a profound mind realm third-layer demon, he had spent years in the Taixuan Sect, growing familiar with the sword sovereign's power. But even he had underestimated him. Faced with this overwhelming sword intent, Disye, despite his formidable cultivation, felt utterly insignificant. Under the gaze of the entire city, the million swords soared northward, leaving behind brilliant sword trails that split the sky. The sheer force of their departure dispersed the heavy snowfall, revealing a vast blue sky beneath the swirling white. Gu Zong's hair fluttered in the sudden gust, but his face was no longer clouded with worry. Instead, he smiled and murmured, 6-headed flood dragon, can you withstand the mightiest sword of the Taixuan Sect? Wave after wave of cultivators rushed north, streaking across the sky like a storm of arrows, piercing through the heavy snowfall. Beyond the endless mountains, the battlefield of demons and cultivators raged on. The 6-headed flood dragon, Luo, had crossed the bottomless gorge, leading a tide of monsters as they stormed into human territory. He held a profound mind realm grandmaster in his grasp, the cultivator struggling desperately yet utterly powerless to escape. Thousands of feet away, dozens of profound mind realm grandmasters unleashed spells at him, but their divine abilities and techniques couldn't even scratch his armor. Alpha Eni. He moved lazily, yet unstoppable. As he chewed on the struggling cultivator, his 6 dragon heads twisted and scanned the battlefield. Occasionally, he extended a claw, pulling injured demons toward him and devouring them whole, blood raining down like a crimson storm. Each of his 6 mouths dripped with blood, painting a gruesome scene of terror. The human cultivators, despite their power, were gripped by despair. Even when they had fought Taixuan of the Nightshade Sect, they hadn't felt so helpless because he had died too quickly. But now, they truly understood the horrifying gap between them and a Grand Ascension stage demon. Above the battlefield, Lu Lingjun stood atop the White Spirit Demon Emperor, her long hair wild and disheveled. Blood flowed freely from a deep wound on her right shoulder, sizzling as it hit the snow. Her grip tightened on her sword as she stared at the 6-headed flood dragon, unwilling to accept defeat. "We can't even injure him? If this keeps up, we'll just end up in his mouth." The White Spirit Demon Emperor shuddered. It had no dignity left as a fusion stage demon, it only wanted to escape. Lu Lingjun took a deep breath. She knew this battle was unwinnable. A retreat was necessary. Not just from this battlefield, from this entire land. Just as she was about to make her decision, she felt something. Her head snapped around, eyes widening in pure disbelief. She wasn't the only one. Across the battlefield, hundreds of cultivators turned toward the distant, snow-covered horizon, sensing something approaching. Even the battered, blood-drenched sect master of King Heaven Sect, Liang Qinghai, was momentarily stunned, gripping a grand cauldron that emitted an endless azure radiance, cutting through the battlefield. His attacks failed to harm the 6-headed flood dragon, but now, even he turned to look. At that moment, even the 6-headed flood dragon stopped. His 6 enormous heads whipped around, and he bared his fangs in a feral snarl. Roar! The Demon King's roar tore through the sky, shaking the battlefield. Countless weaker cultivators and demons were instantly ruptured, blood gushing from their orifices. Raising his massive claws, a surge of demonic energy coalesced into an enormous bone blade, materializing from the abyss. With a mighty slash, waves of black dragon-shaped demonic energy erupted, streaking toward the horizon, engulfing all in their path. Cultivators caught in the attack were instantly incinerated, reduced to ash. Boom! From beyond the battlefield, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. And then sword light illuminated the heavens. A colossal sword aura, faster than the black dragons, slashed through the sky. Millions of swords rained down, pushing aside the demonic energy, cutting straight toward the 6-headed flood dragon. Lu Lingjun froze, watching as an ocean of swords surged forward. She didn't dare move. She could only watch as the unstoppable sword tide engulfed the battlefield. The 6-headed flood dragon reacted swiftly. All 6 heads opened wide, spewing blazing hellfire, forming a burning celestial river that sought to incinerate the oncoming swords. Boom! But his flames were shredded apart. The sword tide smashed into him, sending him reeling back. Blood and torn flesh rained from the sky. With each staggering step, massive holes were torn into his monstrous body. On the 7th step, he collapsed. The million swords had already pierced through him. A moment later, his 6 severed heads crashed to the ground. His demonic essence had been completely obliterated by the Taixuan frightening god sword intent. Above his lifeless corpse, a Grand Ascension demon core hovered, untouched. Silence. Cultivators and demons alike stared in stunned disbelief. The unstoppable Demon King had just died. Whoosh! Without pause, the million swords turned, streaking back toward the Taixuan Empire, breaking the stunned silence with their piercing sound. The sword sovereign of the righteous path? He belongs to the Taixuan Sect. A profound mind realm grandmaster shouted in exhilaration. Across the battlefield, countless cultivators erupted into cheers, chanting the sword sovereign's name. Even Lu Lingjun gazed up at the departing sword rain, her emotions tangled. On the battlefield, King Heaven Sect's sect master Liang Qinghai raised his sword high, his voice booming. Charge! With their king slain, the demon army crumbled, fleeing in terror. The battle had turned. As the year drew to a close, Guan wandered through the outer sect city, listening to the excited chatter of disciples discussing the sword sovereign of the righteous path and his legendary slaying of the 6-headed flood dragon, Luo. Street vendors had even begun selling figurines and paintings of the slain demon king, some depicting his fierce battle, others illustrating his gruesome demise. Staring at the images, Guan unexpectedly thought of Shenzhen. She was still in seclusion. If she had been present, she might have been deeply inspired by this event. He hadn't seen her in years, and strangely enough, he missed her not as a person, but for her storytelling talent. He didn't want Shenzhen to give up writing, as long as she didn't use him as inspiration for her next novel. Roaming through the city, he enjoyed hearing disciples praise the sword sovereign, feeling a secret thrill. Even the lingering worries in his heart were momentarily eased. The northern territory had been cleared of demons, and no other demon king on par with the 6-headed flood dragon had appeared. Everything seemed to be improving. Yet Guan knew better. The demonic cataclysm was still looming. Across the Zhejiang Empire's northern borders, demons continued pouring into human lands, from east to west, infiltrating territories bordering the demonic lands. Though their numbers weren't overwhelming yet, they were enough to pressure the sects. For now, the infiltrating demons weren't enough to shake the foundation of the 8 dynasties. That meant Guan could continue biding his time. After wandering for a while, he finally headed to the library hall to submit his latest book. Then something unexpected happened. Grand Elder Feng Shang approached him with a request. The sect wanted him to include the sword sovereign of the righteous path in shattering the void to glorify his image. Guan pretended to hesitate. Then Fengxing mentioned that the sect had prepared 106th grade medicinal herb seeds for him. At that, he reluctantly agreed. When Spring Festival arrived, neither Yalan nor Zhenqin returned. Guan spent the holiday with disciples, but something felt missing this year. An unfamiliar unease crept into his heart. Years later, when all his loved ones were gone, would New Year's still be a celebration for him? Or would it be a day of sorrow? Late at night, he arrived at Niancho cave dwelling, and the melancholy slowly faded. At the very least, Tian Yaoer would accompany him for 18,000 years. And if he could reach nirvana, she could stay with him even longer. Still, he had to learn to accept the impermanence of life. Only then could he truly walk the path of immortality. By the stone table, Guan and Tian Yaoer roasted lamb leg over an open flame. The warmth of their laughter filled the cave. Tian Yaoer was never short of things to say, making the atmosphere feel festive despite the isolation. Suddenly, she frowned and asked, "Master, I keep hearing a strange sound coming from outside. Could it be that a demon has found our cave?" Her face was smeared with oil and seasoning, making her concerned expression look oddly amusing. Guan chuckled and reassured her, "Don't worry. I know the source of that sound. It's just a guest staying on Phoenix Mountain for a while." Hearing this, Tian Yaoer finally relaxed. She took another bite of lamb before asking, "Master, where do you go when you leave the cave? Do you live among humans? I have other cave dwellings to tend to." Her eyes widened. "What? Master, you're not raising other demons too, are you?" "A few, but none as strong as you." She narrowed her eyes. "Are any of them female demons?" Guan laughed. "How could they be? They haven't even developed human forms yet." Tian Yaoer beamed with relief, but her expression quickly changed as she asked, "Master, do you have a Dao companion?" Guan raised an eyebrow. "Where did you learn about Dao companions?" "From the books you left behind." "So, do you?" Guan casually replied, "Of course not." Tian Yaoer grinned only to be crushed by his next words. "But there are a few women who might become my Dao companion. Honestly, I'm a bit troubled over who to choose." Tian Yaoer put down her food, wiped her face, and asked seriously, "Master, what about me?" Guan gave her an unimpressed look. "You want to climb the ranks, huh?" "No, it's just, based on the books, I think I fit the standards. And I would never betray you like the Dao companions in those stories. I swear, I'd follow you in life and death, with circumflex." Guan sighed internally. "Follow me in life and death? I plan to live forever. I don't want to die with you." His goal was immortality, surpassing even the heavens themselves. He flicked her forehead and said, "Focus on cultivation, little demon. Whether human or demon, training should always come first. Emotions are just a secondary pursuit." Tian Yaoer pouted. "Fine, but what kind of Dao companion would you even want?" Guan smirked. "I was joking earlier. I don't plan to have a Dao companion. Watching someone die before you, what's the point in that?" Tian Yaoer thought about it and nodded. "That actually makes sense. Good. I let you read books to learn about the world, not to dwell on romance. Got it? No romance? But if you change your mind, I'm always available." Guan instinctively glanced downward, but quickly looked away. He swiftly changed the subject to cultivation techniques, and though Tian Yaoer pouted, she still listened carefully. After all, she only got to see Guan twice a month, and she cherished every second. With the Sword Sovereign's name spreading across the world, the Taixuan Sect wasted no time. A wave of demon-slaying missions was issued, and more disciples descended the mountain to protect the people. In Xian Valley, Guan sat in his tower, weaving a new robe. Unlike most cultivators, he didn't need to meditate to absorb spiritual energy, so he had plenty of time for his hobbies. This time, he needed a new outfit because he was going down the mountain. 1 to slay demons and help the people. 2 to gather more lifespan and reach 10 million years faster. Once finished, Guan donned a deep purple robe embroidered with a dark red phoenix, strapped the Qinghong sword to his waist, and put on a theatrical mask and a bamboo hat. Checking himself with divine sense, he smirked. Perfect. Just like a wandering swordsman. With that, he vanished into the wilderness. In a forest hundreds of miles away, a battle raged. A convoy of guards struggled against a swarm of monstrous beasts, protecting a mother and child inside a carriage. The guards were martial artists, not cultivators, and were clearly outmatched. Just as despair set in, a gust of wind swept through. A lone figure leaped from the treetops, moving like a phantom, his sword flashing like lightning. In 3 seconds, 9 monsters lay dead. The guards barely caught a glimpse of his dark red phoenix embroidery before he vanished into the night. Incredible. He must be a cultivator. I didn't even see how he moved. Hearing their odd whispers, Guan smiled beneath his mask. This feels even better than slaying the 6-headed flood dragon. As the shadowy figures carrying the coffin approached, Yalan furrowed her brows. The other disciples did the same. None of them could see through the aura of these figures, which sent a chill down their spines. These newcomers were none other than the 13 fiends of the 9 Nether Path. Under the darkness of night, they appeared like 13 ghostly apparitions, terrifying beyond words. "We are disciples of the Taixuan Sect's Law Enforcement Hall. What do you intend to do?" A male disciple called out sternly. Within the Taixuan Empire, being a disciple of the Taixuan Sect gave them confidence to stand their ground. However, the 13 fiends of the 9 Nether Path remained unfazed, continuing to advance. The Law Enforcement Hall disciples were forced to retreat. "Enough. Don't scare them. Let them leave quickly." A weak voice sounded from within the coffin. Zhen Qin's eyes widened as she blurted out, "Senior brother Sohan?" The law enforcement hall disciples gasped in shock and hastily backed away. Even Yian's expression turned grave. Sohan's name was infamous across the cultivation world not for heroism, but for his fearsome reputation. "So it's your junior sister. No wonder you want to let them go. Fine, get lost then." A shadowy figure sneered. Zhen Qin wanted to say more, but Yalan stopped her. Without further delay, she led the disciples away without another word. As they departed, Zhen Qin kept glancing back at the coffin, but she couldn't see through it. Just like that, Yalan and the others left swiftly. The 13 fiends of the 9 nether path placed the coffin down and removed the lid. Sohan sat up, his long hair disheveled, one hand gripping the edge of the coffin. Meanwhile, the 13 fiends spread out, setting up formations in all directions. Sohan watched as Yalan and Zhen Qin disappeared into the distance. His gaze was complicated, his thoughts unreadable. Atop a tree in the forest, Guan stood watching from afar. He held the Qinghong sword in his arms, his face hidden behind a mask. Only the ghostly glow in his eyes betrayed his presence. After observing for a long while, Guan finally turned and disappeared into the dense forest. With spring's arrival, everything in Taixuan Sect seemed full of life. The sky was blue, dotted with white clouds, and the scenery was picturesque. Inside the third medicine valley, Guan was picking medicinal herbs while an Xian followed behind, carrying a bamboo basket. Lately, Guan had been venturing out daily, saving people and slaying demons. Although his lifespan didn't increase rapidly, he still gained several thousand years each day. Of course, he wasn't just seeking out demons, he was also experiencing the myriad facets of the mortal world. "Valley Master, have you heard any news about my brother?" an Xian suddenly asked. She had been holding back this question for a long time. She knew that Guan was acquainted with Anhao, especially since he was close with Anhao's master, Liu Baitian. Guan continued picking herbs as he replied, "Last I heard, he was in Tianwei. Supposedly, he's set to marry a princess of Tianwei, though the wedding date hasn't been decided yet. He's currently in seclusion there." This wasn't a secret, it had already spread within the inner sect. As Taixuan Sect's top genius, Anhao's actions always stirred up rumors. The sect had even sent elders to discuss the matter, as they fully supported this marriage alliance with the Tianwei royal family. Hearing this, an Xian let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "What about the princess? Is she talented and beautiful?" "I don't know about her talents," Guan said casually, "but I heard she's quite beautiful. You know your brother, if she weren't good-looking, would he even be interested?" An Xian chuckled at that, her smile widening. She then began reminiscing about Anhao's childhood, sharing stories while Guan listened patiently, never once showing any signs of impatience. He was genuinely happy for Anhao, even though he himself had never been married. The thought of his disciple getting married filled him with joy. After gathering the herbs, the two made their way back to the pavilion complex. Guan had an Xian store the herbs in the warehouse before heading upstairs to read and relax. By dusk, he left the third medicine valley once again to resume his vigilante work. Time flew by, and Guan's 90th birthday arrived. Over this period, he had slain more than 12,300 demons, accumulating nearly 400,000 years of additional lifespan. His total lifespan had now exceeded 8 million years. Across the land, countless cultivators were also fighting demons and rescuing civilians. Though Guan had yet to make a name for himself, the thousands he had saved would never forget him. Sooner or later, his deeds would spread far and wide. The 8 dynasties continued warring, pushing towards unification, while the cultivation world struggled against the growing tide of demons. Yet no matter how many demons they killed, the number of demons in the 8 dynasties' territory only seemed to grow. The demon cataclysm wasn't a massive, simultaneous invasion as some had imagined. Instead, it was an insidious infiltration. Perhaps when the demon ancestor was revived, everything would change. Disguised, Guan walked along a mountain path. Along the way, he saw numerous refugees thin, dirty, and staggering forward like the walking dead. Even as they passed him, they didn't turn their heads. It was as if nothing in the world could interest them anymore. Guan had seen this many times before. Most of these refugees had lost their homes to demons, forcing them to flee toward other cities. But demons weren't their only threat, humans could be just as cruel. Banditry was rampant, with criminals preying on the weak. Guan had personally executed several men who had been assaulting women. Yet today, he didn't spare a glance at the refugees. Instead, he pondered a question. If he didn't have the ability to steal lifespan, how would he survive in this world? From sacred sects raising demons to plague the land, to commoners suffering at the hands of both demons and wicked men, the entire world seemed broken. Though he preferred to cultivate in peace, he also wanted to help where he could as long as it didn't put him in danger. As he walked, he continued thinking. Then, he sensed a powerful aura from the south. Snapping out of his thoughts, he sent his divine sense to investigate. From the 9th level of the Nirvana stage, his divine sense swept across mountains, rivers, and vast landscapes until it reached an endless blue sea. On the distant horizon, he saw a radiant white light. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a staircase of white lotuses floating in the air, constantly extending forward while the lotuses behind vanished. A lone deist walked upon the lotus steps, as if an immortal had descended into the mortal realm. A grand ascension cultivator. Guan finally felt a sense of relief. If he had to fight the demon cataclysm alone, he really might have considered fleeing with his people. One person alone couldn't save the world. If he drew too much attention by single-handedly changing the tide, powerful forces from the 7-star spirit realm and beyond would start investigating him. No matter how well he hid, he couldn't guarantee they wouldn't find out his secret. Having someone share the burden meant he could make his moves more discreetly. Smiling faintly, Guan quickened his pace and resumed his demon hunting. He didn't kill every demon, he saw only those that attacked villages and civilians. At his current rate, gaining hundreds of thousands of years annually, he would break through in less than 3 years. And he was very eager to reach the second realm of the immortal path. Looking at the stubborn-faced transformed demon in front of him, Guan's memories stirred. He recalled his time with his senior brother, Zhang Chunkai's memories spanning from youth to old age, representing an entire lifetime. This transformed demon was none other than Zhang Chunkai's son, Zhang Buku. The last time they met, Zhang Buku had still been a child, but now he had grown up. Seeing his current miserable state, Guan thought, if senior brother were still alive, he would surely feel heartbroken. Zhang Buku's injuries weren't inflicted by Guan. Before Guan intervened, Zhang Buku had been bullied by other demons. When Guan started killing demons, Zhang Buku had lunged forward, only to be sent tumbling to the ground by a single kick. He remained there until all the other demons were slain, only barely managing to stand. From the words of the rescued villagers, Zhang Buku had not committed any evil deeds. But why did this kid seem so determined to die? Guan raised the Qinghong sword and pointed it at him. Do you really want to die? Zhang Buku didn't hesitate. His face hardened, and he charged at Guan. Guan reversed his grip on the sword, pressing the hilt against Zhang Buku's chest while leaning back slightly, keeping his hands out of reach. Before Zhang Buku could make another move, Guan took off his mask and placed it over Zhang Buku's face. Instinctively, Zhang Buku stepped back and removed the mask. He was about to throw it at Guan when his eyes widened in shock. Gu, Shishu, martial uncle, he asked cautiously. Guan didn't mind exposing his identity. The strength he had displayed while slaying demons was powerful but far from his true capabilities. Besides, revealing himself was the only way to make Zhang Buku stop. Guan smiled. Do you still remember me? Zhang Buku wiped the blood from his face and said excitedly, of course. You once gave me a spiritual energy pill. How could I forget? Guan sheathed his sword and handed him a healing pill. Take this first and recover. Zhang Buku didn't refuse. He swallowed the pill and sat down cross-legged, beginning to circulate his energy while watching Guan collect demonic treasures left behind by the slain creatures. Arangob. An hour later, the two arrived at a small river. Zhang Buku crouched down to wash his face and clean his wounds. Once finished, he turned to look at Guan, who had put his mask back on. Gu Shishu, why are you dressed like this? He was no longer the naive boy he once was. After roaming the cultivation world for so long, he understood the Taixuan Sect's status. Within the Taixuan Empire, Taixuan Sect disciples were revered wherever they went. Guan replied, the world is in chaos with demons running rampant. I want to save people, but I also don't want unnecessary trouble, so I wear a mask to keep my identity hidden. Zhang Buku suddenly understood. He recalled his father's description of Gu Shishu, timid, cautious, but with a kind heart. Don't spread the word about what I've been doing, Guan added. Zhang Buku grinned. Don't worry, I can keep a secret. Besides, you just saved my life, why would I betray you? Guan ruffled his hair. How did you end up with these demons? Hearing this, Zhang Buku's smile froze, and he lowered his head. The night wind was warm, but Guan sighed inwardly as he watched Zhang Buku slumped back. He didn't even need to ask, he could already guess Zhang Buku's predicament. Born from the union of a human and a demon, raised among humans but gradually exuding more and more demonic aura as he aged, he would have been rejected by the human world. Yet, molded by Zhang Chunkai's teachings, he could not truly belong to the demon race either. Guan had overheard the demons mocking his impure bloodline. That meant even the demons did not accept him. I recently obtained a cultivation technique from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, Guan suddenly said. As a righteous cultivator, I can't practice it. Why don't you take it? He retrieved a book from his storage bag. Its title read, Demonic Shadow Divine Art. In reality, it was a method for cultivating the 9 extremes yin-yang body. Zhang Buku hesitated, staring at the manual in Guan's outstretched hand. At 66 years old, he had experienced a lifetime of rejection. Only this Gu Shisho had ever helped him without asking for anything in return. He stood up, conflicted. Guan shoved the book into his arms. Take it. And remember, don't tell anyone you got it from me. Zhang Buku took a deep breath and looked up. Gu Shishu, am I human or demon? Why won't either accept me? Guan raised an eyebrow. Who said no one accepts you? I accept you? As for whether you're human or demon, does it matter? Buku, your suffering isn't just because of your bloodline. The world itself is in turmoil. Think of those people trapped in the valley earlier. Could they control their fates any more than you? You're lucky. You can cultivate. That alone makes you better off than 90% of the world. Zhang Buku fell into deep thought. He recalled the suffering mortals he had seen. Guan continued, what matters isn't what you were born as, but what you choose to become. Zhang Buku took a deep breath. Thank you for your guidance, Gu Shishu. Guan worried that Zhang Buku might lose himself in despair, so he added, when your father was young, he always lamented his poor talent. He wished he could roam the world freely, explore every river and mountain, and reach the peak of cultivation to ask the heavens, do true immortals exist? What you have now is already more than what your father could ever dream of. Train hard, and the path of cultivation will show you your purpose. Jongbuku had a natural lifespan of 2,300 years. Even though he had demonic blood, his talent was not lacking. Guan patted his shoulder and tossed him a storage bag before leaving. Gu Shishu, where are you going? Jongbuku called out. To save others like you? Guan waved without looking back. Jongbuku stared at his retreating figure, admiration filling his eyes. He knew Gu Shishu's past, an orphan born into servitude. Yet compared to himself, Gu Shishu had endured even greater hardships. And yet, he still lived so freely. If Gu Shishu can move forward, why should I wallow in self-pity? Jongbuku picked up the storage bag. Just as he was about to call out to Guan, he realized he was already gone. He peered inside the bag, his expression turning complex. It was filled with the treasures left behind by the slain demons. His grip tightened, tears rolling down his cheeks. Yet, amidst his sobs, a smile formed. I'll train hard, Gu Shishu. One day, I'll repay you. I'll make you proud. Over the past year, many powerful cultivators returned from overseas. Their heroic exploits were spread far and wide, inspiring countless cultivators. The demonic cataclysm was terrifying. But as Panin had once written in Shattering the Void, the human race is indomitable. We will survive any tribulation. During this time, Guan lived a fulfilling life. When he wasn't gathering herbs, he was out saving people. If he encountered oppressed demons, he helped them too. Gradually, stories began circulating about a lone swordsman, a mysterious hero known as the Green Hero. At Xian Valley, Guan was sparring with Chu Jingfeng. Yalan watched from the side. In the end, Guan barely won. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he sighed. Fighting Chu without spiritual power is tough. Chu Jingfeng, panting, grinned. Your swordsmanship is remarkable. I don't mind losing. Afterward, Guan took Yalan upstairs, where they discussed the rising tide of demons. But no matter what, Guan was determined before the world united, he would break through to the second realm of the immortal path. Dark clouds churned in the sky, casting the land below into shadow. Rivers of molten lava crisscrossed the cracked earth, making it look like the surface itself was splitting apart. The air was thick with scorching heat, and demonic mist, laced with sparks of fire, surged across the terrain. A vast volcanic range stretched endlessly, with some volcanoes still actively erupting. In the mountains, countless demons roamed, and even fish-like creatures leapt from the lava, their movements stirring submerged bones to the surface. Atop a towering volcano sat an altar, and on that altar, a black-robed man meditated. His robe was oversized, and his long, wild hair made it seem as if he occupied a third of the altar's space. Emerging from beneath his robe was a serpent's tail covered in black scales, draped over the edge of the altar. In front of him stood a massive skeletal frame, upon which rested a bronze mirror. The mirror was filled with swirling demonic energy, its surface rippling as if countless evil spirits were struggling to break free. Suddenly, a tiger-headed humanoid demon soared through the air, stepping off a demonic cloud as he landed beside the altar. Master Demon Scholar, His Majesty the Demon Emperor is preparing to enter the demon ancestor's tomb. He wishes to know if you will accompany him. The Demon Scholar, second in authority only to the Demon Emperor, responded lazily, Tell His Majesty I am at a critical juncture in my divinations. I cannot leave. The tiger-headed demon hesitated before pressing on. His Majesty also asks if the demon ancestor regains his consciousness ahead of time, what should he do? The Demon Scholar fell silent. His serpent's tail, which had been lazily swaying, suddenly stilled. The tiger-headed demon grew even more nervous. After a long pause, the Demon Scholar murmured, If he truly regains his mind, tell His Majesty to destroy him. Understood. The tiger-headed demon, relieved, bowed and quickly departed. Once he had disappeared into the horizon, the Demon Scholar slowly raised his head. His face was terrifying, half of it was stripped to bare bone, with only a single bloodshot eye remaining. Two fangs, as sharp as daggers, jutted from his mouth. Staring into the bronze mirror, he muttered, Why, has the fate of the heavens changed? Guan climbed to the third floor and approached Elder Sulu. Another batch of overseas disciples has returned, including a Supreme Elder. Have any ocean maps been brought back? Elder Sulu looked up with a knowing smile. This is the third time you've asked. Well, you're in luck. He opened a drawer and retrieved a jade slip. The map is here. You can read it with your divine sense, but you can't take it out of the library. Thank you, Elder. Guan expressed his gratitude and took the jade slip to a nearby seat. He wasn't worried about being suspected if anyone questioned him, he could simply use his Panin identity as an excuse. Collecting research for my book completely reasonable? Currently, his lifespan has reached 9.95 million years. He was just 50,000 years away from breaking through 10 million years. At his level, that was no longer a problem. If he waited another month, he could accumulate it naturally. If he wanted to speed things up, he could simply head to the star-seizing celestial realm and collect natural treasures. Guan injected his divine sense into the jade slip. Immediately, he saw the vast ocean, stretching far beyond the borders of the Taixuan Empire. At the map's edges, thick mist obscured the unknown. From a macro perspective, no continent larger than this one seemed to exist, only numerous islands of varying sizes, some as large as the Taixuan Empire itself. By focusing on a location, he could zoom in and see the ocean's actual surface, its rolling waves, and even the silhouettes of sea beasts swimming beneath. The cultivator who created this jade slip must have been extremely powerful, perhaps even a supreme elder. After an hour, Guan withdrew his divine sense. Standing up, he returned the jade slip to Elder Sulu. The ocean is truly vast, he sighed. Elder Sulu chuckled as he stored the jade slip away. You've been very interested in the sea lately. You're not thinking about running away, are you? Guan straightened his expression and replied righteously, of course not. I believe in Taixuan Sect. We'll survive the demonic cataclysm. Why would I need to flee? I'm just curious. Oh, you're not alone. Many disciples, even true legacy disciples, have been asking for ocean maps lately. Makes me wonder if Taixuan Sect is about to disband. Guan smirked. What about you, Elder? If Taixuan Sect truly called for an all-out war, what would you do? Elder Sulu smiled. This old bag of bones is already prepared to die for Taixuan Sect. I even have my tombstone ready. Guan couldn't help but feel respect for him. After chatting for a while, Guan bid farewell and left. That night, Guan traveled to the Xiantian cave dwelling, harvesting and replanting medicinal herbs. A few moments later, he appeared at Phoenix Mountain's Niancho cave dwelling. Nearby, Tian Yaoer was practicing the infinite free step, her body flickering unpredictably. Though her progress was remarkable, achieving true one-step 1,000-mile mastery would take many, many years. Guan only glanced at her briefly before turning to pick herbs. Noticing him, Tian Yaoer's face lit up with joy, and she immediately charged toward him. A fragrance filled the air as she wrapped her arms around him, rubbing her face against his chest. Guan sighed. Why is this girl getting clingier? Why do you suddenly smell so nice? Guan raised an eyebrow. Tian Yaoer giggled. I don't know. Maybe it's a natural fragrance? Do you like it, master? Guan pressed a hand against her forehead and pushed her away. It's acceptable. Now go back to training. I have work to do. His true priority tonight was breaking through 10 million years of lifespan. Tian Yaoer ignored his command and followed him, bombarding him with questions about his preferences. Guan responded absent-mindedly, his mind already drifting overseas, imagining even higher realms of power. Then, he sensed something. Pausing momentarily, he expanded his divine sense beyond the Niancho cave dwelling. In the distant mountains, a colossal creature stirred in the darkness. A group of cultivators was besieging a massive ancient beast, shaking the very ground. This primeval offspring had a turtle-like body, a volcanic mountain growing from its shell, and 3 serpent-like heads breathing demonic fire. Among the attackers, one familiar figure stood out. Ji Xuanyu. Why is she here? Ji Xuanyu had reached the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, and her companions, all 27 of them, were at least transformation stage cultivators. A profound mind stage cultivator stood on the sidelines, observing. Guan also sensed a demonic aura approaching the 5th level of the profound mind stage. Could these cultivators be from the 7-star spirit realm? As he pondered, the battle erupted. The profound mind stage demon engaged the cultivator, forcing Ji Xuanyu's group to retreat. Seeing that the fight was evenly matched, Guan ignored it and continued picking herbs. Finally, a notification appeared before him. Your lifespan has surpassed 10 million years for the first time. Unlocking the lifespan fusion ability. Lifespan fusion. Consume lifespan to break the rules of heaven and merge different techniques, abilities, and powers. The lifespan cost depends on the fusion. Fusion? Guan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Finally, I can merge my 5 elements techniques into a single supreme art. Faced with Tian Yaoer's endless pleading, Guan finally agreed to stay with her for the night. With his lifespan surpassing 10 million years tonight, he could afford to relax for an evening. Hearing his agreement, Tian Yaoer became even more cheerful. To celebrate reaching 10 million years of lifespan, Guan even returned to Xian Valley to fetch some lamb for a barbecue. This gesture deeply touched Tian Yaoer, making her believe he was commemorating this special occasion. As he grilled the meat, Guan's divine sense remained locked onto the battlefield at the edge of Phoenix Mountain. More and more demons were gathering, and the Grand Masters at the Profound Mind Realm, led by Ji Xuanyu, were struggling to gain the upper hand. Even Ji Xuanyu and the others were being dragged into battle. If this continued, things would only get worse. He wasn't sure whether these people were from the Ji family or the 7-star spirit realm. While these thoughts ran through his mind, Guan continued chatting casually with Tian Yaoer, ensuring she noticed nothing amiss. An hour later, the Profound Mind Realm Grandmaster was severely injured and had no choice but to retreat with Ji Xuanyu and the others. But by then, it was already too late. Guan lay beneath a tree, guiding Tian Yaoer in her cultivation. She practiced the infinite free step in front of him, and he occasionally offered critiques. But to her, this was sheer injustice. Her small mouth pouted as she protested. We were supposed to lie down and read together. Liar? Big liar. The more she practiced, the more her eyes reddened. Seeing her sulky expression, Guan found it amusing. Tonight, he intended to teach her a lesson. The more you desire something, the harder it is to obtain. That is the true meaning of life. It had only been a few years, and she was already overthinking things. How would she endure thousands, even tens of thousands of years in the future? Guan was moved by his own wisdom. Tian Yaoer was truly fortunate to have met him. If she had another master, she'd be doomed. Under the dark night sky, Ji Xuanyu, dressed in black, was fleeing rapidly. The desolate mountains were filled with demons and ghosts, and upon spotting her, they all swarmed toward her. Alpha and Beta. With her sword in hand, she unleashed the heavenly dragon suppressing demons aspect. A golden divine form appeared behind her, from which golden dragons surged forth, slaughtering the approaching creatures. Soon, she withdrew the technique and continued slaying demons with her sword alone. She had lost all sense of direction and could only run in a single direction. She didn't know how long she had been fleeing. As her spiritual energy ran dry, she took out a spiritual energy pill while running. But the energy it provided was nowhere near enough to sustain her in battle. Stopping at the base of a hill, she quickly arranged an array formation using small flags and talismans. Within 5 breaths, she had successfully concealed herself. Sitting cross-legged, she began meditating. Above her, demons swooped past without noticing her presence. But suddenly, the ground trembled. Stones bounced into the air, making Jisuanyu open her eyes with a furrowed brow. Looking toward the distant mountains, she saw a colossal figure looming in the darkness. It was a transformed grand demon, humanoid in shape but with the head of a lion. Its long, bristly mane writhed like tentacles, making for a terrifying sight in the night. "Little girl, where do you think you're running?" A cold, violent voice echoed as fierce winds swept across the terrain, kicking up dust clouds. The gale struck Jisuanyu's array, outlining its contours as swirling dust and debris revealed its presence. She gazed at the approaching demon with an unshaken expression, her eyes devoid of fear. With a soft sigh, a faint golden mark appeared on her forehead. Soon, the monstrous lion demon stood before her. As it crouched, its massive form loomed over her like a black sun. Its crimson eyes gleamed, its sharp fangs bared, and its pitch-black mane burned like the flames of hell. Then, the demon suddenly froze, its gaze shifting past Jisuanyu. The golden mark on her forehead spread, covering her entire brow in a complex, vein-like pattern. Sensing something, she turned her head. Atop the hill behind her stood a figure clad in violet robes, wearing a mask, his silhouette unmoved against the wind. She was stunned she hadn't even noticed his approach. "Who the hell are you?" the lion demon roared, slamming its massive paw toward the hillside. The sheer force shattered Jisuanyu's formation instantly. Flags were buried in the dirt, talismans fluttered through the air, and even her headpiece was blown off, sending her hair whipping wildly. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the earth. Even Jisuanyu, at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, had to shut her eyes against the overwhelming force. When the suffocating presence finally faded, she opened her eyes. The terrifying lion demon was reduced to half its body. Blood rained from the sky, clearing the demonic clouds and revealing a dazzling starry night. Jisuanyu's eyes widened in shock. This demon was unimaginably powerful. It had even devoured her void transformation realm companion. She instinctively turned toward the masked man. He remained on the hill, hands at his sides, as if he had done nothing at all. It was Guan. To avoid recognition, he had subtly altered his height, making himself taller by a head, let his hair flow loose, and suppressed his aura to near nothingness. He chose not to use the 9 extremes. Yin-Yang body news had already spread that the sword sovereign of the righteous path wielded the demonic shadow divine art. He didn't want Jisuanyu associating him with that identity. Jisuanyu quickly rose and bowed. "Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Why is a disciple of the Ji family in the land of demons?" Guan asked in a hoarse voice, making himself sound like a weathered man in his 40s or 50s. Slaying the demon had granted him 600 years of lifespan, quite the reward. Jisuanyu replied, "I was training outside under the 7-star spirit realm's guidance. Does senior have ties with my clan?" Without a word, Guan appeared in front of her and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Let's talk somewhere else." Before Jisuanyu could respond, her vision blurred. The long-distance spatial shift left her feeling disoriented and unable to move. Moments later, she felt solid ground beneath her feet again. Opening her eyes, she found herself inside a cave. The space wasn't vast, but the rock layers were distinct, and water trickled down the stone walls. The damp air filled her lungs, and glowing crystals on the ceiling illuminated the cave in soft, multicolored light. "You should rest and recover here." With those words, Guan vanished into thin air. Jisuanyu remained silent, scanning the area with her divine sense. The cave was over 1,000 feet underground, rich in spiritual energy perfect for recuperation. She didn't know the identity of her mysterious savior, but given his terrifying power, she understood that escaping was not an option. Still, he seemed to harbor no ill intent. If he did, this moment when she was at her weakest would have been the perfect time to strike. Sitting down, Jisuanyu crossed her legs and began meditating to restore her strength. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Guan returned to Phoenix Mountain, where Tianyao was sulking. But the moment she saw him carrying 2 jars of fine wine, her face lit up with joy. Ever since she had gotten drunk last time, she had fallen in love with alcohol. Half an hour later, Tianyao was completely intoxicated, passed out on Guan's lap. He gently patted her back, a faint smile appearing on his lips. At dawn, Guan didn't return directly to Taixuan Sect, nor did he go looking for Jisuanyu. After all, it would take her more than just one night to fully recover her spiritual energy and injuries. Instead, he headed south, flying toward the ocean. Activating the 9 extremes yin-yang body, he transformed into a demonic shadow, then used the infinite free step to swiftly leave the Taixuan Empire and enter the vast ocean. The endless blue sea stretched before him, and the sky above was boundless. His vision suddenly expanded, and even his mood became lighter. As he moved through the sky, he flickered across the sea of clouds, advancing rapidly. On the ocean, a large ship sailed swiftly across the waves. Lying on the deck was a man in blue robes, reclining as he read a book. Suddenly, he caught sight of something and abruptly sat up. However, when he looked carefully, he saw nothing in the sky. Strange. Did I just imagine that? He furrowed his brows. His interest in reading vanished. He stored the romance of the gods into his storage pouch and walked to the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance. The sea stretched endlessly, yet he could already sense the familiar aura of his homeland. A smile crept onto his face as he murmured, "A demonic catastrophe, huh? Another stepping stone for my rise to glory." Guan took over 500 steps before finally landing on a mist-shrouded island in the ocean. The island was vast but sparsely populated with living beings. Within a radius of 100 miles, there were only 6 islands, making it an ideal location for his breakthrough. He silently slipped into the forest and sat beneath an ancient tree, then immediately activated his lifespan barrier. Pulling up his status panel, he looked at his 10,010,000 years of lifespan, a smile spreading across his face. First, he had to upgrade his techniques. Guan activated the lifespan fusion function, attempting to merge the innate divine immortal art with 4 different elemental foundation cultivation techniques. Due to the significant disparity between these 5 techniques, forcibly merging them may not surpass the strongest one. Do you wish to continue? Huh. What was that supposed to mean? Would the fusion result in an average outcome? Guan cursed internally. Was this function trying to scam his lifespan? Fortunately, he had prepared for this. Over the years, he had slain countless enemies, searched their souls, and transcribed numerous cultivation techniques for backup. Without hesitation, he took out 4 high-tier techniques and started cultivating them one by one. He didn't need to abandon his current techniques or cultivate new spiritual energy attributes, he simply needed to run through the methods once to register them in his status panel. Half an hour later, his panel now contained 4 additional techniques. Originally, he intended to upgrade them individually, but he received another system prompt. The attributes of these techniques conflict. Choose to either abandon your current techniques and start over or forcibly integrate them, the latter carrying the risk of chi deviation and demonic possession. Good grief. Even with a cheat-like system, he could still suffer chi deviation? Guan had no choice but to activate the lifespan fusion function again, merging all 5 techniques together. This fusion will consume 500,000 years of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? 500,000 years. Guan gritted his teeth and endured the pain, selecting confirm. You have invested 500,000 years of lifespan to fuse the innate divine immortal art, infernal flame dark sky technique, golden light spirit body technique, vast earth unified chi art, and grand cold heaven method. Fusion successful. You have comprehended the 5 elements Dao art. As soon as the notification of a successful fusion appeared, an overwhelming flood of memories surged into Guan's mind, pulling his consciousness deep within. The spiritual energy of the earth rose, transforming the ground into a sea of energy. Multicolored spiritual energy swirled around him like a violent whirlwind, while the entire island's spiritual essence rushed toward him. The mountains and forests trembled, alarming the island's creatures, which fled in panic. Guan was fully immersed in the cultivation memories, oblivious to the outside world. An hour later, he slowly opened his eyes. Through the lifespan barrier, he saw the trees violently swaying, thunderclouds rolling overhead. It felt as if he had suddenly transitioned from morning to dusk. Recollecting the profundity of the 5 elements Dao method, joy filled his heart. The 5 elements method truly lived up to its reputation. The 5 elements could create heaven and earth. Though heaven and earth did not belong strictly to the 5 elements, they were still fundamental, forming the basis for all things, evolving into various attributes and laws. Through lifespan evolution, Guan had already mastered the 5 elements Dao method. The intricacies of the technique were so profound that even a long explanation wouldn't do them justice. He reopened his attribute panel and invested 500,000 years of lifespan into evolving his 5 elements treasure body. One after another, notifications flooded his vision. When he saw a particular notification, a smile appeared on his face. You have comprehended the natural laws of the world for 350,000 years. Your body has been tempered by the true essence of heaven and earth. Your bone structure has transformed, and your 5 elements treasure body has advanced to the innate Dao body. For the next 150,000 years, he focused on strengthening the innate Dao body, though it did not undergo another breakthrough. As the Earth's spiritual energy surged into his body once more, Guan decided to continue investing lifespan, determined to undergo another transformation. He poured in 10,000 years at a time. After 370,000 years, his innate Dao body finally evolved into the mysterious sacred body. The influx of Earth's spiritual energy intensified, sending Guan into a euphoric state. Just then, a powerful divine sense swept over the island. Nirvana stage? Guan was secretly startled, so there really were immortal Dao cultivators hidden in the vast ocean. The continent he lived on was merely a small corner of the world. However, he remained unfazed. With the lifespan barrier protecting him, the intruder wouldn't detect his presence. A mere incense stick's worth of time later, the divine sense disappeared. Yet, more divine senses continued to sweep across the sea in the following hours. As the lifespan barrier began drawing in spiritual energy from farther across the ocean, the sea's surface erupted with towering waves, oceanic demons roiling beneath the tides. Not until noon did Guan's transformation into the mysterious sacred body finally complete. His perception of the world had been entirely reshaped. He could now sense intangible forces, and his physical vitality had grown immensely. With pure physical strength alone, he felt confident that he could crush a grand ascension cultivator with ease. He opened his eyes and saw that, in just one morning, his lifespan barrier had consumed nearly 200,000 years of lifespan. As more divine senses swept across the sea, Guan had no choice but to stop. Just moments ago, he had even sensed an aura that sent chills down his spine, meaning the owner's cultivation might be on par with or even surpass his own. The ocean truly was unfathomable. He feared that if he continued here, he might attract an even more terrifying ancient being. Time to change locations. Keeping his lifespan barrier active, he studied his attribute panel, pondering his next step. He could enhance his cultivation technique further or upgrade a divine ability or ultimate skill, but there was no need to improve too many combat techniques at once. Each of his divine abilities, spells, and ultimate arts was already at an exceptionally high level. Any one of them would be considered a peerless rarity in the world. By dusk, Guan finally left the island, swiftly heading east. Using the infinite free step, he traversed 500 steps before stopping on a small, uninhabited island, one devoid of demons, only inhabited by simple, unintelligent creatures. Activating the lifespan barrier, he sat down and reopened his attribute panel. He invested 200,000 years of lifespan into his 5 elements Deo method. No breakthrough. He added another 200,000 years. Still no breakthrough. Gritting his teeth, he invested 300,000 more years. Finally, his 5 elements Deo method evolved into the heaven and earth primordial technique. Mastery level, perfected. Total cost, 700,000 years of lifespan. Additionally, the heaven and earth primordial technique awakened a divine ability, Palm Universe. Palm Universe allows the user to store heaven and earth within their palm, the capacity determined by their magical power. Checking his remaining lifespan, 7.7 million years, Guan sighed in relief. As the world's spiritual energy frenziedly poured into his body, his consciousness was once again consumed by inheritance memories. An hour later, he opened his eyes. Night had fallen. Without delay, he turned his focus back to his attribute panel. The innate wishful technique was his foundation, preventing high-level cultivators from peering into his secrets. Another 500,000 years invested? Unknowingly, Guan's actions had become bold and extravagant. Notifications flooded his vision until his innate wishful technique advanced to the universal form chi technique. Universal form chi technique. Not only does it enhance concealment, but it also allows the user to alter their aura to match their surroundings. If encountering demons, they can exude demonic energy. If facing devils, they can manifest devil chi undetectable. Additionally, the universal form chi technique awakened another divine ability, 9 transformations of heaven and earth. 9 transformations of heaven and earth, a shape-shifting divine ability with limitless potential. Just as the surrounding spiritual energy settled, it surged once again, sending waves crashing across 10,000 miles of ocean. As the storm raged on, Guan's expression darkened. What the hell is this heaven's 5 profound divine tribulation? Why is it so ridiculous? Thinking back to his past tribulations, he had searched the library hall but found no records of them. While others faced minor tribulations, his were horrifyingly catastrophic. He suspected it was related to his physique and cultivation method. Although improving his physique and techniques accelerated his cultivation, it also increased the difficulty of tribulation breakthroughs. Cultivation truly defied the natural order, but since he relied solely on himself to transcend tribulations, without external aid, he had no regrets as long as he could break through. Any amount of lifespan was worth it. 1 million years of lifespan gone? Not a complete waste, though his spiritual energy had transcended wood affinity, fully transforming into 5 elements power under the heaven and earth primordial technique. That alone made him several times stronger than before. While comforting himself, spiritual energy surged again. This time, his mind remained clear, so he continued investing lifespan into cultivation. Another 1 million years. Failure, failure, failure. Guan's expression turned serious, mentally picturing the catastrophic scene of failing the tribulation. You cultivated for 450,000 years, forcefully attempting to break through the scattered immortal stage. You endured the heaven's 5 profound divine tribulation, succeeded, and reached the first level of the scattered immortal stage. You cultivated for 500,000 years, reaching the 9th level of the scattered immortal stage. You attempted to ascend to the wandering immortal stage but failed to withstand the yin-yang 5 emperor's tribulation. Yet, seeing himself reach scattered immortal 9th level, Guan grinned with satisfaction. It took Guan 4 full hours to advance from nirvana stage 9th layer to scattered immortal stage 9th layer. Upon reaching the scattered immortal stage, his magical power multiplied, and at the same time, he felt many restrictions disappear, the very laws of heaven and earth that once bound all living beings. For instance, he no longer needed magical power to fly or dive into the ocean. He could even switch his physical body into a nascent soul state, passing through all innate barriers in the world. The feeling was indescribably marvelous. When he reached scattered immortal stage 8th layer, Guan sensed the entire ocean tremble, and in the far distance, Nirvana stage grandmasters engaged in battle, making him feel somewhat guilty. These past 2 days had made him realize just how vast the world truly was. So many powerful auras passed through this region. Lu Lingjun's failure to ascend earlier had not been a mistake. In a way, this world was akin to the spirit realm or even the immortal realm, a reality beyond the understanding of mortals. Compared to his previous life's Earth, this world was far greater than the Taixuan Empire. Guan recalled the way Lu Lingjun and the White Spirit Demon Emperor referred to this world, Heavenly Great Realm. But just how vast was this so-called Great Realm? Looking up at the sky, Guan couldn't help but wonder. Strangely enough, he had never actually tested how high the sky truly was. Back when he was at the Nirvana stage, he had extended his divine sense endlessly upward, but what he discovered had horrified him. His divine sense couldn't penetrate the firmament. The heavens of the Heavenly Great Realm seemed to stretch infinitely high, completely shattering the cosmological understanding he had built in his past life. Now that he had reached the scattered immortal stage, he could vaguely sense a mysterious force residing in the sky, something even scattered immortals dared not approach lightly. It wasn't the presence of any living being. It was more like heavenly might. Taking a deep breath, Guan looked away and turned his gaze toward his attribute panel, his expression firm. Since he had already caused such a commotion, might as well push his cultivation further. 1 million years of lifespan invested. Notifications flooded his vision. Failure, failure, failure. Guan remained optimistic. 5 million years of lifespan, surely enough to break through the Yin-Yang 5 Emperor's tribulation? I don't believe it. Yet, as soon as he thought that his entire 1 million years of lifespan was completely wasted in failure, still unfazed, he invested another 1 million years. And once again failure. But he told himself he was already a scattered immortal 9th layer grandmaster. His Dao heart was stable, unshaken by joy or sorrow. Third round 1,000,000 years of lifespan, invested. A few seconds later, Guan couldn't help but curse. F***. The discipline he had maintained for 91 years in the cultivation world was finally shattered, and his deep-rooted vulgarity from his past life resurfaced. RN. He no longer dared to invest another 1 million years and instead opted for 500,000 years. Heavenly Dao, have mercy? Wait, no. He was defying the heavens? Then, may Master Cheng Sun Dan bless him? Failure notifications continued to flood his vision. But when one notification appeared with significantly more text, his heart leaped with joy. It's here. You cultivated for 350,000 years, forcefully attempting to break through to the wandering immortal stage using the heaven and earth primordial technique. You endured the Yin-Yang 5 Emperor's tribulation and succeeded. Your cultivation has advanced to wandering immortal stage 1st layer. You cultivated for 355,000 years. Your cultivation advanced to wandering immortal stage 2nd layer. You cultivated for 360,000 years. Your cultivation advanced to wandering immortal stage 3rd layer. You cultivated for 440,000 years. Your cultivation advanced to wandering immortal stage 9th layer. You cultivated for 460,000 years, attempting to break through to the heaven-flying immortal stage, but failed to withstand the heavenly divine will catastrophe. For the next 40,000 years, he continued failing every tribulation attempt once every 20,000 years. Who? Wandering immortal 9th layer? Amazing? The earth's spiritual energy surged violently, and the resounding cries of the earth echoed like a dragon's roar, as if the heavens themselves were celebrating his breakthrough, filling Guan's heart with euphoria. Heaven rewards those who burn through their lifespan. Could heaven-flying immortal stage really let him fly beyond this sky? Guan pondered, filled with anticipation. Now, he only had 1.6 million years of lifespan left, not enough to risk another tribulation attempt. If he recklessly spent all his lifespan and died suddenly, that would be an utter waste of this life. Wandering immortal 9th layer should be enough, right? As far as the continent's known forces were concerned, there weren't even Nirvana stage cultivators on the surface. The demonic lands and 7-star spirit realm might have some, but they were hidden in the shadows. Perhaps the 7-star spirit realm had scattered immortals, but could any of them match him? Even if an ancient monster did exist, Guan could simply endure for a few more decades. When the 100 million year function unlocked, he'd power through everything. No way the 7-star spirit realm could outmatch his hard-earned cultivation. Wait, no, he wasn't cheating. His cultivation was the result of his own tireless efforts. Guan comforted himself with this thought. The earth's spiritual energy surged into his body at an unprecedented rate, and his lifespan barrier was now drawing in vast amounts of energy from all directions. Suddenly, a powerful wave surged from the west. A 1,000-foot-height tsunami erupted, and Guan quickly turned to look. Boom! His island was completely submerged before it even had the chance to resurface. The ocean roiled violently. Something had collided with the seabed, fracturing the underwater mountains, sending him plummeting downward. At that moment, the true power of the lifespan barrier revealed itself. It fell with him, but within its protection, he remained motionless, still absorbing Earth's spiritual energy. Looking through the turbulent seawater, he saw an enormous creature moving like a mountain range across the ocean, radiating awe-inspiring pressure. Ancient deep-sea whale, Nirvana stage 8th layer 87,808/150,000/180,000. An 80,000-year-old sea demon? No wonder people said the ocean was even more dangerous than the demonic lands. As he witnessed countless other sea demons lurking in the depths, Guan found himself intrigued rather than afraid. But just as his breakthrough reached a crucial moment, he closed his eyes, focusing entirely on comprehending the mysteries of the wandering immortal stage. Under the cover of night, Taixuan Sect lay in a state of peaceful serenity. Guan's divine sense expanded, covering the entire sect. Every hidden space within the sect was laid bare before his eyes, every cave residence, every secluded domain that functioned like miniature realms. Some of them resembled manifestation caves, though far smaller than the star-seizing celestial realm. 4 profound mind realm cultivators resided in Taixuan Sect. Among them were ancestor Xian Quan and Lu Lingjian, alongside 2 supreme elders whom Guan had never seen before. One of them, a woman, had a presence he vaguely remembered sensing in the inner sect library hall. Taixuan Sect's foundation was indeed formidable. His gaze fell upon Lu Baitian, who was diligently cultivating in his cave. Clearly, Lu Baitian had not given up hope. He was still striving to break through to the profound mind realm. Lu Baitian had always been kind to him. Guan considered secretly assisting him during his next tribulation. Satisfied with his observations, Guan returned to Xian Valley. With a single step, he arrived inside his pavilion, sat down in a chair, and stretched lazily. Home was always the most comfortable place. Closing his eyes, he began reflecting on the past 2 days. The wonders of the wandering immortal stage, the vastness of the heaven and earth primordial technique, the mystical transformations of the mysterious sacred body, too much knowledge to process at once. By the time morning arrived, Guan descended from his pavilion, led his disciples in their morning training, then returned to his quarters. His disciples hadn't noticed any changes in him. The gap between their cultivation levels was simply too vast. The commotion in the ocean had not reached the continent. Over the next 3 days, Guan no longer sensed nirvana stage or scattered immortal divine senses sweeping across the land, which brought him relief. N beta epsilon. On the 3rd day, Guan resumed harvesting medicinal herbs. His remaining lifespan was 1.4 million years, and just maintaining the lifespan barrier had already cost him hundreds of thousands of years. Thinking ahead to the next lifespan function unlock, he would need to accumulate 100 million years. Just the thought made his scalp tingle. 100 million years of lifespan. This wouldn't be achieved in a mere 20 or 30 years. At his current average yearly lifespan income of 200,000 years, it would take him 500 years to accumulate that amount. He needed to work harder to increase his yearly lifespan income. His morning was spent at the 3rd Medicine Valley, his afternoon at Horizon Valley, and by dusk, he arrived in the demonic lands to meet Ji Xuanyu. Deep within an underground cave, Ji Xuanyu, clad in black robes, sat in meditation. Her spiritual energy had recovered by 30%, aided by the spiritual energy pills she had consumed. Guan appeared out of thin air, standing 10 steps away, unnoticed by Ji Xuanyu. He observed her quietly for a moment before speaking. There's a powerful force inside you. When your spiritual energy is exhausted, this force helps restore your cultivation instead of weakening you. Ji Xuanyu's eyes snapped open. Recognizing his voice, she quickly stood and saluted him with cupped fists. Guan's tone was calm. I have ties to the Ji family. I want to teach you a divine ability. Would you like to learn? His offer was to pass on the Dao Gang vital energy, which had evolved from the heaven and earth Dao Gang. This power had originally belonged to Ji Xuanyu, stolen by Zhang Qiang. By returning it to her, Guan considered this a repayment for the kindness she had shown him long ago. Ji Xuanyu hesitated for a moment before asking, May I ask, Senior, what divine ability is this? Dao Gang vital energy. Have you heard of it? Her expression shifted, her eyes filled with shock and doubt. Guan's voice was soft. It seems you have. Behind her mask, Ji Xuanyu's heart trembled. She forced herself to stay composed and frowned. Senior, who exactly are you? Dao Gang vital energy is a lost technique of the Ji family. There is no existing inheritance of it. Before one can even cultivate Dao Gang vital energy, they must first master the heaven and earth tyrant body, and anyone who achieves that is eligible to be recorded in the Ji family's main lineage. You don't need to know who I am, Guan replied indifferently. You only need to answer, do you want to learn? Then I humbly ask for your guidance. Ji Xuanyu answered without hesitation. Guan flicked his sleeve. A gentle breeze swept toward Ji Xuanyu. Before she could react, she was frozen in place, her pupils reflecting an illusionary figure demonstrating various techniques. While Ji Xuanyu was entranced, Guan studied her closely. He was also curious about her. Besides possessing the innate Dao rune, Ji Xuanyu seemed to have other secrets as well. There was a certain steadiness about her even in his presence, she showed no signs of losing composure. Guan recalled the first time he had seen Ji Xuanyu as a child. Even back then, at just a few years old, she had seemed different from her peers, so much so that he had once wondered if she had been possessed by an ancient soul. An hour later, Ji Xuanyu's eyes cleared. Taking a deep breath, she turned to face Guan, her voice steady. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. How can I repay you? She was certain what she had just received was the real Dao Gang vital energy. It shared many commonalities with her heaven and earth Dao Gang, and she could already see how it might evolve. The man before her was beyond extraordinary. Perhaps the most powerful person she had ever encountered. Guan spoke casually. I ask for nothing in return. Since you bear the surname Ji, tell me, what do you think of the 7-star spirit realm? Truthfully, Ji Xuanyu was more important to him than the Ji family itself. Although the Ji family had raised him, they had also tried to cut off his hand in the past. It was Ji Xuanyu who had spoken up to save him. It was her idea for him to join Taixuan Sect, not the Ji families. And over the years, the medicinal herbs he had contributed had already repaid their kindness. This time, saving Ji Xuanyu was simply repaying his personal debt to her. Now that the Ji family was about to withdraw from Taixuan Sect, they would no longer have any ties to him. From now on, the Ji family would be strangers. Ji Xuanyu lifted her gaze, meeting his eyes. Her voice was calm and cold. A holy land in name, a demon nest in truth. Guan was surprised he hadn't expected her to see through it so clearly. She continued, it seems you, too, have your doubts about the 7-star spirit realm. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked me. Perhaps we stand on the same side. Oh, and why should we stand together? Guan asked, his tone laced with intrigue. Ji Xuanyu replied bluntly, I want to destroy the 7-star spirit realm. My power is too weak alone, so I hope you will help me. From that moment, a new alliance was forged. One that would one day shake the foundations of the so-called Holy Land. Gu Yu's arrival interrupted Guan and Lu Lingjun's game of chess. Since Lu Lingjun was also interested in Xian Tianyi, she asked Gu Yu a few questions about him. The conversation went on for a while before Gu Yu finally left. Noticing that Lu Lingjun seemed lost in thought, Guan knew she was thinking about Xian Tianyi. Without a word, he stood up and left. Just as he turned, Lu Lingjun spoke, after the new year, you should go listen to his lecture. This is a rare opportunity. Grand Ascension cultivators are hard to come by. Guan turned to look at her. Seeing the anticipation on her face, he chuckled lightly but said nothing. The lectures of a Grand Ascension cultivator carried immense influence. As winter deepened, more disciples returned to Taixuan Sect, and cultivators from other sects also began arriving. The name of Xian Tianyi spread throughout the cultivation world, and his legendary journey was unveiled. The strongest genius in Taixuan Sect's history. Formed his core at 20, reached nascent soul at 42, attained the transformation stage at 70, stepped into the void transformation stage at 100. By 200, he had reached the integration stage. Because his talent was too monstrous, Taixuan Sect had hidden his real age before he reached integration 9th layer. Only when he reached the peak of integration did he venture south in search of immortality, forcing the sect to suppress any mention of his genius, lest they invite catastrophe. Rao Thailand Body S. Now, after 300 years overseas, he had returned as a Grand Ascension cultivator. With Taixuan Sect publicizing his legendary feats, Xian Tianyi's name shook the world, eclipsing the 9 great cultivators. Most cultivators found his story unbelievable, some even thinking Taixuan Sect was exaggerating. When Guan heard about Xian Tianyi's achievements in the outer sect city, he also found it hard to believe. But, after some thought, it made sense. No wonder people said that if Xian Tianyi wanted the sect master position, Liu Baitian would have to step down immediately. In the face of such monstrous talent, Liu Baitian's contributions would mean nothing. He would have to yield. Though Xian Tianyi's cultivation speed defied logic, his return undeniably boosted the morale of Taixuan Sect. With New Year's approaching, the outer sect city was already filled with festive cheer. On a snow-covered morning, Guan left Xian Valley for the 3rd Medicine Valley. As soon as he arrived, he sensed 2 auras, one of them Grand Ascension stage. Xian Tianyi had arrived. Keeping his expression neutral, Guan walked toward his pavilion. Pushing open the door, he saw 2 people inside. One was Vice Sect Master Ji Hantian, and the other was a young man in blue robes. Xian Tianyi wore simple azure garments, his appearance youthful, making it hard to believe he was a Grand Ascension cultivator. He looked more like a young disciple. Guan, you're finally here. Close the door and sit. Let's chat. Ji Hantian smiled, acting as if this was his own pavilion. Guan didn't mind. He closed the door, stepped forward, and bowed in greeting. Before Ji Hantian could introduce them, Xian Tianyi spoke first. Your Panon. Xian Tianyi, Grand Ascension 6th layer 598/4800/5000. Guan was secretly surprised. 5,000 years of maximum lifespan, and he had cultivated this quickly? At this rate, Xian Tianyi would definitely reach Nirvana stage within 4,500 years, breaking through the limits of destiny and unlocking a new lifespan cap. Judging by his cultivation speed, Xian Tianyi's spiritual root quality should be at the level of a 5,000-year lifespan, though his physical body was probably inferior to Ji Xuanyu and Hao. However, his comprehension ability must be absolutely terrifying, coupled with unbelievable opportunities which led to his current achievements. Guan pretended to hesitate, then looked at Ji Hantian. Ji Hantian laughed. Just answer honestly. This is our sect's true legacy disciple, Xian Tianyi. He's not an outsider, he's Taixuan Sect's greatest pride. Xian Tianyi ignored the flattery, continuing to study Guan with bright eyes. Guan finally responded, yes, I do have a pen name Pan An. Hearing this, Xian Tianyi smiled. Your Romance of the Gods is truly excellent. Someone brought me a copy, and I loved it. I even mass-produced it and spread it overseas. Your book is incredibly popular across the ocean, far more than anything I've written. Guan cupped his hands. Thank you for your praise, senior. May I ask what books you have written? Xian Tianyi cleared his throat. Oh, my books were just casually written. They're nothing compared to Romance of the Gods. Ji Hantian chuckled and shook his head. His books? Not even worth mentioning. Guan grew even more curious. However, Xian Tianyi refused to reveal the titles, instead dragging Guan into a deep discussion about romance of the gods. Ji Hantian, realizing he was no longer needed, left the room, even closing the door behind him. Surprisingly, Xian Tianyi had no airs about him. As they discussed certain plot points, he became visibly emotional, especially over the scene of Neza slicing his flesh and bones to return them to his parents. In reality, Guan had expanded upon the original legend, adding more depth to the characters, which was part of why Romance of the Gods had become so popular. Xian Tianyi, fascinated, asked, "How did you come up with this story?" Guan answered casually, "In a dream, an immortal touched my forehead, and suddenly I understood." "Why only once?" Xian Tianyi asked, skeptical. "Well, after that, I never managed to write anything as good." Xian Tianyi nodded. "Your Taixuan Immortal Venerable and Shattering the Void are decent, but they still don't compare to Romance of the Gods." Guan didn't argue. Instead, he pressed, "So, what did you write?" At this, Xian Tianyi became visibly uncomfortable. Sensing his hesitation, Guan pushed further. Finally, Xian Tianyi relented. "Wait, you wrote Adventures of the Green Hero." Guan slammed the table and stood up. For a brief moment, Xian Tianyi looked nervous, as if he had been caught doing something wrong. But he stiffened and nodded. Guan pulled out multiple volumes of Adventures of the Green Hero from his storage bag. Seeing them, Xian Tianyi was visibly moved. "I love Adventures of the Green Hero. I've read each book at least 100 times." As Guan passionately praised the series, Xian Tianyi felt unprecedented joy. Finally, someone appreciated his talent. At that moment, Xian Tianyi had a profound realization. Panan was his long-lost soulmate. Overwhelmed, he suddenly stood up, grabbed Guan by the shoulders, and declared, "Brother? No, Guan, let's swear brotherhood. From now on, I am your elder brother." Guan was stunned. What kind of logic is this? Isn't this moving too fast? The new year arrived, and this year's spring festival atmosphere was livelier than ever. With Gu Zong and Xian Tianyi joining the Third Medicine Valley, excitement was in the air. Rumor had it that the true legacy first disciple had sworn brotherhood with the Valley Master. The 400 errand disciples were ecstatic, their gazes filled with admiration for Guan. Xian Tianyi constantly tried to pull him aside to chat about Daoist Sun Chun, much to Guan's frustration. By evening, Guan found an excuse to slip away, returning to Xian Valley to celebrate the festival with his junior martial sister and disciples. The disciples sat around the table, drinking and feasting merrily. Yelan and Zhen Qin started talking about the cultivation world again. Despite the efforts of various sects, the number of demons and fiends in the 5 dynasties had not decreased. Instead, they were multiplying, along with the rise of demonic cultivators and criminals. Many people believed that the human world was doomed. Some chose to indulge in pleasure before the inevitable end, while others resorted to murder and robbery, fleeing south across the sea afterward. In short, chaos reigned, both in the cultivation world and among common folk. As long as the demonic cataclysm remained unresolved, the world would remain in turmoil. Zhen Qin had once complained about why the mountain god did not intervene. Guan, pretending not to be the mountain god, remained silent. The mountain god already said it. Why should he protect humanity? If demons worship him, should he not support them as well? In the end, a race's strength must come from itself, not the favoritism of gods or immortals, Yelan remarked nonchalantly. Her time in the law enforcement hall had exposed her to too much evil, shaping her views on life. The more sins she witnessed, the more she cherished Guan, Zhen Qin, and Xiao Chuan. How many cultivators ended up lonely in the end? Simply having companionship in this life was already a blessing. Guan listened, occasionally adding his thoughts. No matter how chaotic the world became, he had no intention of shouldering its burdens. Still, he would sometimes descend the mountain to help those in need, as long as it did not alter the grand scheme of things. After all, he was unsure of the strength of the 7-star spirit realm. Even if he knew, he could not protect the entire continent alone. Otherwise, every catastrophe in the future would fall on his shoulders, and all enemies targeting the continent would come for him first. Just the thought of it gave him a headache. Zhen Qin brought up Sohan again. Apparently, Sohan had followed the 13 fiends of 9 Nether to Tianwei. Recently, he had absorbed the spiritual energy of a transformation stage cultivator, sending shockwaves through the cultivation world. Taixuan Sect had dispatched Grand Masters to eliminate Sohan, only for them to be gravely injured by the 13 fiends of 9 Nether instead. Guan speculated that the attackers were only wounded rather than killed because of their connection to the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. As the world's turbulence continued, Guan chose to observe from the sidelines. His targets were the Demon Emperor and the Demon Ancestor. When the demonic cataclysm erupted and the world fell into chaos, he would take the opportunity to eliminate them, cutting off the source of the disaster. The remaining demons and fiends would then serve as whetstones for the cultivation world. With acute news. The conversation stretched into the late night. Yelan and Zhen Qin decided to stay in Xian Valley for the night and leave in the morning. Yelan, however, made her way to Guan's private quarters for a more personal conversation. As they talked, Yelan suddenly blew out the candle. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" "Senior brother, I fear that catastrophe could strike at any moment. I don't want to have regrets before I die." "You again." "Senior brother, I won't be your Deo companion, but can't we just cherish the moment?" Junior sister, this isn't right between us. Senior brother, I really like you. Stop right there. Senior brother, don't make me force you. Bang, crash, bang. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed within the room. At dawn, Guan and Yelan came downstairs. Guan walked ahead, looking rather pleased with himself. Yelan rubbed her wrist, gazing at him resentfully. Last night, she had tried to overpower him, only to realize that she was no match. In the end, she failed to get her way, leaving her somewhat disappointed. But the memory of being pinned down by Guan made the corners of her lips curl upward involuntarily. So senior brother is into this kind of thing, Yelan muttered, beginning to understand Guan better. She discreetly rubbed her backside, counting how many times he had smacked her. After finishing their morning training, Yelan and Zhen Qin departed. Guan quietly made his way to the 8-view celestial realm. As he approached the spirit tree, Zhang Qiang, eyes closed, remarked, "Last night was Spring Festival, wasn't it? Sounded lively. I brought you some pastries the disciples made," Guan replied as he crouched down, taking out the pastries and some fine wine. Zhang Qiang opened her eyes, looking at him. "Do you like your junior sister yet?" she asked. "To say I don't like her at all would be a lie," Guan admitted. "But I feel like accepting her now would only hinder both our cultivation." "Oh? And why do you think that?" Zhang Qiang asked with interest. "Once someone takes up residence in your heart, you can't help but think of them. If a relationship is confirmed, affection turns into responsibility. Every decision must consider the other person, which inevitably affects cultivation. I don't mind being affected, but I want her to focus on her training without distractions," Guan said seriously. These were his honest thoughts. Yelan's aptitude was poor. She needed to cultivate the innate reincarnation technique to break past her lifespan limit. Guan could choose to accompany her for her final 100 years, but he didn't want her life to be limited to just 100 years. If love is true, does it matter how much time you spend together? Guan lifted his wine bowl and handed it to Zhang Qiang. She looked into his clear eyes, feeling like she was seeing him in a new light. So this kid was a romantic after all. Zhang Qiang countered, "How can you be so sure you'll outlive her? What if you die first? Then all her years of cultivation would only leave her with regret." Guan grinned smugly. "To be honest, I own 2 medicine valleys now, with an endless supply of herbs. Even if I don't cultivate much, I can use alchemy to extend my life for centuries." Centuries. Zhang Qiang chuckled. This boy's vision was too small. But for some reason, the thought of Guan perishing in a few hundred years while she continued chasing the distant path of immortality left her feeling inexplicably unsettled. "Come on, drink. No going home till we're drunk," Zhang Qiang suddenly declared, her expression stern. Guan immediately raised his bowl. Half an hour later, Zhang Qiang was still eager to drink. Sensing danger, Guan tried to excuse himself, but she grabbed hold of him. Zhang Qiang began forcibly pouring wine down his throat. To keep up appearances, Guan had no choice but to pretend he couldn't handle his liquor. This was spiritual wine, too much of it could certainly intoxicate a foundation establishment cultivator. In the end, Guan had no choice but to feign drunkenness and lie on the ground. Zhang Qiang sat nearby, watching him as she let out a sigh of relief. This brat is only at the foundation establishment stage, how can he drink this much? Her flushed face betrayed her inner frustration. She had nearly been outdrunk by Guan. A nascent soul cultivator losing a drinking contest to a foundation establishment cultivator? If word got out, she would become the laughingstock of the cultivation world. She continued staring at Guan, her gaze drifting, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Guan silently counted the hours. 3 more hours, and he would get up and leave. He had already gotten drunk once, and if Zhang Qiang still tried to stop him, he wouldn't hesitate to turn hostile. Time passed. Suddenly, Zhang Qiang crouched beside him and reached out, brushing his hair away from his face. Guan tensed up. "Wait a minute. This old demonic cultivator isn't eyeing my body, is she?" Guan felt ridiculous for even thinking it. Why were so many women interested in him? Was it just because he was a bit more handsome than the average person? Had these female cultivators never seen a good-looking man before? A soft whisper brushed against his ear. Why is this brat getting better looking? So strange. Upon reaching the wandering immortal stage, even though Guan concealed his cultivation, his demeanor and features still exuded an aura of transcendence. Zhang Qiang assumed that her perception of him had changed because she was starting to develop feelings for him. Sigh. What am I even thinking? She chastised herself. He's my disciple's grandson. Even if I'm a demonic cultivator, I can't be so shameless. She retracted her hand and sat down, falling into a moment of silence. Then, out of nowhere, she kicked Guan right in the waist. Guan cursed inwardly. What the hell is wrong with this woman? Why is she hitting me? Zhang Qiang kicked him again. Guan rolled away to put some distance between them, slurring his words as he mumbled, more wine, what grandmaster? I don't recognize you. You definitely can't outdrink me." Seeing him utterly wasted, Zhang Qiang couldn't help but burst into laughter. After that, she didn't try anything else. When the 3-hour mark arrived, Guan groggily got up, only to find Zhang Qiang sitting in meditation. Taking his chance, he quickly slipped away. Even though she didn't open her eyes, the corners of Zhang Qiang's mouth curved into a smirk. After leaving the 8-view celestial realm, Guan traveled to the Nianchu cave dwelling in Phoenix Mountain. He harvested some medicinal herbs before turning his attention to Tianyao, giving her a strict and thorough training session. He vented all the frustration he had bottled up from dealing with Zhang Qing on Tianyao. Tianyao, however, didn't think much of it. When Guan was about to leave, she suddenly clung to his arm, trying to keep him around. Frightened, he vanished on the spot. Back in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan found himself deep in thought. Was it the arrival of spring that made emotions run high, or was he just unlucky? Why had Yalan, Zhang Qing, and Tianyao all been so handsy with him? Fortunately, Lu Lingjun only talked big and hadn't actually treated him as a Dao companion. It was all a trap set by the heavenly Dao. It wanted him to get entangled in these women's affections, dragging him into worldly struggles. So long as Yalan, Zhang Qing, and Tianyao were around, they would inevitably encounter various troubles. If he formed a relationship with any of them, could he really just stand by and watch? The more he intervened, the more he would attract powerful enemies. Karma is a complicated thing, he mused. The higher one's cultivation, the more one must respect its consequences. The connections and relationships in the mortal world seemed coincidental on the surface, but they actually followed an intricate set of laws. As he pondered, he made his way to his private quarters, lost in thought about the nature of karma. In the distance, Xiao Chuan stood by a wooden fence, watching the spirit hounds he had raised as they wrestled. His gaze drifted toward Guan, who was ascending the stairs to his residence. For some reason, he suddenly found himself staring in a daze. Guan's figure, silhouetted against the light, gave him an inexplicable feeling, as if his senior brother might take off and fly away at any moment. The sensation was strange and hard to describe. He shook his head, chuckling at himself. Senior brother has sworn brotherhood with a grand ascension cultivator. He's already on a completely different level from me. I'm just living under his protection. One day, I will die, and he will remain as youthful as ever. Thinking about this, Xiao Chuan was filled with emotion. He admired Guan but held no jealousy toward him. He felt that his senior brother deserved everything he had achieved. And when he passed on, if the underworld truly existed, he would pray for his senior brother's smooth path to immortality, free of hardships. Uncle Xiao Chuan, the white spirit mouse has returned. An Xian suddenly ran over, pulling him out of his thoughts. Ever since the sevenfold purity tree had taken root, the white spirit mouse had become incredibly lazy, spending most of its time dozing beneath it. It rarely ventured out, but when it did, it would disappear for days at a time. Xiao Chuan often worried about it. Following an Xian's lead, Xiao Chuan hurried to the tree, only to find the white spirit mouse sprawled on its back, belly exposed to the sky. Xiao Chuan knelt down and gently rubbed its stomach. The mouse responded with a blissful expression. An Xian, standing behind him, couldn't help but complain, "Uncle Xiao Chuan, you spoil it too much. It's been gone for so long, and you're not even going to scold it." She had never liked the mouse's lazy and carefree nature. If it weren't for the fact that it belonged to Guan, she would have disciplined it herself. Don't underestimate it, Xiao Chuan chuckled. It has another name, treasure-seeking mouse. If it actually went out, it might have brought something valuable back. An Xian's curiosity was piqued. She crouched down and examined the mouse more closely. At that moment, the white spirit mouse cracked open an eye, spotted her, and without warning spat out a pearl. The pearl shot toward an Xian before she could react, striking her face and instantly dissolving into liquid that seeped into her skin. Everything happened too fast. An Xian shrieked and leaped to her feet, frantically touching her face, panic written all over her. Xiao Chuan was equally startled, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, the white spirit mouse grinned smugly before scurrying behind the tree. Hearing an Xian's scream, Guan and several disciples rushed over. "Hold still. Let me see." Guan's voice had a calming effect, and an Xian immediately stopped struggling, lowering her hands. The crowd stared at her face. Aside from a slight flush from panic, there was no visible change. After a quick inspection, Guan instructed Xiao Chuan to summon Lu Lingjun. An Xian was unharmed. In fact, she had just obtained a great opportunity. However, Guan kept this to himself. It was better to let Lu Lingjun be the one to explain it. Moments later, Lu Lingjun arrived. After studying an Xian for a moment, she broke into a smile. "You should be thanking that fat mouse." An Xian froze. The onlookers were equally confused. The white spirit mouse peeked out from behind the tree, baring its teeth at Lu Lingjun in an attempt to look fierce. Unfortunately, its plump body ruined any sense of intimidation. With grave NES. "Senior, do you recognize the pearl it spat out?" An Xian asked anxiously. Lu Lingjun was about to respond when a powerful figure descended from the sky. She turned toward the newcomer instead. The man was a formidable cultivator. He landed behind the crowd, his expression dark as he scanned the group. "Who owns that white spirit mouse?" An Xian instinctively clutched the hem of her robe. Guan stepped forward calmly. "It's mine. Apologies, Daoist friend, but my disciple has already absorbed the pearl. I'm willing to compensate you with medicinal herbs." An Xian looked at Guan, deeply moved. Lu Lingjun, on the other hand, seemed amused, watching the scene unfold like a spectator. The man was a nascent soul cultivator, and his cave residence wasn't far from the Third Medicine Valley. He had only joined Taixuan Sect 2 years ago and was unaware of the valley's significance. Seeing Guan's low cultivation, he frowned and said, "Compensate me with herbs? You're just a temporary valley master. How many herbs could you possibly offer? That water spirit pearl was an unparalleled treasure. Your white spirit mouse sneaked into my cave while I was away and stole it. This is outrageous." Lu Lingjun added, water spirit pearls are indeed rare. They enhance one's affinity for water spiritual energy. The nascent soul cultivator's anger flared as he glared at an Xian, making her even more nervous. Guan sighed. How about 26th grade medicinal herbs? The man hesitated, clearly shaken by the offer. He hadn't expected Guan to be so generous. The surrounding disciples were equally stunned. 6th grade herbs were unimaginably valuable. They handled them with extreme caution when planting, and just one seed was worth more than their lives. Seeing the man waver, Guan pressed on. My disciple here is An Wu's younger sister. Her aptitude is ordinary, so she's only staying here temporarily. If you can let this go, An Hao will also remember this favor. An Hao? Which An Hao? The cultivator frowned. Guan smiled. The golden ranking champion, of course. None of the disciples were surprised. This was common knowledge. An Xian, however, opened her mouth slightly, unsure of what to say. The man's expression shifted repeatedly before he let out a cough. Since that's the case, I'll accept the herbs as compensation. But keep that mouse in check from now on. Thank you for your generosity. I'll take you to retrieve the herbs. Guan led the cultivator away while the remaining disciples began discussing what had just transpired. Xiao Chuan reassured an Xian, who, despite feeling guilty, wasn't upset. After all, she had gained a rare opportunity, but at the cost of troubling both Guan and An Hao. Lu Lingjun huffed. That brat didn't even let me help. As a member of the Elder Hall, she could have dismissed the matter with a single word. This only made her view Guan in a new light. Despite his connections, his sworn brotherhood with Xian Tianyi, his close ties with the sect master, he never abused his status. Instead, he chose to resolve conflicts with sincerity. That kind of character was rare. An incense stick's time later, the nascent soul cultivator departed. Guan watched him go, lost in thought. Was this fate at work? If Xiao Chuan hadn't been so kind to the white spirit mouse, would the pearl have been spat at him instead? The Dao lecture hosted by Xian Tianyi proceeded as scheduled. Guan brought an Xian and Xiao Chuan to listen. He didn't gain much insight from it, but an Xian and Xiao Chuan, along with many inner sect disciples, greatly benefited. By the end of the lecture, Xian Tianyi's prestige had soared, surpassing even the sect masters, making him the most revered figure in the sect. In early summer, Xian Tianyi ventured to the border, slaying a Grand Demon King at the Grand Ascension stage and 3 Demon Kings at the Profound Mind stage. His name shook the 5 dynasties. With this feat, he was hailed as the strongest in the world. Of course, some still believed that the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path was superior. As for the Dao Lord of King Heaven sect, he had remained silent since his return. Xian Tianyi's actions greatly unsettled the demonic domain and reignited hope across the land. Thus, 2 years passed. Guan's lifespan had now reached over 2.5 million years. During this time, he occasionally descended the mountain. When he learned that the common folk had begun calling him the Green Hero, he was completely dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense was this? That night, Zhang Qing left. She was heading somewhere to reclaim something important. Guan couldn't persuade her otherwise and could only wish her safety. Beyond the 1,000-mile boundary of Taixuan Sect, Zhang Qing moved through the forest, her black robes making her look like a ghostly figure. Suddenly, she stopped, her brows furrowing. A shadowy figure loomed ahead. Zhang Qing's heart tightened. Demonic Shadow Divine Art. Has a hidden expert from Thousand Autumn Pavilion appeared? Wait. Near Taixuan Sect, a powerful cultivator who wielded the Demonic Shadow Divine Art. Zhang Qing immediately took out her magical weapon, ready for battle. If I wanted to kill you, do you think you could resist? A cold, hoarse voice echoed from the darkness, the voice of the mysterious figure. Zhang Qing took a deep breath and asked, dare I ask, are you the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path? Guan flicked his wrist, tossing a command token toward her. She didn't catch it. Instead, she took a cautious step back, lowering her gaze to the object on the ground. The characters Nightshade Sect were engraved on it. Zhang Qing's expression changed drastically. You're from the Nightshade Sect? Impossible. She looked at Guan in disbelief. The very same Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path who had opposed the Nightshade Sect was actually its leader. Guan spoke calmly, this is the Nightshade Sect leader's token. From now on, you will be my envoy and oversee the sect in my stead. You may do as you please, but do not allow the Nightshade Sect to commit further atrocities. At his words, realization dawned on Zhang Qing. So the Sword Sovereign had only assumed leadership of the Nightshade Sect after its downfall. He sought to reform it. She felt a wave of relief. As long as the Sword Sovereign was truly a good person, there was no need for her to be afraid. Why choose me? She asked. Guan replied nonchalantly, you've been in Taixuan Sect for over 100 years, coming and going freely. I even saw you at the Nine Nether Path before. Yet you returned to Taixuan Sect without harming its disciples. That suggests your nature isn't inherently evil. It seems like you're stuck in the mud, either because someone important to you is in Taixuan Sect or because you're avoiding an enemy. Zhang Qing's expression darkened, her eyes turning ice cold. She thought Guan was using Guan to threaten her. But that doesn't matter, Guan continued. What matters is whether you are willing to take charge of the Nightshade Sect. The Nightshade Ghost Mother and the 13 Fiends of Nine Nether will treat this token as my direct command. With it, you have the authority to act as you see fit. His tone was indifferent, as if he didn't care about her decision. Zhang Qing took a deep breath. I won't lie, I've made enemies of the 7-star spirit realm. That's one of the reasons I chose you. Zhang Kaiying's eyes widened. What? She stared at Guan in shock. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating her, while Guan remained shrouded in darkness. 3 months later, autumn had arrived, and the night carried a chill. Zhang Kaiying returned. In the 8 View celestial realm, she stood beside Guan, gazing up at the towering spirit tree. Disciple's grandson, I came back to say goodbye, she said softly. Guan feigned confusion. Where are you going? Zhang Kaiying smiled. I've thought a lot during my time away. Hiding forever isn't a solution. Worse, it could even drag you down with me. The 7-star spirit realm may be powerful, but they're not the rulers of the world. I'm going to build my own power and climb as high as I can. Guan hesitated, emotions flickering across his face. Zhang Kaiying caught his reaction from the corner of her eye and felt even more pleased. She grinned. The demonic cataclysm is about to erupt. The greater the chaos, the greater the opportunities. Perhaps in 100 years, I will be able to return to Taixuan Sect openly. When that day comes, I'll make sure you're the one to receive me. How about it? Guan finally spoke. Do you have to fight for it? In the cultivation world, if you don't fight, you'll eventually be trampled underfoot, Zhang Kaiying replied. Even if you stay safe in Taixuan Sect, what then? If someone wants to take your medicine valley from you, if someone wants to replace you, what will you do? Guan fell silent. She worried he might one day become hesitant and afraid, so she chuckled and added, if you won't fight, then I will. Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, you will always have a place in this world. Unless I die. Guan's heart trembled. He looked at her, deeply moved. Satisfied with his reaction, Zhang Kaiying turned back to the spirit tree and murmured, according to my sources, the demonic cataclysm is about to erupt in full force. Prepare yourself. This will be a catastrophe unseen in 10,000 years. Zhang Kaiying only stayed for a single night before departing again. Guan could sense a renewed fighting spirit in her, reminiscent of when she first regained her physical body, spirited and full of ambition. He looked forward to seeing where her path would lead. If she could guide the remaining members of the Nightshade sect toward a better future, it would be a worthy deed. As for Sohan and the Nightshade Ghost Mother, they were simply using each other. The Nightshade sect sought to reclaim their homeland, while Sohan needed protection. Who would emerge victorious in this game of survival? That remained to be seen. Everyone had their own path to walk. Even those closest to Guan, Yelan, Zhenqin, and Li Ya were busy with their own cultivation journeys, only occasionally visiting to reminisce. After Zhang Kaiying left, life for Guan continued as usual. Despite reaching the 9th level of the Wandering Immortal stage, he still found joy in tending to plants. His ambitions extended far beyond his current level. Since harvesting herbs himself granted him lifespan, he rarely used his clones for the task. As for dealing with visitors, he found such interactions rare enough to be a welcome diversion, something to personally experience rather than delegate. For Guan, every day remained interesting. Celestial Palace Mountain stood among vast peaks, its summit crowned by a massive palace. A long, unobstructed stone staircase stretched from the base to the peak. A path known as the Heavenly Ascension Steps, ascending them was akin to climbing to the heavens. Upon those steps, Sohan walked forward, bone sword in hand, his black robes fluttering as he gazed up at the figure standing at the summit. His face betrayed deep unwillingness. At the top stood Anhao, dressed in gold-trimmed white robes, a dragon crown atop his head. His gauntlets, belt, and boots gleamed with meticulous craftsmanship, exuding an air of nobility. Looking down upon Sohan, Anhao smirked arrogantly. The Hatred Heaven Divine Sword? Is this all? I heard you can absorb others' spiritual energy, yet even with your shortcuts, your cultivation speed still can't match mine. His voice thundered across the mountain, brimming with confidence. Sohan continued looking up at him, not in anger, but with complex emotions. At that moment, shadowy figures emerged from the forests below, silent and ghostly, rapidly appearing behind Sohan. The 13 Fiends of 9 Nether. Sohan raised his sword, blocking their approach. Li Sanayo said in a low voice, if you don't deal with him, you won't be able to devour the cultivators inside the palace. Sohan's voice remained calm. He's from Taixuan Sect, I don't want to make enemies with them. Li Qiu sneered. Then just injure him, no need to kill. Seeing the 13 fiends arrive, Anhao narrowed his eyes. Raising his right hand, he summoned a longsword out of thin air. Under the sunlight, the sword's blade shimmered with radiant arcs. Sohan frowned, hesitating. But the 13 fiends weren't waiting for him. They stepped forward, preparing to attack. Boom! Above them, the clouds churned violently, twisting into a massive thunderstorm. An overwhelming sword intent descended, locking onto Sohan and the 13 fiends. Sohan's eyes widened in shock as he looked up at Anhao. The previous calm vanished for the first time, fear crept into his gaze. Such sword intent, how is this possible? Sohan knew for a fact that Anhao was younger than him. How could he have developed such a terrifying level of sword mastery? To have mastered the Taixuan frightening god sword to this extent. What is your relationship with the sword sovereign of the righteous path? A voice echoed. It was the Nightshade Ghost Mother. At her words, the 13 fiends immediately stopped moving. The mention of the sword sovereign of the righteous path filled them with dread. Thankfully, they hadn't attacked yet. Anhao let out a cold snort. Why ask so many questions? If you want to fight, then fight. The sword intent in the sky intensified. The storm clouds above twisted into a colossal human face. Had Guan been present, he would have been pleased, and Hao's mastery of the Taixuan frightening god sword had reached new heights. Retreat, the Nightshade Ghost Mother ordered. Without hesitation, the 13 fiends of 9 Nether turned and descended the mountain. As they passed Sohan, one of them shoved his shoulder. Sohan followed, but he couldn't help but glance back at Hao. This was the first time he had seen someone who could make the Nightshade Ghost Mother retreat. His feelings grew even more complicated. If only I had a background like his, how different my fate would be. With that thought, he disappeared into the forest alongside the 13 fiends. High atop the mountain, Hao finally let out a breath. Despite his confident front, the 13 fiends had put immense pressure on him. Master is truly amazing wherever he goes, he's untouchable. Feeling smug, Hao turned and headed toward the Celestial Palace. Before he even reached the entrance, Yan'er peeked out from the doorway, her eyes sparkling with excitement. So your master is the sword sovereign of the righteous path, she whispered eagerly. Hao ruffled her hair without answering and walked straight inside. Guan sat on the steps of his pavilion, watching the disciples sweep fallen leaves. The vast and scenic Medicine Valley filled him with tranquility. The sky was clear, the wind was gentle, everything was perfect. Except, in the north, a powerful demonic aura was rapidly converging. With his wandering immortal level divine sense, Guan peered into the distance. A mountain, surrounded by countless demons, came into view. The mountain's summit was eerily flat, as if it had been severed by a divine sword. At its center stood an altar, encircled by grand demons. The weakest among them was Profound Mind stage, while one had already reached Nirvana stage. Guan guessed that this Nirvana stage figure was the Demon Emperor. But beneath the altar, an even stronger demonic aura was gathering. The demon ancestor was reviving. The demonic energy spread across the land, the skies churned with dark clouds, and falling meteors painted the scene like an apocalypse. He also sensed powerful cultivators lurking nearby, including several at Nirvana stage. Clearly, these were 7-star spirit realm cultivators, waiting for the right moment. Neither human nor demon. What a world we live in. Guan chuckled softly, his tone laced with irony. Retracting his divine sense, he pulled out Daoist Sun Chun's book and flipped through it. He had no intention of stopping the demonic cataclysm early. He would strike only when the 7-star spirit realm least expected it. Night fell. An Xian approached the steps and asked, "Master, why are you sitting here?" Guan smiled. "Just enjoying the moon. What about you? How's your cultivation?" Since merging with the water spirit pearl, her lifespan hadn't increased, but her ability to absorb spiritual energy had greatly improved. An Xian beamed. "I'm doing great. Thank you, Master. Don't worry, I'll work hard planting herbs to repay you." Guan chuckled. 6th grade herbs are worth a fortune. If you want to repay me, you might have to spend your whole life doing it. It's fine. As long as Master doesn't mind, I'm willing to stay in Medicine Valley forever. Unlike Hao, who roamed the cultivation world with reckless abandon, an Xian fully aware of her average talent had no ambitions for the world. Her entire world was this valley. With hundreds of disciples in Medicine Valley, life was never dull. She could occasionally visit the outer sect city, and she had no real worries. To her, life was simple and fulfilling. Guan looked at her bright smile and couldn't help but smile as well. Then I'll take care of her for a lifetime. Guan had never been kind to his disciples for personal gain. No matter how skilled they became, they could never surpass him. He simply enjoyed forming good karma. Helping those he cared about brought him a sense of satisfaction. As they chatted, an Xian complained about how the white spirit mouse had grown too fat, insisting it needed more exercise. Guan handed the mouse over to her, letting her train it however she liked. She was delighted. The next morning, a large number of Taixuan Sect disciples flew north, some even soaring over the 3rd Medicine Valley. The spectacle was grand, stirring excited discussions among the valley's disciples. Guan watched briefly before stepping onto a teleportation array. An hour later, Horizon Valley. Guan arrived and immediately noticed Lucien meditating on a cliffside, facing the valley entrance. Upon spotting Guan from afar, Lucien nodded slightly in greeting. Guan returned the gesture before continuing into the valley. 2 years had passed, and the world's power structure had shifted drastically. Now, only 3 great dynasties remained. Taixuan Empire, the most dominant, ruling over vast lands. Tianwei Empire. Dejiang Empire, the weakest, as they had stayed out of civil wars, focusing solely on battling demons and fiends. After collecting his medicinal herbs, Guan ordered 3 monkey demons to start planting new ones. At that moment, Luohan approached him. His Majesty wants you to focus on reaching the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment stage and form your golden core as soon as possible, Luohan said. He took out a jade box and handed it to Guan. His Majesty said that with your status in Taixuan Sect, there will surely be people willing to help you form a core. But just in case, he prepared this golden core for you ahead of time. He doesn't have time to return in person. A hint of curiosity flickered in Luohan's eyes. He was curious about Guan's current position in Taixuan Sect, but unfortunately, Li Sundeo's letters never elaborated. Guan stored the jade box in his spatial ring and instructed Luohan to pass his thanks to Li Sundeo. Then, Luohan leaned in and whispered, "What about the book?" Guan smirked and secretly handed him a book. "This is the latest volume of Adventures of the Green Hero, personally given to me by the Green Hero himself. No one else has read it yet." Luohan's eyes lit up with excitement as he accepted the book. Just then, Jiruole Ji Xiao's elder brother appeared behind Luo Hun without warning. He looked directly at Guan. You know Xian Tianyi? He asked. Luo Hun immediately stepped aside, giving them space. Guan raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask? Jiruole's expression remained neutral. Adventures of the Green Hero was written by Xian Tianyi. Hearing this, Luo Hun stiffened, suddenly feeling incredibly awkward. Without a word, he turned and slipped away. Guan nodded calmly. Yes, I know him. We've sworn brotherhood. Luo Hun froze in disbelief, turning back to look at him. Jiruole narrowed his eyes, carefully studying Guan. On the cliffside, Lucien also opened his eyes. The name Xian Tianyi was legendary. Today, who in the cultivation world hadn't heard of Taixuan Sect's true legacy first disciple? Jiruole stared at Guan for a moment longer before saying, looks like Xian Tianyi really likes your Feng Shanyanyi. Guan blinked. Feng Shanyanyi? What do you mean? Luo Hun, still nearby, suddenly spun around, looking at Jiruole with a deep frown. You're saying that Feng Shanyanyi was written by Guan? Jiruole nodded. Luo Hun turned to Guan in utter shock. This stunned him more than Guan being sworn brothers with Xian Tianyi. Guan, Pan An. Luo Hun looked at Guan, his expression dazed and lost in thought. His reaction annoyed Guan. What's that supposed to mean? Disappointed? Guan no longer feared the exposure of Pan An's identity. Forget about his cultivation, his backers alone were enough to deal with any trouble that might come his way. Sure, Guan had slain many powerful figures, but none of them had personal grudges against him. For now, the strongest enemies he could provoke wouldn't surpass the nascent soul stage. Even Lucien, who stood at a distance, was visibly shocked. Guan is Panan? He had always known Guan possessed extraordinary cultivation talent, but he never expected Guan to be this gifted in other fields as well. At that moment, Lucien once again felt his own mediocrity. He realized that true geniuses never flaunted their talent, they had no need to compare themselves with others. Jiruole glanced at Guan and said, My third sister wrote me a letter, asking me to look after you. She admires the fact that you refused to follow the Ji family when they left Taixuan Sect. Hearing this, Guan could only reply, I cultivate in Taixuan Sect. In times of crisis, I cannot flee. Besides, I don't even need to go to the battlefield. I must do my part in the rear. Jiruole nodded, a look of appreciation in his eyes. After chatting for a while, Guan excused himself and left. Watching his departing figure, Jiruole chuckled softly. To have formed a sworn brotherhood with Xian Tianyi, his cultivation doesn't even matter anymore. From now on, I have to treat him like a major figure. Luo Hun didn't respond. Instead, he mumbled. How the hell did he write Romance of the Gods? Adventures of the Green Hero, I can accept. But this. Sure, he enjoyed reading Adventures of the Green Hero and Deist Sun Chun, but in his heart, Romance of the Gods was the true masterpiece. The former satisfied his cravings. The latter was his ultimate pursuit. At the break of dawn, an earth-shaking demonic aura surged from the distance, alarming everyone in Taixuan Sect. In Xian Valley, even the errand disciples training under Guan turned their heads, their faces filled with fear. They had never felt such an overwhelming demonic presence before. It triggered a primal terror deep within them. Guan sensed it too. He spoke, his voice calm. Keep training. Hold your positions. If it's beyond our control, don't worry about it. Hearing his words, the disciples forced themselves to suppress their fear and resumed their exercises. Even Chu Jingfeng and Lu Jujia, who were also training, frowned deeply. This demonic aura far surpassed that of six-headed flood dragon, Luo. Six-headed flood dragon, Luo had once driven humanity to despair, yet now, an even more terrifying demonic force had emerged. How were they supposed to survive the demonic cataclysm? The demonic aura lingered, not dissipating for 7 whole days. On the 7th day, Guan arrived at Outer Sect City, where rumors about the demon ancestor had already spread. Did you hear? The founder of the demon race, the ancestor of 10,000 demons, has been resurrected. He's the true source of the demonic cataclysm. That six-headed flood dragon, Luo? He's just one of the 72 great demon kings. Above him stands the demon emperor, and now this demon ancestor has appeared. What are we supposed to do? At least we have Xian Tianyi, the Dao Lord, and the 9 great cultivators of the world. There's still a sliver of hope. Those people are strong, sure. But can they kill the demon emperor? The demon ancestor? Doesn't matter. Even the grandmasters have returned from overseas to help us. As cultivators, how can we fear battle? We will fight to the death, with no regrets. Even Foundation Establishment stage disciples in the Outer Sect were fired up, ready to fight at any moment. Guan walked toward the edge of the heavenly mending platform, where he saw Disya, the demon emperor's son. Surprisingly, Disya wasn't comprehending the sword but instead stood at the platform's edge, gazing at the sky, lost in thought. Above, dark clouds churned. The snowfall intensified as if trying to bury the vast land beneath it. Guan raised his hand, catching a snowflake. The moment it touched his palm, it instantly melted into wisps of white mist. Scattered immortal. Guan silently assessed the demon ancestor's cultivation. It was terrifying. If Xian Tianyi and the Dao Lord hadn't returned, humanity's strongest cultivators in the 3 dynasties would only be at the profound mind realm. How could they possibly resist a scattered immortal? Even with Xian Tianyi and the Dao Lord, the power gap was too vast. The demon ancestor could crush them like ants. As Guan watched, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly condensed into the outline of a colossal pair of eyes. Those eyes gazed down upon all beings, exuding an immense pressure. More and more people noticed the phenomenon, and as they looked up, an overwhelming fear gripped their hearts. Before these eyes, all life felt insignificant. A name surfaced in their minds. Demon Ancestor? The entire outer sect city fell into a suffocating silence. Then, a voice boomed through the skies. Humph. So what if it's the Demon Ancestor? I, Xian Tianyi, will slay him? Watch closely, younger generations, this world belongs to us. His thunderous voice echoed across Taixuan Sect, filled with unwavering dominance, shaking hearts and souls. Everyone who heard it was fired up, their blood boiling with determination. Guan also smiled. He had to admit Xian Tianyi truly had the presence of a savior. In this regard, Liu Beidian fell short. Liu Beidian ruled with authority. Xian Tianyi, however, carried an aura of absolute invincibility, a spirit that could uplift people even in the darkest of times. Guan could sense that Xian Tianyi had already left Taixuan Sect, heading north. He turned away. The endless tide of demons was surging southward. It wouldn't be long before the demonic cataclysm erupted in full force. Let them fight first. Only after experiencing true despair will they learn to cherish peace. At a stone table, Guan leisurely sipped his wine. Beside him, Tian Yaoer squatted barefoot on a stone stool, staring nervously at the cave's ceiling. Right now, an endless stream of demons was passing over Phoenix Mountain, heading southward. The tremors caused Nianchu cave dwelling to shake ever so slightly. Tian Yaoer turned to Guan, frowning. Master, I don't know why, but I feel incredibly angry. I want to tear something apart. I've never felt this way before. Guan felt it too. The demons of the demonic domain were losing control, going berserk. This wasn't just the Demon Emperor or Demon Ancestor's command. Something far more sinister was at play. A mysterious force was affecting the demons, but only those in the demonic domain. The three dynasties' demons remained unaffected. Guan was curious. What kind of power could influence so many demons at once? Could it be the Demon Ancestor's blood? After all, he remembered. The demons of this continent were all born from the Demon Ancestor's blood. If your cultivation isn't strong enough, you'll always be controlled by others, Guan said flatly. His gaze remained fixed on the endless horde of demons surging forward. No matter which direction Guan extended his divine sense, all he could see was an overwhelming tide of demonic creatures, stretching endlessly into the horizon. The sheer scale made his scalp tingle. Tian Yaoer shook her head and said, I don't want to be controlled by other demons. I can only let Master control me. Guan didn't respond. Instead, he stood up, preparing to reinforce the cave's protective formations to prevent Tian Yaoer from losing control and trampling his spiritual herbs. At the very battlefield where six-headed flood dragon, Luo had once waged war, numerous sects and factions had now established massive fortifications along the canyon's edge. Liu Beidian hovered in the air, gazing at the distant horizon with a grim expression. Across the canyon, demonic mist churned, blotting out the sky and sun. The world beyond was consumed by darkness, as if it belonged to an entirely different realm. Ji Hantian flew over to Liu Beidian's side, his expression equally solemn. This battle. I doubt we can hold out for more than a few days. Liu Beidian glanced at him and asked. Wasn't the Ji family planning to retreat? Yes. Most of our members have already withdrawn from Taixuan Sect. Then why are you still here? Because I am the vice sect master of Taixuan Sect. Anyone else can leave, but you and I cannot. Ji Hantian looked toward the distant battlefield, his gaze calm. His words were light, but they carried undeniable strength. Liu Beidian chuckled and shook his head before turning his eyes back to the horizon. The demonic mist surged, like an abyssal storm creeping closer. As the overwhelming demonic aura gathered, the sky and earth felt as if they were being crushed beneath its weight. In a dense forest near three pure mountains, Sohan sat beneath a tree, absent-mindedly stroking the bone sword in his hand. The 13 fiends of the Nine Nether Path were scattered around him, while the Nightshade Ghost Mother sat atop a coffin, meditating with her eyes closed. Li Sanaya spoke. Ghost Mother, all the Grand Masters of three pure mountains have gone to the northern battlefield. When do we make our move? The Nightshade Ghost Mother remained still, replying flatly. No rush. We wait until the battle erupts. Sohan looked up at her and asked. This time, who is our target? Li Yai, the Crown Prince of Taixuan Empire. The Nightshade Ghost Mother spoke the name without hesitation. Sohan frowned. He was well aware of Li Yai's connection to Guan. He asked. Why him? She replied indifferently. The Hatred Heaven Divine Sword technique has always been incomplete. The Taixuan Frightening God Sword, passed down in Li family, may help unleash its true potential. Although Anhao blocked us from seizing Celestial Palace Mountain, his appearance gave me a revelation. You must obtain the Taixuan Frightening God Sword as well. Its sword intent resonates with the power of all beings. Perhaps it will awaken the true might of the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword. Her tone was eerily calm, as if Li Yai's fate was already sealed. Sohan took a deep breath and said, choose someone else. There are other Li family members. I won't target Li Yai. The Taixuan Frightening God Sword is unique to him. Even Li Xinmiao of Three Pure Mountains doesn't know it. No, Li Yai is my martial uncle. I refuse to do it. Sohan's voice was firm, his stance unyielding, a rare defiance against the Nightshade Ghost Mother. She slowly opened her hollow, lifeless eyes, her gaze falling upon him. Even as a powerful cultivator, Sohan instinctively averted his eyes, feeling an inexplicable dread. The 13 fiends of the Nine Nether Path remained silent, watching him with amusement. The Nightshade Ghost Mother spoke again, her voice cold. If you refuse to target Liya, then you must prepare yourself. Boom! Before she could finish, thunder roared across the heavens. Startled, the Nightshade Ghost Mother, Sohan, and the others looked up. Lightning clouds surged, and arcs of electricity intertwined in the sky. Within the stormy clouds, a massive figure loomed. A hoarse, ancient voice echoed through the world. Deist longevity? It's time to settle our grudge. The voice came directly from the lightning storm. Far away in Xian Valley, Guan's divine sense swept across the entire 3 dynasties, observing everything. He noticed spatial disturbances emerging from the depths of numerous mountains. Countless demonic creatures were being teleported directly into the heart of the 3 dynasties. These teleportation arrays originated from ancient ruins and forbidden lands scattered across the continent. Guan immediately understood. The 7-star spirit realm was helping the demons? Those ancient ruins were most likely left behind by the 7-star spirit realm long ago. It was a meticulously planned scheme. The 7-star spirit realm had just played a masterful move in this cosmic game of chess. The world was in chaos. War raged across the land. From every corner of the continent, waves of demonic energy surged skyward, threatening to blanket the entire world in darkness. This winter was colder than any before. Wrapped in a straw raincoat, Guan roamed the mortal world as the green hero. Amidst the mountains, in a crescent-shaped small town, flames flickered, thick smoke curled into the sky, and countless black crows circled above. Within the town, screams, wails, and roars intertwined, echoing endlessly. Guan burst from the forest, soaring like an eagle, leaping from the cliff down into the town. From his perspective, the scene was one of sheer horror. Demons and ghosts ran rampant, massacring the townsfolk. Some unfortunate souls weren't even dead yet before the demons began devouring them from the feet up, a sight so gruesome it was enough to make one's blood run cold. In less than half a stick of incense's time, the only sound left in the town was the weeping of the survivors. Guan walked out of the ruined town. He shook the blood from his sword before sheathing the Qinghong sword. Even though endless suffering lay behind him, he did not look back. It had been 10 days since the demon ancestors' revival, and already, fierce battles had erupted in the northern borders of the Great Zhong Empire. Even now, Grand Ascension cultivators were engaged in deadly combat. But it wasn't just Great Zhong. Tianwei's borders were also under attack from waves of demons. Though the Taixuan Empire had no external borders to defend, the demonic chaos within its own lands was no less severe than that of the other 2 empires. Neither the demon emperor nor the demon ancestor had taken action yet. Guan was in no hurry. Judging by the current scale of the invasion, even if both of them were killed, the human race would still suffer under demonic attacks for a long time. Saving people while accumulating lifespan for Guan, this was a rare opportunity. Instead of using infinite free step, he chose to fly by sword, passing through countless Taixuan Sect disciples along the way. Unknowingly, the number of Taixuan Sect cultivators in Taixuan's cultivation world had grown to occupy 1/3 of the entire region. No matter where one went, Taixuan Sect disciples could be found, an undeniable testament to the sect's meteoric rise over the years. With a cute Bess. That night, Guan finally returned to Xian Valley. He sat at his writing desk, picked up a brush and paper, and began writing. Writing helped him cleanse the killing intent in his heart. Too much slaughter would nurture a bloodthirsty nature, and witnessing too much suffering darkened the soul. Writing allowed him to calm his mind. Though he walked the path of the wandering immortal, he had not yet attained the heart of an immortal. He was still shaping his Dao heart. No matter how high his cultivation reached, he was still just a man who had lived less than 100 years. A person's mindset took time to change. True immortals had all experienced thousands of years of mortal struggles before ascending. As the sun rose, the Taixuan Sect's bell tolled, summoning the inner sect disciples. Although Guan had already been promoted to inner sect disciple, he was exempt from most duties and only needed to focus on cultivating medicinal herbs. Guan arrived at the 3rd Medicine Valley, beginning his harvest of mature herbs. Suddenly, he sensed a great battle in the distance. Even though it was millions of miles away, the sheer pressure from the battle reached all the way to Taixuan Sect. One of the combatants was Xian Tianyi. Xian Tianyi was fighting against 3 great demon kings, all at the Grand Ascension stage. Guan could tell that 2 of them had only recently broken through. Was this the demon ancestors doing? Or was 7-star spirit realm manipulating things behind the scenes? A battle between 4 Grand Ascension cultivators was beyond overwhelming. Its impact shook the very heavens. Even disciples who weren't directly involved felt uneasy. Ever since the demonic cataclysm fully erupted, even those who didn't participate in the battles could still feel the terrifying pressure of such conflicts. Fear was inevitable. But Guan remained calm, continuing to harvest medicinal herbs. Between Xian Valley, 8 View Celestial Realm, 3rd Medicine Valley, Horizon Valley, Xiantian Cave Dwelling, Niancho Cave Dwelling, and Mountain God Dao Temple, Guan's annual lifespan gains exceeded 250,000 years with occasional surges beyond that. If the 7-star spirit realm made no further moves after the demonic cataclysm, Guan wouldn't actively attack them either. For him, the longer time dragged on, the better it was. After finishing his herb gathering, Guan was about to leave when he suddenly sensed something. His gaze shifted toward Outer Sect City. He gave a few instructions to Xiaochuan, then took flight toward Outer Sect City. Guan arrived at the edge of the heavenly mending platform and looked toward Disya. Disya was still comprehending the sword beneath the inscription Righteous Path. Over the years, Guan could sense that a sword intent had begun to form within Disya's body. A demon practicing the sword? A sword demon? Guan thought silently as he scanned the other cultivators on the platform, using lifespan perception to probe them. He was waiting for someone, or rather, waiting for a certain demon to arrive. After a while, a figure stepped onto the heavenly mending platform, passing right by Guan. Demon Master, Nirvana Stage, second level 30,90/90,000/170,000. Nirvana Stage, second level, Demon Master. Guan had long known about the Demon Master's existence. In the demonic domain, the Demon Master's status was second only to the Demon Emperor. To the Black Crow Demon Envoy, the Demon Master was an unfathomable figure, his cultivation unknown to most. The Demon Master surely had another name, but lifespan perception displayed his title, just as Li Xianmiao appeared as Xianmiao Genren. This likely had to do with name recognition. The world only knew Xianmiao Genren's title, not his real name. The Demon Master took the form of a middle-aged man in a plain robe, exuding an air of elegance and wisdom. He was handsome and refined, with no trace of demonic energy. On the surface, his cultivation seemed to be only at the core formation stage. He paid no attention to Guan, blending seamlessly into the crowd of cultivators. Walking straight to Disye, the Demon Master stood behind him, silently studying the inscription Righteous Path. After a long moment, he finally spoke. Such tyrannical sword intent. The sword sovereign of the Righteous Path truly lives up to his reputation. Disye's eyes snapped open. He turned his head sharply, his face filled with disbelief. Standing quickly, he faced the Demon Master and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" The nearby cultivators glanced at them briefly, but didn't pay much attention. The Demon Master chuckled softly. "Just came to see you, and take a look at Taixuan Sect." Disye took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew the Demon Master's true power. His father, the Demon Emperor, had once said, even if the 72 great demon kings joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat the Demon Master. That meant, the Demon Master's cultivation surpassed the Grand Ascension stage. Disye liked Taixuan Sect. He didn't want to see it destroyed too soon. The Demon Master scanned the heavenly mending platform, then smiled. Taixuan Sect is truly magnificent. No wonder it hides a heavenly fate. Disye frowned. Heavenly fate? What do you mean? He was cautious, fearful that someone might discover the Demon Master's true identity. The Demon Master laughed softly. In my divinations, fate has changed. But no matter how I calculate, I cannot determine why. But I did discover one thing. The greatest shift in fate has occurred right here within Taixuan Sect. Disye's expression darkened. You came all this way. What is your true purpose? The Demon Master grinned, his smile growing ever more sinister and cold. Neither he nor Disye noticed that someone had quietly left the heavenly mending platform. Guan stepped into a secluded alley, then, in the blink of an eye, he arrived at Xiantian Cave dwelling in the northern sea mountain range. He walked to the spirit calming tree, reached down, and pulled the heaven-splitting axe from the ground. Then, without hesitation, he vanished again, reappearing atop a distant mountain peak. Raising the heaven-splitting axe, he took careful aim at the heavenly mending platform of Taixuan Sect. Leaving such a powerful weapon to gather dust in Xiantian Cave dwelling was a waste. It would be far more meaningful to leave it as a legacy for Taixuan Sect. With precise calculation, Guan gently tossed the axe. It looked effortless. But the moment the heaven-splitting axe left his hand, it erupted with terrifying power. Space twisted violently. The impact sent shockwaves rolling outward, flattening entire forests and scattering clouds across the sky. Windstorms howled, making Guan's black hair dance wildly. He smiled as his divine sense followed the axe's trajectory. Facing Disye's questions, the Demon Master spread his hands and smirked. What purpose could I possibly have? I merely... Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. His instincts screamed at him to evade, but he was a fraction too slow. Boom! With a deafening explosion, an axe fell from the heavens, crushing the Demon Master in an instant. Blood and flesh exploded outward like a burst dam. Disye was instantly drenched in blood, standing frozen in utter shock. The surrounding cultivators were thrown off their feet by the sheer impact. Only Disye remained standing completely paralyzed. The entire heavenly mending platform trembled under the devastating impact. Everyone in Taixuan Sect felt the earth shudder, and their instinctive fear made their spines stiffen. Then, as they turned toward the source of the impact, they were left horrified. A massive black axe was now embedded in the heavenly mending platform. Beneath its gleaming blade, there was nothing left of the Demon Master, just a pile of mangled flesh, like crushed mud. The axe blade pulsed with energy, sending wisps of burning force into the air. At the base of the axe, blood-soaked bones began to emerge, revealing a white skeleton. The remaining demonic energy still clung to the charred bones, making it impossible to tell what race the Demon Master had belonged to. But one thing was certain. He was not human. Disye remained frozen, as if struck by lightning. One by one, powerful figures appeared out of thin air, including Ancestor Xian Quan, the Supreme Elder of Taixuan Sect. Xian Quan's face darkened, and he spoke in a grave tone. This was a demon, and one stronger than the profound mind realm. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. A grand demon infiltrated Taixuan Sect. Good heavens. I even glanced at him earlier, wondering why he was talking about heavenly fate. I never suspected he was a demon. But where did that axe come from? Does anyone in Taixuan Sect even use an axe? Then, someone carefully examined the lingering energy on the heaven-splitting axe and their eyes widened in realization. The sword intent on this axe, isn't this the aura of the sword sovereign of the righteous path? As soon as those words fell, all fear vanished, replaced by excitement and joy. The sword sovereign of the righteous path was still watching over them? The sword sovereign. Disya stared blankly at the heaven-splitting axe. The demon master's obliterated corpse filled him with terror. If the sword sovereign of the righteous path could recognize the demon master as a demon, then he could surely see through Disya's true form as well. Why didn't the sword sovereign kill him too? Was it because he hadn't acted against Taixuan Sect? At this moment, Disya's respect and fear for the sword sovereign reached their peak. One thing was certain. The sword sovereign was stronger than his father, the demon emperor. To slay the demon master in one strike without even revealing himself. Even his father couldn't do that. Xian Quan stepped up to the axe, reaching out to grasp its handle. He attempted to lift it. But the moment he touched the heaven-splitting axe, his expression changed dramatically. Summoning his full cultivation, he exerted all his strength. And yet, the entire heavenly mending platform shook violently under the strain. All eyes were now fixed on Xian Quan, the supreme elder of Taixuan Sect. His face was filled with unparalleled seriousness. Not even he could budge the axe an inch. Ancestor Xian Quan struggled for a long time, but no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not lift the heaven-splitting axe. In the end, he had no choice but to let go and step back. At that moment, everyone watching understood one thing. Ancestor Xian Quan was far weaker than the sword sovereign of the righteous path. They had always assumed this to be true, but seeing the difference with their own eyes still left them in awe and disbelief. Just how powerful was the sword sovereign's cultivation? Just then, the blade of the heaven-splitting axe emitted bursts of sword chi, slashing the ground and sending fragments of stone flying. The sudden shock made everyone instinctively retreat. Disya had now fully regained his senses, but his expression was complicated, his mind utterly shaken. The others assumed he was simply paralyzed with fear. Then, they saw it. On the surface of the heavenly mending platform, right in front of the heaven-splitting axe, appeared 2 lines of text. He who lifts the axe shall inherit its legacy. 8 words. For many present, their breathing quickened in excitement. Immediately, a sect elder stepped forward, reaching for the heaven-splitting axe. Guan had already returned. Standing at the edge of the heavenly mending platform, he watched as one cultivator after another attempted to lift the heaven-splitting axe. His lips curved into a faint smile. The heaven-splitting axe was forged from a million-year-old northern sea dark steel. Even Grand Ascension cultivators would find it unbearably heavy without using spiritual power. And Guan had also infused the axe with mystical energy and sword intent. Only a scattered immortal could lift this axe. No one in Taixuan Sect could do it, not yet. Of course, Guan wasn't deliberately making things difficult for them. Over the next several months, he would observe and choose a worthy inheritor. In the meantime, he had another priority. The complete eradication of the 7-star spirit realm. The heaven-splitting axe was one of the 9 great legacies of the 7-star spirit realm. Giving it to a Taixuan Sect disciple too soon would only invite trouble. Killing the demon master had granted Guan a massive surge of lifespan over 6,300 years. The white bones beneath the heaven-splitting axe had not turned to dust, which meant they were treasures in their own right. But with the axe suppressing them, no one could take them away. After observing for a while, Guan turned and left. Along the way, he could still hear disciples excitedly discussing the sword sovereign of the righteous path. Unaware that he had just walked past them, Ancestor Xian Quan approached Disya, his expression serious. Come with me. Disya, still covered in blood, snapped back to reality. Without resisting, he nodded in agreement. On a cliffside, Li Ya practiced his sword play. The northern sea heavy sword in his hands sliced through the wind, its movements swift and elegant. Unlike years ago, his swordsmanship no longer appeared clumsy. Instead, it had become graceful and refined. Nearby, Li family's ancestor hovered under a tree, his spirit form gazing into the distance, deep in thought. Finishing his practice, Li Ya turned toward him and smirked. Ancestor, what do you think? Have I finally mastered this sword style? If I unleash my sword's intent, even I can't predict its power. Next time I meet in Hao, I might not lose. But the Li family ancestor didn't respond, he remained distracted, staring into the distance. Annoyed, Li Ya waved his hand in front of the ancestor's face. Hey, I'm talking to you. Be quiet, the ancestor snapped. I'm watching a battle. Li Ya raised an eyebrow. What level? Integration stage. Hearing that, Li Ya lost all interest. Not worth watching, he muttered. The real powerhouses are in the profound mind and grand ascension stages now. The integration stage? I'll reach that soon enough. Then, his expression turned serious. I'm leaving the mountain. The Li family ancestor barely reacted. Go ahead. Li Ya hesitated for only a moment before turning away. Wait, the ancestor called after him. Where are you going? Back to Taixuan Sect. The ancestor scowled. Are you still worried about that Guan kid? What kind of spell has he cast on you? Li Ya didn't turn around. It's not about Guan. Taixuan Sect is in danger. How can I sit here cultivating while the world descends into chaos? What's the point of my training if I run and hide when the sect that raised me needs help? With that, he leapt off the cliff. The Li family ancestor remained where he was, silently processing Lia's words. Slowly, a smile crept onto his face. That brat. He's finally grown up. Word of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path's single strike slaying a grand demon spread like wildfire through the cultivation world. By the time it reached the front lines, the morale of human cultivators soared. According to Ancestor Xian Quan's analysis, the slain demon had been at the Grand Ascension stage. A grand demon's death was a monumental victory for humanity. Inside a great hall, Xian Tianyi sat at the head of the table, roaring with laughter. Ha ha ha, Taixuan Sect truly is impressive. For the Sword Sovereign to slay a Grand Ascension demon in one blow, he must be catching up to me. Sitting beside him, Liang Kenghai stroked his beard, smiling. Even though Xian Tianyi's words were arrogant, everyone knew. The Sword Sovereign's actions were a great boon to humanity. The assembled cultivators, all at least at the Profound Mind realm, praised the Sword Sovereign. Notably, Taixuan Sect Master Liu Badian was not among them. This meeting was strictly for planning strategies against Profound Mind and Grand Ascension demons. Since the demonic cataclysm erupted, humanity had faced a new crisis. Traitors. Some demons disguised themselves as humans. Some humans willingly joined the demons, hoping to secure their own survival. These developments complicated the war effort immensely. A Grand Ascension cultivator spoke up. Why not invite the Sword Sovereign to the front lines? His suggestion won widespread support. If he came, someone said, our burden would be greatly reduced. A black-robed woman, Supreme Elder Suexian of Taixuan Sect, finally spoke. The Sword Sovereign's identity remains a mystery. He only watches over Taixuan Sect. We cannot force him to act, nor should we manipulate public opinion to pressure him. The room fell silent. Then, someone speculated. The Sword Sovereign knows the demonic shadow divine art. He might have ties to Thousand Autumn Pavilion. If so, maybe that's why he doesn't reveal himself. Liang Kenghai interjected. Previously, the Nine Nether Path emerged, and the Sword Sovereign intervened. I believe he will act again when the time is right. Perhaps, he's waiting to see just how powerful the Demon Emperor, the Demon Master, and the mysterious Demon Ancestor truly are. As the discussion continued, the topic shifted to the Demon Emperor and the Demon Master. A veteran deist from Three Pure Mountains suddenly spoke up. Could the demon that fell to the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path have been the Demon Emperor or the Demon Master? The hall fell silent. Everyone frowned at the implications. Liang Kenghai spoke in a serious tone. This must be confirmed. Whether it was the Demon Emperor or the Demon Master, losing even one would shift the balance in our favor. Right now, we hesitate because of the unknown power lurking in the demonic domain. This uncertainty makes us cautious. But for a long-term war, hesitation is a weakness. Xian Tianyi stood up. I'll return to Taixuan Sect and investigate. I'll be back by tomorrow at the latest. No one objected. After all, Taixuan Sect's only known Grand Ascension cultivator was Xian Tianyi. They couldn't risk sending Dao Lord instead. Even Liang Kenghai, the alliance leader, approved. Without delay, Xian Tianyi departed. Xian Tianyi strode onto the heavenly mending platform. His arrival turned heads. Many inner sect disciples gasped in shock at his presence. This outer sect city had become a pilgrimage site. Some disciples came to witness the heaven-splitting axe, others to comprehend the sword. Most inner sect disciples had attended Xian Tianyi's lectures before, so they recognized him instantly. A hush fell over the heavenly mending platform. Even outer sect disciples, noticing the strange atmosphere, followed everyone's gaze. Silence. Xian Tianyi walked straight to the heaven-splitting axe. A young disciple struggling to lift the axe was shoved aside by his companion. Looking up, he paled instantly, then hurriedly backed away, bowing toward Xian Tianyi. Xian Tianyi nodded slightly before stepping forward. His gaze fell upon the inscription on the ground. He who lifts the axe shall inherit its legacy. His eyes narrowed. Such domineering sword intent. Just from this sword aura, he immediately realized. He was not the Sword Sovereign's equal. This revelation stirred even more questions in his mind. This person was definitely not a cultivator raised by Taixuan Sect. Why was he protecting Taixuan Sect? The most logical answer. He was hiding within the sect. Xian Tianyi's gaze shifted to the pile of white bones beneath the axe. He carefully examined them. Then, he extended his divine sense to investigate. More and more cultivators gathered, whispering excitedly. Even outer sect disciples soon realized. This was Xian Tianyi, the true legacy first disciple? Excitement spread through the crowd. Was Xian Tianyi about to challenge the Sword Sovereign's legacy? For years, Xian Tianyi had dominated as Taixuan Sect's greatest talent. But to many disciples, he still wasn't as legendary as the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. Why? Because the Sword Sovereign was too mysterious? Suddenly, Xian Tianyi's brows furrowed. His eyes widened in shock. This skeleton. It wasn't from a Grand Ascension cultivator? It belonged to someone even stronger? Xian Tianyi had wandered the overseas realms for years. He had encountered Nirvana stage grandmasters, demonic creatures, and even immortals. And yet, the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had obliterated a Nirvana stage demon with a single axe strike. Was the Sword Sovereign an immortal? Without hesitation, Xian Tianyi reached out. His hand grasped the handle of the heaven-splitting axe. Heavy. That was his first impression. Just then, Ancestor Xian Quan and Lu Lingjun arrived nearby. Both observed Xian Tianyi with interest. Lu Lingjian had previously tried lifting the heaven-splitting axe, but couldn't budge it. She was curious. Could Xian Tianyi do it? With a single hand, Xian Tianyi exerted his strength. The axe did not move. A flicker of frustration crossed his eyes. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted from Xian Tianyi, shocking everyone. The entire heavenly mending platform trembled violently. Some cultivators staggered back in fear. How terrifying was Xian Tianyi's power! Spiritual energy surged, forming violent gales around him. His robes billowed, flaring like battle banners. Xian Tianyi bent his knees, gripping the axe with both hands. He summoned all his strength. But the axe did not move an inch. Impossible. Bloodshot veins surfaced in Xian Tianyi's eyes. His pride burned. He had already accepted that the sword sovereign was stronger. But to be unable to even lift his weapon? Unacceptable? His eyes snapped open, his aura surging. His hair stood on end, as if charged with energy. Mysterious blue runes surfaced on his neck. This was his final trump card. Would it be enough? As Guan plucked herbs, a small smile tugged at his lips. He had heard Zhang Bukui's words. It gave him a sense of both satisfaction and accomplishment. Zhang Shixing, did you ever imagine that one day, I'd become your son's greatest support? His thoughts drifted back to decades ago to a time when Cheng Xuandan was still around, spending his days refining pills in seclusion. Back then, Zhang Chunkaio had been the one leading him, Li Ya, and Meng Lang in their daily work. But now, after all these years, out of the 5 original masters and disciples, only he and Li Ya remained. Time was relentless. Some people, some memories faded away, erased by the march of time. Golden leaves drifted through the valley. Sun De, Sun Er, and Sun San followed closely behind Guan, occasionally asking him questions. Unlike Luo Hun, Lu Xian, and Ji Ruolei, who rarely interacted with them, Guan always took the time to chat with them whenever he visited. He even brought them spirit fruits, this time a rare delicacy. Though the 3 monkeys were demonic slaves, Guan never looked down on them. Just like with Tianyao, he treated all living beings with fairness. To him, even an ordinary monkey demon had its own unique personality and charm. Who knows? Maybe one day, these 3 will find their own great opportunity. As they walked, Guan spoke of the demonic cataclysm, describing the horrors of both evil demons and wicked humans. Hearing how dangerous the outside world was, the 3 monkey demons immediately abandoned any thought of leaving the valley. They trusted Guan, they knew he wouldn't lie to them. Suddenly, Lu Xian appeared beside Guan. Valley Master, do you think humans and demons can ever live in harmony? He asked. Guan crouched down and replied, why not? Before the demonic cataclysm, humans fought among themselves just as fiercely. Survival struggles exist between individuals, but when it escalates into full-scale war, it's always because a handful of those in power have made the decision. Nigerian Nairo Epsilon. Lu Xian's interest was piqued. So, you're saying that this war between humans and demons isn't some inevitable heavenly tribulation? The 3 monkey demons also turned to listen. Guan smiled. If a mountain forest had no cultivators or demons, only ordinary beasts, would they bring about a catastrophe that destroys the entire forest? No. There would be fights for survival, but nothing that would upend the entire ecosystem. Lu Xian found the logic compelling. So, if the leaders of both races chose to cooperate, peace would be possible. Even if peace were achieved, the struggle for survival would never stop. But at least it wouldn't be this disastrous. Guan stood up and added, but these thoughts are meaningless. We can't change the grand tides of history. Thinking too much about it won't help. Better to focus on living the best life we can in the present. Lu Xian nodded, then coughed awkwardly. Actually, I came to ask for your guidance on the black tortoise tidal palm. Guan raised an eyebrow. You're the one who taught me palm techniques. How am I supposed to give you guidance? His gaze turned slightly cold. Lu Xian quickly explained, exactly because I taught you, I want to hear your insights. Even if you aren't stronger than me, a different perspective might give me unexpected inspiration. Guan found that reasoning acceptable. Fine, but let me finish my work first. Understood. Lu Xian quickly stepped aside. After handing over the herbs to the 3 monkey demons, Guan took Lu Xian into a pavilion. Without being told, Lu Xian immediately set up barriers around them. Neither Luo Hun nor Ji Ruolei questioned it. Even though they all served Li Sundao, they each had their own secrets, especially when it came to cultivation. After half an hour, Lu Xian finally left, while Guan prepared to depart. Watching Guan soar into the sky on his sword, Lu Xian's heart filled with admiration. This man is truly remarkable. He had nascent soul cultivation and extraordinary comprehension, yet he deliberately concealed his strength, choosing to play the role of a simple valley master. Lu Xian had investigated Guan's past. He had no deep grudges to avenge. Even the Ji family supported him. That means his patience and ambition are beyond what most people can imagine. Lu Xian respected him even more. A moment of glory means nothing. True ambition lies in immortality. He also thought of Li Sundao, the only person who knew Li Sundao's true cultivation. No wonder Li Sundao admired Guan so much. This is what it means when great minds recognize each other. Then, a funny thought crossed his mind. Neither of them actually knows each other's true cultivation. I wonder what'll happen when they finally find out. As winter set in, a major event shook the cultivation world. The Taixuan Sect had sent an entire demon army to reinforce the northern front. Among them were Grand Ascension level demon kings. At first, the world was outraged, accusing the Taixuan Sect of colluding with demons. But as this demon army crushed enemy forces, the accusations vanished, replaced by widespread excitement. Victory after victory boosted the morale of the Taixuan Sect. Yet, despite these successes, the crisis still loomed. The demonic horde seemed endless, as if no matter how many were slain, more would always appear. Apart from tending herbs, Guan spent most of his time descending the mountain to slay demons. His lifespan had already surpassed 6 million years. That winter, more and more disciples were sent out on missions, causing both the outer sect and inner sect cities to grow noticeably emptier. Meanwhile, Guan felt a terrifying demonic aura brewing in the north. A rogue immortal's aura. It must be the demon ancestor. Deep within the demonic domain, there might also be powerful cultivators from the 7-star spirit realm. So for now, Guan refrained from making a move. But the moment the demon ancestor descended south, if he dared to step into human territory, Guan would strike immediately. The 7-star spirit realm might claim to be a sacred land, but they wouldn't openly attack humanity. That night, Guan habitually scanned the world with his divine sense. His attention was drawn to a forest. There, Sohan was hiding in the underbrush, his breath weak and clearly injured. He was using a treasure to conceal his aura, but the 13 fiends of the 9 nether path were still circling within a 100-mile radius, searching for him. Did he offend the Nightshade Ghost Mother? Guan didn't intervene, he simply watched. For 7 days, Sohan remained hidden. As Guan roamed the mortal world, he continued to monitor him. To his surprise, Sohan was investigating Zhenqin. What is he planning? Guan narrowed his eyes. He wouldn't allow Sohan to harm Zhenqin. If Sohan dared to make a move, Guan would not stand by. Zhenqin hesitated for a moment before standing up. She walked over to Yalan and whispered, "Shishu, I've encountered a small issue while cultivating. I need to take off my robes for a bit, so I'd like to be alone in the woods." Yalan opened her eyes, concerned. "Do you need my help?" "It's nothing serious. You know my cultivation method is unique." Zhenqin smiled reassuringly. Seeing that her smile didn't seem forced, Yalan nodded in agreement. Shortly after, Zhenqin left the encampment. She walked deep into the woods, not stopping until she had traveled several miles. Then, she halted. Ahead, beneath a tree, a lone figure stood with his back to her. "Sohan Shixing, is that you?" she asked cautiously. The man slowly turned. His face was pale as a corpse, his once dark hair now completely white. His bone sword was gone. He forced a smile, a fragile, bitter expression. "It's me. Come here." Zhenqin hesitated but stepped forward. When she was just 7 steps away, she suddenly felt herself walking into a restriction. Her expression changed instantly. "Don't be alarmed," Sohan said calmly. "It's just my artifact. It blocks divine sense detection so the Nightshade Ghost Mother and the 13 fiends of the 9 nether path won't find me." Zhenqin sighed in relief. Still, she maintained a cautious distance. "Shixing, is there really no way for you to turn back?" Sohan let out a wry chuckle, his voice filled with sorrow. "Turn back? What road is there left to take? My hands are already stained with too much blood. Even if I crippled my own cultivation, my enemies would never let me live." Zhenqin sensed something was off about him. "Do you need medicine for your injuries?" she asked quickly. Sohan shook his head. "No, I came to see you because I have a favor to ask." Zhenqin frowned slightly. "What is it?" Before she could react, Sohan suddenly moved. His right hand pressed against her forehead. Her eyes widened in shock, terror flooding her gaze. She realized she couldn't move. In that moment, Sohan's expression turned icy cold. Shixing. Zhenqin managed to choke out 2 words. Before she could say more, a powerful surge of spiritual energy invaded her body, silencing her completely. In a distant town, Guan paused mid-swing, his sword slicing through a demon. A frown formed on his face. His expression grew complicated. After a moment, he turned away and continued slaying demons. All around him, other cultivators were also engaged in battle. In the forest, Sohan gazed at Zhenqin's fearful eyes and spoke softly. "Don't be afraid, Shimei. I won't hurt you. But I have nowhere left to go. I will die soon. Before that, I will pass all my cultivation to you, to change your fate." Zhenqin's pupils dilated. Memories of the outer sect city surged in her mind. Back then, when the sect tried to sacrifice its disciples, Sohan had fought desperately to protect her, helping her escape. That debt of gratitude had never left her mind. No matter how much evil Sohan had committed, he had never wronged her. Everyone could condemn him, but she could not. "The Nightshade Ghost Mother taught me the reverse fate divine art. She wanted me to enter the 9 nether path, but I never understood her true intentions. But one thing is certain, I will not have a good ending. In that hidden realm, I managed to steal a grand ascension artifact, breaking free from them. But I was severely wounded in the process. My time is short." Sohan smiled bitterly. "The hatred heaven divine sword ends with me. I spent my life seeking revenge, yet I still don't know who my true enemies are. But after all these years, I finally understand anyone who wields this sword is destined to make countless enemies. Maybe I've already completed my revenge without realizing it." He looked into her tear-filled eyes and continued. "Shimei, you and I were born ordinary. In the cultivation world, we are no different from ants. The hatred heaven divine sword was my only chance to break free from fate. I may have failed, but at least, my life was not dull. Now, you will inherit the rest of my life. Hearing Sohan's final words, Zhen Qin's eyes turned red. She wanted to stop him, but she couldn't bring herself to speak. Sohan continued his instructions, I will only pass my cultivation to you. After I die, burn my body to ashes. Remember to take my storage pouch. Everything related to the Nightshade Ghost Mother has already been discarded. Blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Soon, his eyes and nose started bleeding as well. The crimson streaks on his pale face stood out vividly, especially against the snowy landscape, making him look even more striking. Watching as Sohan's eyes turned completely blood red, Zhen Qin felt an unbearable ache in her heart. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. Her robes began to flutter as her cultivation surged wildly. The reverse fate divine art is highly prone to inner demons, but this technique was always meant as a sacrificial inheritance. Once passed on, the energy becomes pure, even refining one's body, washing the marrow, and rebuilding the foundation. Junior sister, thank you for still remembering me. Sohan's voice grew weaker. Zhen Qin felt an unprecedented heaviness in her eyelids. Her vision blurred. She could no longer see her senior brother's face clearly. Tell master, I'm sorry. I disappointed him. He helped me build my foundation, yet all I did was bring him trouble. I never got the chance to repay him. This life, though extraordinary, is filled with too many regrets. Zhen Qin's consciousness fell into complete darkness. The snow fell heavier, as if mourning the heavens and the earth. It was unclear how much time had passed. Zhen Qin's awareness slowly resurfaced, and she jolted awake as if waking from a dream. She found herself lying in the snow, and beside her lay another person, her senior brother, Sohan. She immediately scrambled to check on him, but as soon as she flipped him over, she recoiled in horror. Sohan was dead. His entire body had turned purple, skin clinging tightly to his bones as if all his flesh and blood had been drained away, a terrifying sight. Senior brother, it shouldn't have ended like this. Zhen Qin sat on the ground, staring blankly at Sohan. She could feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her body, yet she felt no joy. Suddenly, she threw herself onto Sohan's body, wailing in grief. As she turned him onto his back, she noticed that despite his ghastly appearance, the corners of his lips were faintly curved, as if he had died without pain. A long time passed. After venting her emotions, Zhen Qin slowly stood up, tears still streaking her face, but her expression had grown colder than ever. She raised her right hand, and with a flick, Sohan's golden ring floated into her palm. She could sense the immense power within it, so vast that even with her reborn body, it still made her heart tremble. This must be a grand ascension stage artifact. Her gaze returned to Sohan. She bit her lip, hesitation filling her eyes. With trembling hands, she raised her right palm, summoning a spiritual fire. You really have the heart to burn the master who passed his cultivation to you. A voice suddenly came from nearby, startling Zhen Qin. She turned sharply to see a white-clad little figure squatting on a tree branch, wearing a mask. With grave beta S. She froze for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, Mountain God. Immediately, she dropped to her knees and repeatedly kowtowed. Guan looked down at her, speaking in a deliberately light-hearted tone, What are you doing? Zhen Qin lifted her head and quickly said, Please, Mountain God, save my senior brother. He has killed so many people, why should I save him? Hearing this, Zhen Qin panicked. How many people has he killed? Look at this world, what high-level cultivator doesn't have blood on their hands? The cultivation world has always been a battle for survival. My senior brother never wanted to kill, but people forced him onto this path. He practiced the hatred heaven. Divine sword legend says that the greater one's hatred, the stronger the sword intent. But my senior brother never became invincible using it, proving that his hatred was not as deep as others claim. He also cultivated the reverse fate divine art of the Nightshade Sect, a technique that allows one to steal another's cultivation. If my senior brother had no bottom line, his cultivation would have been far higher. Her voice grew more impassioned, her grievances finally erupting. She felt injustice for Sohan. He had lost his mother at a young age, and his father died too soon. Carrying a blood feud, he entered the Taixuan Sect. The hatred heaven divine sword he practiced was passed down from his father. What crime had he committed? When others hunted him down, was he not allowed to fight back? Sohan had never killed ordinary mortals. Even in his pursuit of strength, his targets had always been fellow cultivators. The so-called righteous sects. Could Zhen Qin really believe that their grand masters had never slain innocent cultivators? Guan looked down at her and said, The path of cultivation is vast. He must bear the consequences of his own choices. Do you know the fairest thing the heavens grant to all beings? Death. For every person he has slain, his own death is inevitable. Zhen Qin wanted to argue, but she feared offending the mountain god. Guan continued, You believe he had no other choice, and so did he. But think carefully, was that really the case? You two came from the same sect, so why are you still alive while he is not? Zhen Qin slowly calmed down. If you truly believe your senior brother was blameless, then you will follow in his footsteps. But that is not what he would have wanted to see. Guan's voice turned ethereal. The dead cannot be brought back to life. I am merely a mountain god, not an all-powerful being. However, I can take your senior brother's body and leave you with a sliver of hope. What do you think? Zhen Qin did not answer immediately. After a long silence, she gritted her teeth and said, Then I beg the mountain god to take him. One day, I will find you again. I will search for a way to bring him back. Guan did not object. If Zhen Qin had a goal, she would cultivate even harder in the future. Raising his right hand, he took Sohan's corpse, shrinking it to an incomparably small size. Only a storage pouch was left behind, falling onto the snowy ground. Watching such an extraordinary divine ability, Zhen Qin, though grieving, did not let herself be distracted. She stood up and asked, "Mountain God, why are you here?" Guan disappeared from the tree branch, leaving behind only a cryptic response. "Who says a mountain god can only stay in one place? Besides, I am not just a mountain god." Hearing this, Zhen Qin grew solemn, believing that this mountain god must hold an extraordinary status among the immortals. She wiped her tears away and infused her spiritual power into the golden ring. The barrier vanished instantly. Sensing the aura of Yalan and the others, she hurried toward them. They had scattered, moving swiftly, clearly searching for her. Inside the Xiantian cave dwelling, Guan placed Sohan's corpse on a stone table, gazing at the face of his fallen disciple with a dazed expression. He recalled the past how, in the forests of Xian Valley, he had once guided Sohan in the way of the sword. The young Sohan had readily handed over his family's sword art, the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword, as tribute. He remembered the attack by demonic cultivators on Xian Valley, how Sohan had, without hesitation, stood before him, shielding him from harm. He did not feel that he owed Sohan anything, but in truth, Sohan had never wronged him either. They had simply chosen different paths. Guan used his own power to encase Sohan's body in ice, preventing his physical form from decaying while also keeping his soul temporarily within. He had no means to bring the dead back to life. This was the best he could do. As he sealed the ice, Guan suddenly sensed something and raised an eyebrow. Sohan had passed on only his cultivation to Zhen Qin, yet the sword intent of the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword remained within his body. Guan could feel that this sword intent carried a deep web of karma, and one particular thread was immensely complex. Its source reached the level of a scattered immortal. How could Sohan have come into contact with a scattered immortal? Could it be the creator of the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword? Raising his other hand, Guan extracted the sword intent from Sohan's body, forming a swirling mass of blood-red energy in his palm. Once Sohan was completely sealed in ice, Guan stepped aside and began analyzing the sword intent. Even back in the Nirvana stage, Guan had already been able to perceive karma and glimpse the past 10 years of weaker beings. Now, his ability to sense karma had grown even stronger. Before his eyes, threads of karmic energy wove together into a single line. The thread belonging to the scattered immortal shot out from the Xiantian cave dwelling, stretching rapidly toward the distant horizon. Guan turned and used his divine sense to track it. His awareness traveled across towering mountains, swept over vast oceans, and ultimately landed on a massive island. This island housed hundreds of human settlements, and 30% of the population were cultivators, many of whom were immensely powerful. There were 7 cultivators at the Grand Ascension stage, 1 at the Nirvana stage, and most alarmingly 1 at the Scattered Immortal stage. That Scattered Immortal was hiding deep underground, sealed within a complex formation. At that moment, an abrupt notification appeared in Guan's mind. The ancestor of the Hatred Heaven harbors hostility toward you. His killing intent is rising. Would you like to perform a lifespan inquiry? How does he know about me? Guan was startled. Without hesitation, he crushed the Hatred Heaven sword intent in his hand, then chose to perform the lifespan inquiry. Hatred Heaven Ancestor, Scattered Immortal, 2nd layer 14,809/25,000/28,000. Scattered Immortal, 2nd layer? Guan hesitated for a moment, then vanished from where he stood. Seated cross-legged on a cushion, the Hatred Heaven Ancestor wore ashen robes, his eyes closed and brows tightly furrowed in deep meditation. Mountain God, he muttered to himself, his voice laced with suspicion. Who is playing tricks in the shadows? I never expected that continent to still be hiding such a figure. Slowly, the Hatred Heaven Ancestor opened his eyes. They were completely blood-red. He had a unique ability through the sword intent of the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword. He could perceive all those who practiced it. However, because Sohan was too far away, his vision of events had been delayed. But now that the Mountain God had taken Sohan, something felt off. And worse still, the Mountain God seemed to be tracing his karma. He disguises himself as a Mountain God. Is he avoiding the 7-star spirit realm, or is he actually from the 7-star spirit realm? The Hatred Heaven Ancestor frowned. Sohan's death had infuriated him. The number of people willing to cultivate the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword was already dwindling. The entire cultivation world now knew of its dreadful price, severely disrupting his plans. That was why he had turned his attention toward that distant continent. Unfortunately, in less than 10 years, even in that foreign land, the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword had gained a terrible reputation. It had taken so much effort to find someone to inherit his sword art. Of course, he was paying close attention. The Nightshade Ghost Mother and the 13 fiends of the 9 Nether Path were also thorns in his side. He had even considered exterminating them, but he was wary of drawing the attention of the 7-star spirit realm. And now, no one in the entire continent was practicing the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His killing intent surged. No, I must go there myself and personally spread my Deo. The Hatred Heaven Ancestor clenched his fists. But he knew he couldn't be reckless. He had to wait. Only after the demonic cataclysm had passed could he secretly infiltrate the continent. He had long noticed that the 7-star spirit realm had begun fostering another human empire. At that moment, A hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. His eyes snapped open in shock. The Hatred Heaven ancestor had remained hidden in his cave dwelling for over 1,000 years, never stepping outside. None of the cultivators on the island knew of his existence. Yet now, someone had suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Even with his scattered immortal cultivation, the unexpected touch startled him. His instinct was to turn around, but before he could react, a terrifying force surged into his body, shattering his meridians and bones, sealing his primordial spirit in an instant. Standing behind him was Guan, wielding the 9 extremes yin-yang body. Guan pressed a single hand onto the ancestor's shoulder, looking down at him. Though scattered immortals and roving immortals were only a single major realm apart, the gap between them was vast like heaven and earth. And Guan was at the 9th level of the roving immortal stage, while the Hatred Heaven ancestor was merely at the 2nd level of the scattered immortal stage. Pfft. The Hatred Heaven ancestor coughed up a massive mouthful of blackened blood, and his eyes dimmed. Guan immediately cast the soul search technique, delving into his memories. The Hatred Heaven ancestor's mind held an enormous trove of knowledge, but Guan focused solely on memories related to the Hatred Heaven divine sword. A long time passed. Withdrawing his divine sense, Guan summoned the 3 pure flames to incinerate the Hatred Heaven ancestor. You have successfully seized 1,280 years of lifespan from the Hatred Heaven ancestor, scattered immortal, 2nd layer. Watching as the Hatred Heaven ancestor turned to ashes, Guan finally felt a weight lift from his mind. Having a scattered immortal level enemy bearing a grudge against him had been unsettling. If he didn't eliminate the threat immediately, he wouldn't have peace of mind. Now, he turned his attention to exploring the cave dwelling. The space was not small, well-furnished, and even contained a spiritual pond, teeming with various aquatic plants. Based on the Hatred Heaven ancestor's memories, he had no ties to this island. He had merely sneaked in to hide because he had enemies. His enemies belonged to a sect that dominated the seas, the Star Sea Sect, a powerful oceanic faction with countless disciples. Guan had been cautious during the memory search, wary of stumbling upon information about other roving immortals or stronger beings. Cultivators at the Immortal Deo realm had an increasingly heightened sensitivity to karma as their cultivation advanced. He feared that if any true immortals sensed him performing the soul search, they might turn their attention toward him. As for this island, the strongest cultivator here was merely at the nirvana stage, not a significant concern. Before long, the Hatred Heaven ancestor was reduced to nothing but ash. Guan began sorting through his spoils. The ancestor's storage pouch was exceptionally high-grade, layered with dozens of restrictions. Inside, the spatial dimension spanned thousands of miles, containing a massive trove of spirit stones, pills, artifacts, manuals, and natural treasures. Guan felt that this single storage pouch alone was enough to found a sect. He didn't rush to leave. Instead, he sat on a stone stool and took out a manual to read. This manual was called Hatred Heaven Deo. The Hatred Heaven Divine Sword was merely a branch of the Hatred Heaven Deo. The only reason the Hatred Heaven ancestor had developed the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword was because he had been a sword cultivator in his early years. He had discovered this inheritance in an ancient palace deep beneath the ocean when he was 1,000 years old. According to the records, this submerged palace had once belonged to a powerful sect from ancient times, one that perished when the oceans swallowed the mortal world. The Hatred Heaven ancestor had risen to power by practicing the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword. By spreading his sword art, he empowered his Hatred Heaven Deo. The Hatred Heaven Divine Sword's immense power came from drawing upon his strength, and in the process, he continuously absorbed the fate and lifespan of those who practiced it. This was why cultivators who trained in the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword advanced quickly but also died young. Even the creator of the Hatred Heaven Divine Sword in the Sword Sect of the Dayu dynasty had actually learned it from the Hatred Heaven ancestor. He had not invented it himself. After scanning through the manual, Guan acknowledged that the Hatred Heaven Deo was powerful but too twisted. Moreover, its backlash was severe. For example, the Hatred Heaven ancestor could never walk in sunlight. Even at the scattered immortal stage, stepping into sunlight would cause his inner demons to run rampant. Guan casually tossed the manual into his storage pouch and continued examining the other texts. The demonic cataclysm had entered a critical stage. The Taixuan Sect had begun mobilizing outer sect disciples to patrol the surrounding areas. That day, a violent demon cat charged into Xian Valley, attempting to attack errand disciples. Fortunately, Chu Jingfeng arrived just in time to slay it. Returning from the Third Medicine Valley, Guan examined the demon cat's corpse. He discovered that it still contained a strange and hidden karmic force. This force bore a striking resemblance to the Hatred Heaven Deo. Perhaps this was the very reason why demons turned into fiends. The disciples gathered around him, worriedly discussing the possibility of a full-scale attack on Xian Valley. Guan reassured them, "Do not be afraid. With the Taixuan Sect's protection, nothing will happen." But the disciples were skeptical. Today, it was a demon cat. Tomorrow, what might come? Chu Jingfeng lacked cultivation and could only rely on his swordsmanship to slay demons. If Guan weren't around, even a second-ranked demonic beast could wipe them out. Hearing their concerns, Guan found their fears valid. He decided to travel to the outer sect city and issue a bounty, hiring Foundation establishment disciples to guard Medicine Valley. The disciples were overjoyed by this. Watching their excitement, Guan recalled how Cheng Sun-dan had once sought out Chu Jingfeng's aid in the past. Turning to the north, he sensed that the demon ancestor's aura had stabilized. It was no longer growing stronger. This meant that the demon ancestor had fully revived and could descend south at any time. Beyond that, he also sensed another presence, one that did not belong to a single entity, but rather a vast land itself. It was vast and eerie. This was most likely the Dread Demon from the memories of the Black Bane Demon Lord. The Dread Demon was legendary. Even the Black Bane Demon Lord had only heard rumors, never seen it. It was said that obtaining a drop of the Dread Demon's true blood allowed a demon to revert to its primordial form. The six-headed flood dragon, Luo, had once gained a single drop of its blood. Guan suspected that even the Dread Demon was being cultivated by the seven-star spirit realm. Demonic energy blanketed the sky, thunderclouds churned, flashes of lightning twisting like celestial dragons. The ground was uneven and littered with bones so many that it resembled a hellish wasteland. The further north one looked, the more giant skeletons appeared. Some were as large as mountains, remnants of ancient primordial beasts. At the heart of this bone-covered land, a massive sacrificial altar stood. A figure sat at its center. The demon ancestor? I'm hungry. His voice boomed like thunder, carrying the roars of tigers and dragons. A black-winged demon bird soared in from the horizon, halting midair above the sacrificial altar. His expression was tense as he spoke, his voice laced with unease. Demon ancestor, you have devoured all the demons within a 1,000,000-mile radius. Even His Majesty has already headed south to join the battle. There is no more food left for you. His gaze toward the demon ancestor was filled with fear, and he struggled to keep his voice from trembling. The demon ancestor's cold eyes shifted toward him. Terrified, the black-winged demon immediately lowered his head. Who said I've eaten everything? The demon ancestor spoke, his voice lazy yet ominous. Upon hearing these words, the black-winged demon's face drastically changed. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, vanishing into the horizon within seconds. But just as he thought he had escaped, the space before the demon ancestor rippled. Suddenly, the black-winged demon reappeared right in front of him, seemingly dragged out of thin air. The demon ancestor's hand slammed down on the demon's head, smashing him into the altar with immense force. Blood splattered. A twisted, cruel smile stretched across the demon ancestor's face. Opening his mouth, he bit down directly. Ah! The black-winged demon let out a piercing scream. The demon ancestor did not kill him outright, he was eating him alive. A long time passed. The demon ancestor sat in a pool of blood, surrounded by scattered black feathers. He licked the blood from his fingers, his eyes shifting toward the distant horizon. It's time to head south. The new year had arrived. But this year's spring festival was bleak. There was no festive atmosphere, and the various banquets ended quickly. Inside the Niancho cave dwelling, Guan was spending the festival with Tianyao. While he roasted lamb, Tianyao continuously practiced her infinite free step, darting back and forth with agile movements. From time to time, she even used her innate divine ability, transforming into various female demons. Guan couldn't help but chuckle. Why do you keep transforming into female demons? I want to see if Master likes any of them. Tianyao giggled as she stopped her movements. Guan casually remarked, none of them look as good as you. Stop changing, it's unnecessary. He meant what he said. Tianyao was already extraordinarily beautiful, her features breathtaking. No demonesses with lingering beast-like traits could compare to her. Hearing this, Tianyao beamed with joy. She threw herself at Guan, clinging tightly to his arm and refusing to let go. After acting coy for a while, she finally mustered the courage to ask, Master, can you capture 2 more demons to keep me company? Guan asked, what kind of demons? As long as they're female, it's fine. Preferably young ones, it's easier to control them. Tianyao smiled mischievously. Guan pondered for a moment before nodding. The various districts within the Niancho cave dwelling were already well organized. It wouldn't be an issue to take in 2 demon subordinates for Tianyao, allowing her to focus on cultivation without distractions. I'll see if I come across any. I don't like capturing demons at random, Guan said, his eyes fixed on the roasting lamb leg in his hands. Tianyao nodded along and grinned. Master is too kind-hearted. Instead of hunting demons, you save them. Being chosen by you is their greatest fortune. Guan shot her a look. What do you mean kind-hearted? If you don't know how to use words properly, don't say them. Tianyao laughed. Either way, Master is the best person I've ever met. Guan raised an eyebrow. How many people have you met in your lifetime? Aya, it doesn't matter. You're still the best? Meeting you is the greatest blessing of my life. Tianyao spoke cheerfully, but her eyes lingered on Guan's mask. She had an urge to take it off but feared he might get angry. Guan handed her the lamb leg, then stood up. All right, take your time eating. I have to go. Tianyao froze. She quickly chased after him, asking, so soon? Where are you going? Guan vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a single sentence. To check on another lonely demon. Tianyao's smile stiffened. Zhang Bukui gripped a stone axe, his strikes relentless. His movements were fierce, and his footwork profound, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the cave, as if multiple figures were practicing alongside him. Since arriving at this mountain cave and obtaining the heaven-splitting divine axe, he had not set foot outside once. By dedicating himself to training in the heaven-splitting divine axe, his vital energy had strengthened significantly, and he had now fully merged with the mysterious spirit beast core within him. Unbeknownst to him, a tiny sparrow was perched on a distant rock, watching him intently. Guan, observing from afar, felt a sense of satisfaction. This kid has some talent, at least. At least he hadn't wasted his guidance? As he observed, Guan also noticed something peculiar. Zhang Bukui's bloodline was evolving. However, this transformation wasn't leading him toward becoming a six-headed flood dragon. It was something entirely different, a type of demonic aura he had never encountered before. Suddenly, a thought struck him: the dread demon. The six-headed flood dragon had reverted to its ancient form after consuming the dread demon's true blood. Could Zhang Bukui also be undergoing a similar transformation? Zhang Bukui was not truly alone in this world. He still had a mother. However, Zhang Chunkaya had never revealed her identity, leaving Zhang Bukui unable to seek her out. Could it be that Zhang Bukui's mother had an extraordinary background? Guan pondered but felt no pressing need to investigate. After a while, Zhang Bukui finally noticed Guan. "It's you, little sparrow? You finally appeared." Zhang Bukui beamed with excitement but resisted the urge to rush forward, fearing he might startle the sparrow. He asked curiously, "What is your connection to the senior of this cave dwelling?" Guan simply shook his tiny sparrow head without making a sound. The heavenly 9 transformations from the 10,000 forms and essence technique made things incredibly convenient. Not only could he change his form, but he could also alter his aura. Arangos. Zhang Bukui had no idea he was being tricked. Seeing that the sparrow refused to speak, Zhang Bukui was not disappointed. Instead, he enthusiastically began talking about his recent breakthroughs. If it weren't for this sparrow, he wouldn't have received this opportunity. He might have even been devoured by demons by now. Even if this sparrow had no intelligence or relation to this cave dwelling, he was still grateful. Guan listened patiently. Zhang Bukui was full of vigor, his spirit now completely different from before. Guan saw in him the same aura as in Hao, the unmistakable presence of a true prodigy. This suddenly reminded him when they were younger, and Hao and Zhang Bukui had fought once. That was the first time and Hao had ever lost after stepping into the cultivation world. Guan wondered if he still held on to that grudge. After Zhang Bukui finished talking, Guan opened his beak and spat out the spirit beast core of the Black Bane Demon Lord. A spirit core nearly 10 times the size of the tiny sparrow rolled onto the ground. Zhang Bukui's jaw dropped. Before he could react, the sparrow flapped its wings and vanished into the depths of the cave. Zhang Bukui stared at the spirit core, silent for a long time. Spring had just arrived, yet the lands of the 3 dynasties remained shrouded in demonic mist and magic energy. A steady flow of cultivators flew in and out of the mountain valley, all moving with urgency. Under a great tree sat Xian Tianyi, his upper body bare, wrapped in bandages. He held a white bone in his hand, carefully studying it. Nearby, Ji Hantian approached and spoke solemnly. "The Taixuan Sect has divined that the demon ancestor is preparing to descend south. Are you ready?" Xian Tianyi replied absent-mindedly. "Of course. Even if I can't defeat him, there's still the sword sovereign of the righteous path." Ji Hantian frowned. "What if the demon ancestor is stronger than the sword sovereign? Then we all die together." Xian Tianyi shrugged. He waved the white bone in his hand, his eyes narrowing as he inspected its surface engravings. "Don't tell me you actually think this is a battle for the survival of the human race? Relax. Even if we perish, there are still human civilizations overseas." Ji Hantian rolled his eyes in frustration. Unable to hold back, he pointed at the bone and asked, "You've been staring at that thing for days. What's so special about it?" Xian Tianyi grinned. "My magic is incredibly powerful. That demon king was reduced to ashes, but only this bone remained. There must be something unusual about it. Perhaps there's an even deeper mystery behind this demonic cataclysm." Just as Ji Hantian was about to retort, a violent gust swept in from the north, howling through the valley. The entire area was instantly gripped by a chilling aura. Xian Tianyi stiffened, his brows furrowing as he turned his head. Such overwhelming demonic energy. Impossible. Ji Hantian's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Even as an integration stage cultivator, he felt deep dread, let alone the other cultivators in the valley. Such terrifying demonic energy. It feels like the sky is about to collapse. Is it the Demon Emperor? No, I've sensed the Demon Emperor's presence before. This aura surpasses even his. It must be the demon ancestor. So the legends were true, the progenitor of 10,000 demons. What do we do? How can we possibly fight something like this? The valley's cultivators, hardened by years of war, had fought alongside Grand Ascension cultivators on battlefields before. Yet even they were struck with fear, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure of the demonic energy. Xian Tianyi disappeared in an instant. Ji Hantian turned and began organizing the Taixuan Sect disciples, preparing for war. Far away, in the third medicine valley of Taixuan Sect, Guan stood up. However, instead of looking north, he gazed up at the sky. The skies were a brilliant blue, but the clouds were dispersing. "Master, what's wrong?" Nearby, an Xian, who had been sorting seeds, turned to him. Xiaochuan and several other disciples also looked over. Guan spoke calmly. "The clouds are dispersing." Everyone glanced upward. Sure enough, the clouds were not vanishing but shifting, like fragments of fabric being woven together. The entire world had fallen into silence. Even the insects had stopped chirping. 7-star spirit realm. Guan murmured to himself. He could sense that a mysterious force had enveloped Taixuan Sect. This power exceeded the nirvana stage, meaning most cultivators wouldn't even notice it. The demon ancestor was moving south. But now, another scattered immortal was descending upon Taixuan Sect. Was the 7-star spirit realm targeting the sword sovereign? Did they fear he might stop the demon ancestor? Above him, the scattered clouds slowly formed an enormous array, drawing the attention of countless disciples. Lu Lingjun appeared beside Guan. Trouble's coming. Don't go running off. With that, she soared into the sky joined by numerous integration stage cultivators. Drawing her sword, she slashed at the sky, releasing a radiant arc of sword energy. Boom! The cloud formation in the sky erupted with brilliant golden light, and an immense, boundless pressure descended upon Taixuan Sect. Lu Lingjun, sensing the terrifying power, immediately halted her attack. The other integration stage cultivators weren't as fortunate. Unlike Lu Lingjun, they were completely immobilized, their bodies locked in place by the overwhelming pressure. All of them stared at the sky in terror, their faces pale. Each fragmented cloud within the formation began radiating golden light, weaving together intricate golden threads. Soon, these threads formed golden runes, cascading downward like a divine decree. The moment the golden light touched a disciple, they froze in place, unable to move. An Xian's eyes widened in horror, her face filled with despair. At Heavenly Mending Platform, within the outer sect city, cultivators who had been comprehending the Dao of the sword all stood motionless, their bodies trembling. They stared at the sky in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. What is that? Beside the heaven-splitting axe, Zhou Yujian lifted his head, his voice strained as he asked. No one answered him. The other cultivators stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixed upon the heavens as if they were witnessing the descent of a god. But this god did not bring fortune, only despair. Before countless gazes, the golden array expanded, revealing a vast, ethereal face within the formation. The features were indistinct, lacking clear details, not even the gender could be discerned. It was as if the will of heaven itself had manifested, overlooking all of Taixuan Sect, bringing immense pressure upon every disciple. More and more people trembled violently, their knees giving out as they collapsed onto the ground. It was as if an invisible hand was pressing down on their heads, forcing them to bow before the golden formation. Atop a rooftop, Ji Xuanyu stood watching the sky, her brows tightly furrowed. She did not recognize this formation, but her instincts told her that it was connected to the seven-star spirit realm. Which senior has graced us with their presence? In these times of chaos, why do you suppress Taixuan Sect? A female voice rang out. A black-robed woman appeared beside Lu Lingjun. It was none other than Supreme Elder Su Xian. She had returned from overseas, but sustained severe injuries during last year's battle against the demons, forcing her to recover within the sect. Su Xian's cultivation was only slightly higher than Lu Lingjun's, both standing at the profound mind realm. Together, they could only slightly relieve the pressure of the golden formation. The golden face within the formation gave no response. It simply observed as if searching for something. Then, suddenly, golden light shot out from the array, transforming into countless golden beams. These beams rushed toward the outer sect city, streaking across the sky like divine spears. Under the gaze of countless disciples, the golden light converged, forming an enormous golden arm. A hand of the heavens, radiating an unrivaled divine might. The massive golden hand descended heading straight for Heavenly Mending Platform. Standing beside the heaven-splitting axe, Zhou Yujian's face turned deathly pale. Even he was forced to kneel, unable to resist the immense pressure. From his perspective, the golden hand blotted out the sky, as if the entire heavens were collapsing. A wave of pure despair swept across the entire city. Boom! The heaven-splitting axe trembled violently, sending forth an immense surge of sword intent. The golden hand suddenly stopped. Then, a cold, indifferent voice echoed throughout Taixuan Sect. You have reached the immortal Dao. Why do you hide among mortal sects? This voice was calm, yet supremely domineering. Its words rang clear and absolute, shaking the hearts of all cultivators present. Immortal Dao. The realization struck them all at once. They could only think of one person who fit this description. The sword sovereign of the righteous path? The only one who could possibly be at the immortal Dao realm? Like the others, Guan was also pinned to the ground by the golden light. But unlike them, he was not on his knees, he was squatting, his hands pressed to the ground, arms trembling under the pressure. His head remained low, making it impossible to see his expression. Since you refuse to answer, then watch as this sect is reduced to dust. The cold voice rang out once more, like a god pronouncing judgment upon the mortals below. The oppressive force intensified, and the very earth began to quake. With his head lowered, Guan's gaze flickered towards Xiaochuan, and Xian, and the others. All he saw was despair in their eyes. Everyone's hearts were filled with fear, leaving them no room to even glance at those beside them. Guan let out a soft sigh. Why do people always seek their own demise? Guan channeled his power into the earth, drawing the spiritual energy of the 5 elements toward Heavenly Mending Platform. On the platform, the kneeling cultivators noticed wisps of spiritual energy rising, all converging in one direction. Their gazes followed the flow. The heaven-splitting axe? Zhou Yujian, still kneeling beside the heaven-splitting axe, felt it most deeply. His pupils dilated, and his heart surged with excitement. He's going to act. The gathered spiritual energy swirled into a vortex, rapidly forming into a dark purple demonic shadow. Guan's 9 extremes yin-yang body? Under the radiance of the golden formation, the 9 extremes yin-yang body appeared majestic and domineering, filling the surrounding cultivators with awe and exhilaration. The sword sovereign of the righteous path had manifested. The massive ethereal face in the sky locked its gaze onto Guan's 9 extremes yin-yang body. The golden formation erupted with blinding rays of light. But this time, it was as if a torrential downpour had descended from the heavens, covering the entire sky. For those standing on heavenly mending platform, the visual impact was overwhelming. Within Zhou Yujian's peripheral vision, the 9 extremes yin-yang body suddenly reached back and gripped the handle of the heaven-splitting axe. A weapon that no one in Taixuan Sect had ever been able to lift was effortlessly raised, as if it weighed nothing. Standing alone against the golden downpour, the 9 extremes yin-yang body, with the heaven-splitting axe in hand, appeared insignificant in the vast heavens. But at that moment, all eyes were upon him. With his presence, the suffocating pressure on every cultivator in the outer sect city began to lessen, allowing them to turn their heads. No one knew why, but simply watching the sword sovereign holding the axe made their fear vanish entirely. Time itself seemed to slow. Zhou Yujian lifted his gaze, his eyes blazing with fanaticism. Though he remained kneeling, it felt as though he were kneeling in reverence before the 9 extremes yin-yang body. With the heaven-splitting axe in his right hand, the 9 extremes yin-yang body shifted the axe to his left side. Then, with a mighty swing, he lifted the axe high. Axe raised to cleave the heavens? With a single slash, the entire world lost its color. The endless golden light shattered in succession. The massive golden formation, which spanned the sky, was cleaved in half. Even the enormous ethereal face was bisected, and the very firmament itself cracked, revealing a gaping rift in space, a wound upon the heavens. Who are you? How have you mastered the heaven-splitting divine axe to this extent? The once calm, indifferent voice now trembled with fear. Gone was its previous composure. Boom! The halved golden formation suddenly exploded. A storm of devastating winds erupted, obliterating everything in its path. Zhou Yujian instinctively lowered his head, shutting his eyes tightly against the sheer force. Within the third medicine valley, all disciples were thrown into the air by the shockwave. Even Guan's true body was momentarily displaced. Across the entire valley, countless defensive formations activated, forming protective barriers, glowing shields of light flashing to life. Beyond the medicine valley, the forest swayed violently, the trees quaking as if they might be ripped from the earth at any moment. The same scene unfolded in Xian Valley, and across the outer and inner sect cities, as well as the main sect city. Every cultivator across the Taixuan Sect had witnessed the golden formation's destruction. Even if they hadn't clearly seen the battle, the gaping rift in the sky told them all they needed to know. Ji Xuanyu stood upon a rooftop, shielding herself with her spiritual power against the gale. Tiles from the roof were ripped away by the storm, yet she stood firm, her eyes filled with disbelief. Above her, the heavens were torn apart, golden remnants lingering in the sky like shredded fabric. The heaven-splitting divine axe. Ji Xuanyu muttered under her breath, her gaze locked onto the sky. She had always known that the heaven-splitting divine axe was one of the 9 great inheritances of the 7-star spirit realm. At first, she had assumed that the sword sovereign had simply obtained an old relic from the Xiantian ancestor. But now, it was clear that he had not only mastered it but taken it to an unimaginable level. Judging by the words of the mysterious enemy, it was not just mastery, he had surpassed it. Did this mean the sword sovereign had always been an enemy of the 7-star spirit realm? Or, was he actually one of their own? As the storm continued, Ji Xuanyu's thoughts spiraled. The violent winds raged on for a long time. Zhou Yujian finally managed to open his eyes, just in time to see the sword sovereign turning away. With deliberate ease, he returned the heaven-splitting axe to its resting place. Then, he approached Zhou Yujian and lightly patted his shoulder. Zhou Yujian froze, overwhelmed with joy, his mind going blank. Before he could process it, the sword sovereign vanished into thin air. As the storm finally subsided, more and more cultivators rose to their feet. They looked skyward, seeing only golden clouds and a rift stretching across the heavens. We're saved. That enemy must have been at the immortal Dao realm and the sword sovereign slew him with a single strike. He must be dead. Otherwise, why has he gone silent? Who was that mysterious figure? He nearly wiped out Taixuan Sect. Thank the heavens for the sword sovereign. Did you hear him? The sword sovereign is at the immortal Dao realm? They say even grand ascension cultivators cannot reach such heights. In the outer sect city, the cultivators erupted into thunderous cheers. Floating in the sky, Lu Lingjun and Su Xian remained silent, their emotions far more complex than the others. When the sword sovereign had swung his axe, they had felt a chill so terrifying that even recalling it filled them with dread. The mysterious enemy, whom they had stood no chance against, had been eradicated in a single strike. Su Xian turned to Lu Lingjun, sighing. It seems that even the profound mind realm has not escaped mortality. Lu Lingjun remained silent. She had once dreamed of reaching the profound mind realm, but now that she had attained it, she had never felt weaker. This time, Guan did not perform a soul search. Instead, he directly obliterated Lin Jingtian's primordial spirit with his divine sense, killing him instantly. You have successfully seized 1,709 years of lifespan from Lin Jingtian, scattered immortal, 6th layer. With a flick of his hand, Guan retrieved Lin Jingtian's storage pouch. Then, he summoned the Taixuan flame and incinerated the body. A powerful scattered immortal, slain in the depths of a forest, without a sound, without a witness. Once Lin Jingtian had been reduced to ash, Guan vanished into thin air. Roughly half a stick of incense later, several figures materialized in the forest. Their expressions darkened as they took in the scorched remains where Lin Jingtian's blood had burned the land to cinders. There were 8 of them, both men and women, all exuding an imposing presence. Lin Jingtian is dead. Not certain. Check his soul jade. That will confirm whether he still lives. I didn't expect the Sword Sovereign to be so powerful. His heaven-splitting divine axe seems to be catching up to Elder Lin's level. In terms of mastery, he isn't as refined as Elder Lin. His sheer magical power is simply overwhelming. If Lin Jingtian is truly dead, how do we explain this to Elder Lin? And what do we do about Taixuan Sect? A heavy silence fell over them. None of them had personally gone to Taixuan Empire, yet they had felt the terrifying presence of the heaven-splitting divine axe. Now, they were even more reluctant to approach Taixuan Sect. Finally, a black-robed elder spoke, his voice deep and solemn. We should leave. If the Sword Sovereign follows us here, we won't stand a chance. The moment he finished speaking, the expressions of the others shifted, and without hesitation, they vanished into the void. Back at the Third Medicine Valley, Guan had been watching them the entire time. 8 scattered immortals. The sheer depth of the 7-star spirit realm's forces left even him astonished. No wonder the hatred heaven ancestor had feared stepping onto this continent. But at least, they feared him just as much. Turning his gaze northward, Guan felt the encroaching presence of the demon ancestor. First Lin Jingtian, now the demon ancestor. Today is truly a pain. Lu Lingjun had returned to the Medicine Valley. Upon seeing Guan, she immediately pulled him aside into the pavilion, leaving him temporarily unable to leave. After shutting the door, Guan raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Lu Lingjun responded with a serious expression. After the demonic cataclysm is over, I plan to leave Taixuan Sect and explore the secret realm that Shenzhen discovered. Guan couldn't help but ask. You're that confident we'll survive the demonic cataclysm? Lu Lingjun shot him a glare, clearly annoyed. You didn't see the battle today, did you? The Sword Sovereign only needed a single axe swing to obliterate the intruder. With him here, how could humanity possibly lose? Guan felt pleased but still feigned concern, furrowing his brows. No matter how strong the Sword Sovereign is, he can't possibly wipe out every demon, can he? Lu Lingjun scoffed, folding her arms. He doesn't need to. As long as he takes out the demon ancestor and the demon emperor, the crisis will be over. Today opened my eyes. I had never before seen the Sword Sovereign truly fight. She then began describing the battle, her voice filled with admiration and awe. At the edge of a cliff, Xian Tianyi stood motionless, gazing toward the demon-infested horizon. Figures constantly flickered into existence beside him, all of them high-ranking cultivators from various sects. Their eyes followed his gaze, staring at the barren wasteland before them. The land was shrouded in demon fog, the horizon mudded, as if a black storm were about to consume everything. Liang Kenghai, the sect master of King Heaven Sect, turned to Xian Tianyi and spoke gravely. Earlier, we sensed an overwhelming pressure from the direction of Taixuan Sect. Could something have happened? The others also looked at Xian Tianyi, awaiting his answer. Xian Tianyi, however, remained unconcerned, replying casually. It came fast and left fast. That means everything is fine. If it had been an enemy, with the Sword Sovereign present, anyone who dares invade Taixuan Sect would be dead. Despite his calm exterior, Xian Tianyi's mind was in turmoil. The pressure exuded by Lin Jingtian had been so terrifying that even he, a Grand Ascension cultivator, had felt suffocated. It had to be an immortal who descended upon Taixuan Sect. Xian Tianyi was the strongest among them, meaning he had sensed even more than the others. The mysterious immortal had barely manifested before being instantly annihilated by an even stronger force. This meant that Taixuan Sect had just experienced a battle between immortals. A battle that ended in mere moments. This led him to one inescapable question. What realm had the Sword Sovereign truly reached? As Xian Tianyi reeled in shock, the other Grand Masters turned their gazes toward the horizon. The overwhelming demonic aura of the demon ancestor was approaching rapidly. They no longer had the luxury to worry about internal affairs within the 3 dynasties. The battle ahead would be a fight to the death. A figure suddenly appeared beside Liang Kenghai. This man wore a blue daoist robe, exuding an air of elegance and detachment. His hair was streaked with black and white, and his brows carried a worldly indifference as if he had seen through all mortal affairs. As soon as he arrived, the others immediately saluted him. Xian Tianyi withdrew his thoughts and warily observed the newcomer. This man was none other than the Dao Lord of King Heaven Sect, one of the 3 Grand Ascension stage cultivators of the 3 dynasties. Now that the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path was recognized as an existence beyond the Grand Ascension stage, only Xian Tianyi and the Dao Lord remained at this level. The two rarely met, as they were each responsible for overseeing a different battlefield. Liang Kenghai turned to the Dao Lord and respectfully asked, Master, can you discern the demon ancestor's cultivation level? The others also looked at the Dao Lord, their expressions tense. The Dao Lord replied, Immortal Dao Realm. As for the exact stage, even I do not know. But one thing is certain, we are no match for him, even if we join forces. His voice was soft, yet his words struck like a hammer against their hearts, making their faces pale. A fight to the death? These words had always been spoken lightly in the past, but now, facing an invincible enemy, fear inevitably crept into their hearts. Even if we can't defeat him, we must hold him back until the Sword Sovereign arrives, Xian Tianyi said, his tone carefree and fearless, even carrying a hint of laughter. As soon as he spoke, hope reignited in the eyes of the Grand Masters. One of them couldn't help but ask, will the Sword Sovereign really come? For so many years, he has only made a move within Taixuan Sect. He might not even be from the Taixuan Sect but instead someone from overseas who cultivated in secrecy there. He may not want to interfere in the power struggles of the continent and only acts when someone provokes him directly. These words caused the others to waver once again. Xian Tianyi raised his hand, and a blue lotus bloomed in his palm. Gazing ahead, he said, "There's no need to think too much. Trust the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path. Trust the Taixuan Sect." If the Sword Sovereign truly had nothing to do with the Taixuan Sect, then the words righteous path wouldn't be inscribed upon the heavenly mending platform. We seek eternal life, but even the so-called immortals of the overseas realms cannot achieve true immortality. They merely live longer than mortals. Since all must die in the end, why wither away in seclusion? Why not shine brilliantly in the face of calamity and leave no regrets on the path of cultivation? His words resonated deeply with the other Grand Masters. They gradually adjusted their mindsets, steeling themselves for the impending battle. The demon ancestor strode forward, an overwhelming demonic mist surging behind him, blotting out the sky. It devoured all the scattered bones littering the ground along its path. His disheveled white hair danced wildly in the wind, his tattered robe fluttering, and his 4 eyes stared ahead, brows furrowed. A white dove suddenly flew out from the rolling mist behind him and landed on his shoulder. Tilting its head, it asked in a light, childlike voice, "Demon Ancestor, you seem hesitant." The demon ancestor continued gazing into the distance. "Earlier, I sensed the aura of a scattered immortal, as well as an even stronger presence. But both vanished in an instant, making it impossible for me to determine their cultivation levels." The white dove's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Could there be someone in the world stronger than you?" "Of course. If there weren't, why would I need to resurrect myself? Then why must we march south? The world is vast. Must we really exterminate the humans? If you're hungry, we can go to the sea. There are so many delicious sea beasts." Arno Thailand bought Epsilon. The white dove chirped away, painting a vivid picture of the boundless ocean. The demon ancestor listened intently, but his steps never faltered. The land stretched endlessly, covered in white bones. With every step he took, the demonic mist followed, plunging half the sky into darkness. He moved like a calamity incarnate, driving away the light with his presence. After a long while, he finally murmured, "Little demon, in this world, sometimes being strong is a mistake. I cannot leave this continent." Hearing this, the white dove froze, staring at him in stunned silence. But, the demon ancestor continued, "Even if I am not the strongest and cannot leave this land, no one can truly destroy me. Since we all must die, I might as well witness the power of the human race to the south." His face contorted into a cruel grin, his 4 eyes gleaming with greed and malice. Shrugging his shoulders, he startled the white dove into flight. "Little demon, fly north. If you long for the sea, then go. The ocean may be more dangerous, but it also holds more hope." As his words fell, he took a single step forward, crossing several miles in an instant. The demonic mist behind him surged like a tide, completely engulfing the white dove. Boom! An overwhelming pressure erupted from his body, shattering the ground beneath his feet. Demonic energy coiled around him, merging seamlessly with the vast mist behind him. Within that mist, countless demonic beast phantoms writhed, making it seem as if he was leading the entire demon race forward. The sheer magnitude of his presence startled Xian Tianyi, the Dao Lord, and the others in the distant 3 Dynasties region. The people of the 3 Dynasties were also paralyzed with fear. The Taixuan Sect, still recovering from the recent calamity caused by Lin Jingtian, was once again plunged into silence. Yet this time, the disciples did not cower in terror. Instead, they eagerly anticipated what would happen next. Lu Lingjun turned her gaze toward the window, her brows furrowed. "That should be the demon ancestor's aura. It's terrifying. I wonder if the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path will act this time. No other cultivator can withstand such demonic energy." Guan feigned confusion and asked, "Is the demon ancestor really that strong? Even Xian Tianyi can't stop him." Lu Lingjun shot him a glare and retorted, "Do you think your sworn brother is invincible? He's still far from the level of the Sword Sovereign." Guan almost wanted to proclaim, "My second brother is invincible," but he held his tongue. He sighed and muttered, "When will this era of calamities end? Why is it so hard to live a peaceful life?" Lu Lingjun laughed. "Haven't you had enough peace? It's not like you need to fight. But how can I be at ease when you all risk your lives?" Guan said seriously. Seeing the sincerity in his expression, Lu Lingjun suddenly felt guilty. Guan might not fight on the battlefield, but everyone around him had benefited from his herbs and elixirs. His contributions were no less significant than those of the warriors themselves. Taking a deep breath, Lu Lingjun reassured him, "Don't worry, it'll be over soon. It all depends on the battle between the Sword Sovereign of the righteous path and the demon ancestor." Guan nodded. "Let's go down and reassure the disciples. In times like these, we must stand united." His divine sense could already detect that the demon ancestor was drawing closer to the northern border. A decisive battle was imminent. And Hao Yanar and a group of cultivators walked out of the heavenly palace, gazing up at the vast star-filled sky. The sky of the cultivation world was always high and unreachable, yet now, countless stars shimmered so close that they felt as if they could pluck them with a mere stretch of the hand. What kind of phenomenon is this? Is the sky collapsing? Could it be the work of the demon ancestor? No, it's more likely a grand formation, perhaps one from Cultivate Sect. Their formations are always vast and magnificent, mimicking the celestial order. With the rising number of demons and fiends lately, it's becoming harder to defend our sect's legacy. And Hao stared at the sky, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Yen'er stood beside him, making a few remarks, but when she received no response, she turned to him with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? She nudged his arm with her elbow. Taking a deep breath, and Hao said, this is the sword intent of the sword sovereign of the righteous path. It must be an extension of the Taixuan frightening god sword. Sword sovereign of the righteous path? Everyone turned to look at him, their faces lighting up with excitement. They had been drawn outside by the overwhelming demonic aura of the demon ancestor, feeling anxious and uncertain. But now, hearing in Hao's words, their worries turned into anticipation. Was the sword sovereign of the righteous path about to fight the demon ancestor? Yen'er, knowing that the sword sovereign was in Hao's master, found herself growing even more expectant of the battle ahead. She could never forget the moment when the sword sovereign effortlessly wiped out a grand master of the profound mind realm with a mere flick of his sleeve. Such a supreme powerhouse, surely, he would not lose, right? Thinking back, no matter how powerful the enemy was, the sword sovereign had always emerged victorious. He never acted lightly, but once he did, the entire world trembled. On a battlefield drenched in blood, Wu Ju fought ferociously against hordes of demons. His fists roared like the wind, each strike obliterating demonic bodies, his aura more terrifying than the creatures themselves. Across the battlefield, legions of Taixuan imperial soldiers clashed against the demonic forces. Wu Ju suddenly looked up, shock flashing across his face. The sky had changed. He wasn't the only one, other warriors also froze, but the crazed demons had no intention of stopping, forcing them to continue fighting. Several miles away, a silver-armored general wielded a long spear, cutting through demons with unstoppable force. He was Yan, one of Guan's disciples, recruited from Xian Valley. Though still at the foundation establishment stage, Yan's physique, presence, and spear technique were unmatched among his peers. While he fell short compared to Wu Ju, his spear was swift and elegant, like a dragon weaving through the battlefield. Spear like a swimming dragon, movement like a fleeting comet, each thrust and sweep sent flesh and blood flying. Even Yan, amidst battle, couldn't help but gaze in awe at the celestial spectacle above. What kind of cultivation could create such a phenomenon? Years of warfare had broadened his horizons. He had seen countless battles, but this was something beyond comprehension. The rulers of the world were not emperors, but those cultivators who stood above dynasties themselves. Yet, Yan knew his place. His thoughts settled, and he continued his relentless slaughter. Standing against the wind, Li Sundao stared at the endless stars above, his brows furrowing. Unlike Wu Ju and Yan, his cultivation allowed him to perceive the true nature of this celestial phenomenon. Immortal Dao realm. He murmured to himself, his expression flickering. Across the world, countless cultivators were left in awe by the transformation of the sky. Only a handful, hidden deep within mountains, remained unaware. Among them was Zhang Bukui, still deep in seclusion, refining the heaven-splitting divine axe. On a winding mountain path, Yelan, Zhenxin, and a group of law enforcement hall disciples halted in their tracks, staring at the celestial marvel above. They speculated that a supreme cultivator was preparing to confront the unknown and terrifying demonic aura. Yelan withdrew her gaze and turned to Zhenxin. She sighed internally. Ever since Zhenxin went missing and returned, she had changed. She barely spoke, even to Yelan. No matter how many times Yelan asked, Zhenxin refused to explain what had happened. All she could do was pray for this catastrophe to end, so she could bring Zhenxin back to Taixuan Sect to rest. Every disciple stood frozen in shock, staring up at the star-filled heavens. Lu Lingjun, too, gazed at the celestial display, sensing a boundless sword intent radiating from it. Her thoughts immediately drifted to the sword sovereign of the righteous path. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that this sword intent was far stronger than what he had shown before. Was it someone else? Or had the sword sovereign never truly fought at full strength before? Beside her, Guan and Xiaochuan stood side by side, mirroring each other's expressions of shock, though Guan was only pretending. His divine sense had already locked on to the demon ancestor. With the celestial star-suppressing infinite sword in play, the demon ancestor had no escape. Even if he wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Yet, instead of fleeing, the demon ancestor unleashed an even greater surge of demonic energy, determined to break into human territory. Sword sovereign of the righteous path? Let us determine the outcome of this calamity today. The demon ancestor's chilling voice echoed across the three dynasties. But this time, no one in the world felt fear. The name of the sword sovereign carried a power that filled them with absolute confidence. By now, even the common folk knew the sword sovereign's name. He had become the guardian of the three dynasties, greater than even the mythical mountain gods. After all, gods were distant, but the sword sovereign was real. As soon as the demon ancestor spoke, he leaped into the air, demonic energy surging. Thunder roared around him, lightning intertwining with the mist behind him. Countless demonic beast phantoms howled, shaking the very land. The ground shattered beneath him as he rushed toward Xiantianyi and the other grand masters. Even though they knew the sword sovereign would act soon, they didn't dare lower their guard. Every cultivator present summoned their strongest artifacts or arranged themselves into battle formations, preparing for the clash. Suddenly, a vast sword intent descended, covering the heavens. The cultivators instinctively looked up, and were utterly stunned. Even the unfathomable Dao Lord and longevity Daoist couldn't maintain their composure. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Above them, countless stars transformed into radiant sword shadows, cascading down like a celestial storm, illuminating the entire sky. Even the Grand Ascension cultivators felt insignificant before this spectacle. The demon ancestor stared at the stellar sword rain, a flicker of fear flashing through his 4 eyes. Then his face twisted into madness. Boom! The rolling demonic mist surged violently. Countless demonic beast phantoms merged, forming a towering colossal demon. He wielded a massive blade, raised high to cleave the heavens. As the Grandmasters and watching cultivators beheld this apocalyptic clash, their hearts pounded like war drums. The battle had begun. Endless sword shadows from the stars. An infinite cascade of celestial sword shadows rained down, colliding with the colossal blade in the demon ancestor's hands. In an instant, his demonic power was obliterated, and his towering body was pierced through repeatedly. A world-shaking roar erupted from his throat as he struck his palm toward the heavens. Yet, the sword shadows descended like a celestial river, drowning the 10,000-foot-tall demon ancestor in a radiant deluge. The earth shattered, dust storms raged, and hurricane-like winds howled across the land. The spiritual energy barrier erected by the longevity deist crumbled instantly. Even Xian Tianyi and the other Grand Masters had to summon their spiritual power to defend themselves, but it was not enough. Their mountaintop collapsed, sending them hurtling through the air. From far within the 3 dynasties, people saw an explosion of light at the northern horizon. The world lost its colors. Even within Third Medicine Valley, disciples were forced to shut their eyes from the overwhelming brightness. Lu Lingzhan, however, soared into the sky, shielding the valley with her spiritual power. Her beautiful face was frozen in utter disbelief, gradually fading into the blinding radiance. Phoenix Mountain, Nianshu cave dwelling. The cave walls trembled violently. Tian Yaoer huddled beneath a stone table, clutching her head, whispering her master's name over and over in fear. Northern Sea Mountains, Mountain God Dao Temple. Xian Miaozhenren stood outside the forest, his spiritual power enveloping the surrounding mountains. Yet, even with his might, the forests quaked violently. He gazed into the distance, his expression frozen in shock. The sword sovereign of the righteous path. Xian Miaozhenren murmured. Such overwhelming power, was it possible that the sword sovereign was not weaker than the mountain god? Or rather, had the mountain god refrained from acting because he foresaw the existence of such a cultivator? Though Xian Miaozhenren could not see the battle, he could not imagine how the demon ancestor could possibly win. The blinding radiance lasted for 10 full breaths before fading. When everyone's vision returned, the world still trembled, and howling winds roared through the heavens. The once star-filled sky gradually faded away, revealing the familiar blue sky once more. Guan frowned as he looked at the message before him. You have successfully absorbed 1,030 years of lifespan from the demon ancestor, 5th level of the scattered immortal stage. Only a little over 1,000 years? Even Lin Jingtian had given him more. Beside him, Xiao Chuan cautiously opened his eyes, watching as the celestial phenomenon disappeared. He turned to Guan and asked, Senior brother, is it over? He had expected an earth-shattering duel between the sword sovereign and the demon ancestor. And while the battle had indeed been earth-shattering, it wasn't really a battle at all. Guan took a deep breath, pretending to be deep in thought. I'm not sure, he replied. Only Lu Lingzhan can tell what happened in the distance. Behind them, the errant disciples whispered amongst themselves, their gazes turning toward Lu Lingzhan, still floating in the sky. High in the air, Lu Lingzhan stared northward, fear filling her eyes. From within her long hair, a small white snake emerged. It was none other than the white spirit demon emperor. It flicked its tongue and muttered in awe, my heavens! That monstrous demonic aura just vanished. The demon ancestor wasn't even able to last a single exchange against the sword sovereign. Lu Lingzhan did not answer, because she was wondering the same thing. Just how powerful was the sword sovereign of the righteous path? Before long, a deafening cheer erupted from the outer sect city. The disciples of Taixuan Sect could no longer contain their emotions. In a single day, the sword sovereign had acted twice. This life was already without regrets. More importantly, the demon ancestor had fallen. Did this mean the era of demonic calamities was finally coming to an end? Boom! Dust and debris surged into the sky as Xian Tianyi emerged from the ruins, ascending into the air. From above, his eyes widened in shock. Beyond the massive chasm created by the longevity deist, the demon ancestor's figure had completely vanished. The once terrifying demonic aura had dispersed into nothingness. All that remained was billowing dust and mist, swirling like a chaotic void. Was that a sword formation? Xian Tianyi frowned. The sword sovereign of the righteous path had never appeared yet. With just one move, he had slain the demon ancestor. This was the first time he had witnessed the true power of the sword sovereign. Even on the vast seas, he had never seen such a sword formation. From all directions, the other Grand Masters gathered. None had suffered injuries, only been flung away by the sheer force of the attack. Yet, instead of fear, they were filled with exhilaration. The demon ancestor is dead. Does this mean the demonic calamity is ending? Ha ha ha, we've won? And we didn't even have to die. The sword sovereign is unbelievably powerful. Even among immortals, there are levels of strength. But why does he remain hidden? What kind of question is that? A man of such supreme cultivation can't be bothered with mortal affairs. If his true identity was exposed, you people would probably beg him for help every time something went wrong. The Grand Masters laughed in relief, years of pent-up tension finally released. Then, Liang Qinghai, sect master of Taixuan Sect, spoke up. Everyone, I propose that all sects of the 3 dynasties erect statues in honor of the sword sovereign of the righteous path. Not to curry favor, but so that his kindness will never be forgotten by the world. The other sect leaders immediately voiced their agreement. Only ancestor Xianquan frowned, hesitant to speak. Meanwhile, Xian Tianyi glanced at Liang Qinghai and coldly snorted but said nothing. Following Liang Qinghai's orders, the Grand Masters spread out to ensure the demon ancestor was truly dead. Far away, in Third Medicine Valley, Guan was also using his divine sense to scan the battlefield. Strangely, after the demon ancestor's death, there was no spirit beast core left behind. No magical treasures. Nothing. That was far too suspicious. Would the demon ancestor revive in the future? Suppressing his thoughts, Guan joined the disciples in praising the sword sovereign. But deep down, he knew everything now depended on the reaction of the 7-star spirit realm. They claimed to be a holy land. Would they dare make reckless moves now? Lin Jingtian hadn't even revealed his origins, yet he was obliterated. And now, the demon ancestor had fallen. Within 2 days, the news of the demon ancestor's fall spread across the entire land. This was because, when the demon ancestor descended south, he had publicly challenged the sword sovereign. Now, the name of the sword sovereign of the righteous path resounded across the 3 dynasties like never before. Though demons and fiends still roamed, the demon kings had already fled in terror. With human morale surging, songs of praise for the sword sovereign filled the world. While disguised as Green Hero, Guan traveled through the mortal world. Every city, every village, everywhere, people spoke of the sword sovereign of the righteous path. Guan was taken aback. Had word spread this quickly? Still, he knew just because the demon ancestor had fallen didn't mean the calamity was over. It was clear now that something else was controlling the demons. The true mastermind had yet to emerge. But as long as the demon kings continued to retreat, the 3 dynasties would inevitably win. Time passed. 1 month later, Guan's lifespan surpassed 8 million years. That day, Liu Badian arrived at Third Medicine Valley to visit him. Inside a pavilion, they sat drinking tea. Liu Badian was beaming with joy, endlessly praising the sword sovereign. Not only did he appear during my tenure as sect master, but I even managed to keep him affiliated with Taixuan Sect. The supreme elders are extremely pleased. And Xian Tianyi himself has made it clear he won't compete for the sect master position. The demonic calamity is as good as over. Liu Badian swirled his tea and said, the Holy Land has opened its gates, sending disciples down to save the world. Guan raised an eyebrow. The Holy Land? I heard from the 3rd young miss that they never interfere in worldly matters. Why change now? Liu Badian explained. It turns out that the demonic calamity wasn't solely caused by the demon ancestor. There's an ancient devil sealed underground Li Mo. He was imprisoned by the Holy Land, but his demonic aura has been leaking into the world, corrupting demons. The 3 dynasties, being the farthest south, were least affected. But eventually, Li Mo will grow too strong and break free. When that happens, it will be another catastrophe. However, the Holy Land has vowed to stand with humanity and take responsibility for failing to completely eradicate him. Guan nearly laughed. What a perfect lie. If he hadn't seen through their schemes himself, even he might have believed them. But this was actually good news. If the 7-star spirit realm still cared about their reputation, they wouldn't act recklessly. More importantly, they feared the sword sovereign. They wouldn't confront him directly. That meant Guan had more time to grow. Still, he couldn't let his guard down. They were bound to investigate him in secret. Liu Badian continued, all the sect leaders have received word from the Holy Land. In 5 years at most, there will no longer be any demonic corruption. The 3 dynasties will even be able to expand into demon territory. That's good for humanity but troublesome for Taixuan Empire and Taixuan Sect. Guan frowned. How so? Liu Badian sighed. The Great Zhong Empire and Tianwei Empire stand between us and the demon lands. They'll get first pick of the resources, spirit mines, and opportunities. If this continues, Taixuan will be swallowed up sooner or later, and Taixuan Sect's influence will weaken. I plan to support Li Sundao. Guan nearly rolled his eyes. The demonic war wasn't even over yet, and they were already fighting over territory? But it wasn't his problem. In fact, a stronger Taixuan Sect would give him more time to lay low. Liu Badian grimaced. Taixuan Sect is praising the sword sovereign excessively, and frankly, it disgusts me. They probably want to win him over. Guan, you should write a book about him. If Pan An's stories could spread across the world, then a book about the sword sovereign will secure his legacy with Taixuan Sect. Guan immediately shook his head. Absolutely not. That's just asking for trouble. First off, you can't call it travel notes, it's completely unappealing. As cultivators, do they really need to read about people traveling the world? Like they don't already have the ability to do that? I enjoy reading it, sure, but that's because my talent is trash, and I don't dare leave Taixuan Sect most of the time. Guan spoke with exaggerated flair, evaluating the work like a critic. Xian Tianyi sat down beside him, listening intently to his suggestions. And so, Guan launched into a long-winded monologue. To be honest, rambling on and making stuff up felt pretty damn good. No wonder so many people enjoyed playing the role of a teacher. Guan was definitely having fun. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. Guan finally stopped, though he still had more to say. Xian Tianyi, on the other hand, was deeply impressed who knew writing a book had so many techniques. pacing, immersion, antagonism building. It was fascinating, and he couldn't get enough. Brimming with excitement, Xian Tianyi stood up to take his leave. I'm heading to the heavenly mending platform to experience the sword intent left by the sword sovereign of the righteous path. I'll rewrite the book based on your advice, and it won't be called Sword Sovereign's Travel Notes anymore. I'll think of a new name. With that, he strode towards the door. Guan got up to see him off. As he descended the stairs, Guan watched him disappear into the distance, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Just then, an Xian suddenly rushed over. Master, the white spirit mouse is missing. Guan responded casually, if it's gone, it's gone. It'll come back on its own. Many disciples in the valley had received rewards allowing them to cultivate beneath the sevenfold purity tree, but the one who had benefited the most so far was undoubtedly the white spirit mouse. Its lifespan had increased several times over. Guan even suspected that the little thing was comprehending the Dao in its dreams. Comprehending the Dao was incredibly difficult. Even Lu Lingjian, who trained under the sevenfold purity tree daily, hadn't succeeded. Yet somehow, the white spirit mouse had. Still, no one else had noticed the difference. Outwardly, the white spirit mouse looked the same as before, just a little more nimble. Hearing Guan's indifference, an Xian's face showed concern. Ever since Guan had entrusted the white spirit mouse to her, she had grown attached to it. Guan suspected she was turning into a full-fledged mouse slave. He led an Xian away, preparing to guide her in her cultivation. Xian Tianyi arrived at the heavenly mending platform. It had been 2 months since the fall of the demon ancestor. Because of the sword sovereign of the righteous path, Taixuan Sect had become the most renowned sect in the 3 dynasties territory, attracting countless cultivators eager to pay their respects at the platform. Standing guard beside the heaven-splitting axe was Zhou Yujian, surrounded by dozens of disciples, his personal students. The heaven-splitting axe was a legacy left by the sword sovereign for Taixuan Sect's disciples, and Zhou Yujian refused to let anyone from other sects attempt to claim it. Only disciples of Taixuan Sect may attempt to lift the heaven-splitting axe, Zhou Yujian declared sternly, his words causing dissatisfaction among the surrounding cultivators. Some even questioned his authority. Zhou Yujian sneered proudly. I am Zhou Yujian, the sword maniac of King Lake. The sword sovereign once placed his hand on my shoulder, and he even used my sword. It is my duty to protect his legacy. The moment he said this, no one dared to challenge him further. However, many still found his attitude annoying. Watching from a distance, Xian Tianyi also found him irritating. Just a mere nascent soul cultivator, and he's acting all high and mighty? Suddenly, he recalled the way Guan had once tried to scare him. Oh, that would be good. I'll write it into my book, make it so that the sword sovereign always pats people on the shoulder before he kills them. That'll scare this little brat senseless. Just then, a light-hearted voice called out, Xian Tianyi, long time no see. Xian Tianyi turned to see a man in purple robes approaching. His demeanor was elegant, his robes fluttering in the breeze, and a feathered crown adorned his head. As he walked, many disciples turned to look at him. Xian Tianyi lifted his chin slightly. Ji Xianling, it's been years. And you've only just reached the grand ascension stage. His words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd at the heavenly mending platform. Even Zhou Yujian, standing by the heaven-splitting axe, glanced over. Very quickly, people recognized Xian Tianyi, which only made them even more curious about Ji Xianling. Where did this Grand Ascension cultivator suddenly come from? Weren't there only 2 Grand Ascension cultivators in the 3 dynasties territory? Ji Xianling stopped 5 steps away from Xian Tianyi. They were of similar height. Xian Tianyi carried himself with arrogance, while Ji Xianling, though not arrogant, had a presence just as strong. Brother Xiantian, your progress after a trip to the ocean is truly astounding, Ji Xianling said with a smile. Tell me, are you now a disciple of Taixuan Sect, or have you joined Starsea cult? Xian Tianyi scoffed. I can join whatever sect I please. Can you? Ji Xianling chuckled and shook his head. Then, he asked, have you ever met the sword sovereign of the righteous path? A sly idea came to Xian Tianyi's mind. With a smirk, he replied, of course. If you want to meet him, it's simple, see that heaven-splitting axe over there? If you can lift it, even by a fraction, I'll take you to him. Really? Absolutely. Ji Xianling pondered for a moment. Sounds like this axe is quite difficult to move. Xian Tianyi grinned smugly. Indeed. Even with my cultivation, I can only make it tremble. Many of the Taixuan Sect disciples who had witnessed his attempt hesitated to speak, none dared to contradict him in public. Then, let me give it a try. Ji Xianling stepped forward. Ji Xianling turned and walked toward the heaven-splitting axe, with Xian Tianyi following closely behind. As he approached the axe, Zhou Yujian moved to stop him, but before he could act, Xian Tianyi's divine sense bore down on him, rendering him completely immobile. Zhou Yujian stared at Xian Tianyi in shock and anger. Ji Xianling, however, paid no attention to Zhou Yujian's little antics. He reached out and grasped the handle of the heaven-splitting axe. More and more cultivators gathered around. At this point, disciples from every sect in the 3 dynasties cultivation world could be found at the heavenly mending platform, including those from the demonic path. Ever since the demonic catastrophe, the righteous and demonic factions had set aside their differences to fight against the demon horde together. Because of this, Taixuan Sect didn't stop demonic cultivators from coming as long as they didn't cause trouble. Who would dare stir up chaos under the sword sovereign's watchful eyes? The moment Ji Xianling grasped the axe, he felt the same thing Ji Xuanyu had. Unmovable, But then he recalled that even Xian Tianyi, after exerting all his strength, had only managed to make it tremble slightly. That thought reassured him. He began channeling his power. Boom! The aura of a Grand Ascension cultivator erupted in full force, shocking the surrounding cultivators and forcing them to retreat. Xian Tianyi's eyes narrowed. He immediately isolated Ji Sunling's aura with his own, redirecting it skyward to prevent unintended casualties. Figures began appearing on the heavenly mending platform one after another. Liu Baidian, Gu Zong, Ji Hantian, and Lu Lingzhan had all arrived, their eyes fixed on Ji Xianling. Ji Xianling frowned and adjusted his stance, shifting his feet for better leverage. Golden flames ignited from his 7 orifices, distorting the surrounding space with their intense heat. The heavenly mending platform trembled. Liu Baidian and the others immediately channeled their power into the platform, reinforcing it to prevent it from collapsing. Even after using a secret technique, Ji Xianling still couldn't budge the heaven-splitting axe. That was when his competitive spirit truly ignited. He let out a low roar, veins bulging on his neck. His face turned crimson, utterly losing the calm and graceful demeanor he had before. Xian Tianyi could barely suppress his smirk. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. So much for a 7-star spirit realm prodigy. He was struggling just the same. Ji Sunling's entire body burned with golden flames, resembling a human torch. But no matter how much power he poured into his efforts, the heaven-splitting axe refused to move. Impossible. A wave of disbelief crashed over Ji Xianling. He couldn't accept it. He could handle not lifting the axe. What he couldn't accept was being weaker than Xian Tianyi. The harder he tried, the more he became convinced that the heaven-splitting axe was utterly immovable. How the hell did Xian Tianyi manage to shake it? Could the foundation of Starseed cult be stronger than the 7-star spirit realm? Alright, that's enough. If you can't lift it, you just can't lift it. What, is a so-called Holy Land prodigy like you unable to accept reality? Looks like the 7-star spirit realm is all about teaching cultivation and completely neglecting mental fortitude. Xian Tianyi's voice rang out across the entire sect. Loud, clear, deliberate, as if he was afraid others wouldn't hear him. Ji Xianling cursed him internally but quickly reined in his golden flames. The oppressive aura of a Grand Ascension cultivator vanished, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Xian Tianyi released his hold on Zhou Yujian and turned his attention to teasing Ji Xianling. Ji Xianling forced a smile, choosing to praise the Sword Sovereign instead. Truly remarkable. As expected of a legendary cultivator known throughout the world. Seeing Ji Sunling's humility, Zhou Yujian took a liking to him. He then added, actually, Senior Xiantian also failed. He didn't make the heaven-splitting axe move even a fraction. Ji Sunling's smile froze. Xian Tianyi wasn't angry at all. If anything, he looked even more pleased with himself. Oh, Zhou Yujian, you little fool. Xian Tianyi silently vowed to write a passage in his book about how the Sword Sovereign always patted people on the shoulder before killing them just to keep Zhou Yujian awake at night, sweating bullets. Guan quietly pondered Ji Sunling's purpose for coming here. It probably wasn't to investigate him. If that were the case, they wouldn't have made such a grand display. Could the Holy Land be preparing to integrate into the broader cultivation world? After all, with the unknown factor that was the Sword Sovereign, they couldn't afford to be too aggressive. Most of their past maneuvers had been in secret. They couldn't afford open conflict. However, Lin Jingtian's family definitely wouldn't take this lying down. The Lin family was a major force in the 7-star spirit realm. Well, time to start bullying the big and the old, Guan mused. I have no idea, he finally said, turning to an Xian. Focus on your sword training. You're good at everything except keeping your mind on task. Always looking for excuses to slack off. An Xian blushed, embarrassed, and resumed her practice. Guan put the matter of the 7-star spirit realm aside and turned his thoughts to his next book. It was time to start writing Journey to the West. Perfect timing, too. Through this book, he could subtly criticize the 7-star spirit realm's arrogance and awaken the broader cultivation world to deeper truths. Of course, he'd have to take it slow. Couldn't afford to alert them prematurely. Let them catch on in a few decades. By then, he'd have already reached the celestial ascension stage. The news of Ji Xianling failing to lift the heaven-splitting axe spread like wildfire, bringing joy to the disciples of Taixuan Sect. With the Holy Land stepping in to save the world, countless tales of the 7-star spirit realm began emerging like mushrooms after the rain. But to many disciples of Taixuan Sect, it all seemed like the Holy Land was just trying to steal the Sword Sovereign's thunder. Where was the Holy Land before the demon ancestor's death? Yet the moment their so-called prodigy arrived at Taixuan Sect, he was instantly overshadowed by the Sword Sovereign. How could they not feel ecstatic about that? The story quickly spread beyond Taixuan Sect, sweeping across the 3 dynasties' cultivation world. More and more cultivators began flocking to Taixuan Sect, eager to witness the heaven-splitting axe firsthand. The scorching summer sun hung high as Guan busied himself in Xian Valley, harvesting medicinal herbs. With the demon population dwindling, the sky had become clearer, an ever-deepening shade of blue. Now, with the 3 dynasties, the Holy Land, and the Demon Emperor's forces all actively hunting down remaining demons, Guan's lifespan harvesting had slowed down. But that was fine. Peace was good. A quiet life, tending to herbs, cultivating in secret, that was true wisdom. Lu Jujia approached Guan and softly asked, Senior brother, will you be participating in the end-of-year alchemy tournament? Ever since the demon ancestor's fall, Liu Beitian had been constantly stirring things up, first by having Xian Tianyi write a book, and now by organizing the world's greatest alchemy tournament. The extravagant rewards had drawn the attention of cultivators worldwide, and Taixuan Sect disciples were encouraged to participate. From Lu Jujia's perspective, Guan's alchemy skills were exceptional. He had helped countless errand disciples advance to the outer sect, and just within Xian Valley alone, more than 20 disciples had reached foundation establishment thanks to his pills. Every year, Third Medicine Valley welcomed new faces, all because of him. But Guan waved it off. No need to join the crowd. My golden ranking title is enough for me to coast through life. There will be plenty more world's greatest tournaments in the future. If there were ever a calligraphy tournament, he might actually join after all. He enjoyed practicing his handwriting. Lu Jujia marveled at how much Taixuan Sect had changed. Back when he first joined, the sect was nothing like it was today. The sect's reputation had improved, its power had grown exponentially, and the once rare nascent soul cultivators were now overshadowed by transformation stage, void transformation, and even integration stage experts. Stories of profound mind realm cultivators had become commonplace. With Taixuan Sect flourishing, more opportunities opened up for its disciples. Even just helping organize the alchemy tournament earned generous rewards. For disciples who had time but lacked resources, this was a golden opportunity. Guan listened carefully as Lu Jujia spoke. Hearing the perspectives of lower-ranking disciples was an excellent way to gauge whether the sect was truly thriving. Wait a second. Why am I thinking like a sect leader? Damn Liu Beitian. But truth be told, Guan had grown accustomed to advising Liu Beitian from the shadows. It was actually quite satisfying giving orders without having to execute them, fulfilling his strategic desires without doing the actual work. And Liu Beitian enjoyed it just as much. If things continued like this, one day, Guan might just take over the sect himself. Months had passed since the demon ancestor's fall. Taixuan Sect had split its forces, sending inner and outer sect disciples to exterminate demons, while dispatching lineage disciples and true legacy disciples to explore the demon lands. For the three dynasties, the demon lands were a vast, uncharted goldmine. Even profound mind realm grandmasters couldn't resist venturing into the unknown. Even Lu Lingjian had left Third Medicine Valley to join the expedition, though her absence hadn't impacted the valley. After finishing his herb gathering, Guan handed the materials to Lu Jujia and departed from Xian Valley. His itinerary was packed. Tianya Valley, Xiantian Cave Dwelling, Mountain God Dao Temple, Nianshu Cave Dwelling, and later that night, a trip into the Eight Views Celestial Realm. Despite the decline in demonic corruption, Guan could still accumulate lifespan through harvesting herbs. He even considered expanding Nianshu Cave Dwelling. After all, he needed to find 2 female demon companions for Tianyao. Under the moonlit sky, Guan sat at a stone table, sipping tea. Across from him, Tianyao was tending to 2 young cat demons. The demon lands were filled with suffering creatures. These 2 twin cat demons had lost their parents to corrupted demons last month. Having barely escaped, they endured weeks of hardship before Guan found them. Watching Tianyao joyfully caring for them, Guan suddenly thought of an Xian. Do all women love keeping pets? Extending his divine sense, Guan probed deep into the demon lands. Stories about Li Mo were spreading across the 3 dynasties, and he had now become humanity's greatest fear, even more terrifying than the demon ancestor. Unlike the demon ancestor, Li Mo's demonic aura continued to expand, reaching further and further. Even as a 9th-level roving immortal, Guan needed time to pinpoint his exact location. 1 incense stick later, he locked onto the target. Deep within a vast mountain range, near Phoenix Mountain, millions of miles away, an immense demonic aura stretched over a 1,000,000-mile radius. As Guan's divine sense infiltrated the depths of the corruption, he discovered something unexpected. A group of mysterious cultivators had stationed themselves in the mountains. Their cultivation levels were astonishing. Even the weakest among them was at the Grand Ascension stage. They remained silent, meditating within mountaintop Dao temples. The 7-star spirit realm was watching over Limo's seal. Guan soon encountered a formidable barrier, restricting anyone below roving immortal from approaching. Though he could break through, doing so would alert the Holy Land and Li Mo himself. So, he withdrew his divine sense. No rush. If he could reach 100 million years of lifespan before Li Mo awakened, that would be ideal. If not, he would have to advance sooner. After returning to the present, Guan turned to Tianyao. Have you thought of names for them? The twin cat demons were still at the 1st rank, their intelligence only beginning to develop. Tianyao hesitated. Master, why don't you name them? Also, I still don't know your real name. Her voice carried a hint of grievance, and she stared at Guan with puppy dog eyes. He ignored her. They'll be called Tianqing and Tianbei. Since they were white-furred, their names were inspired by his Qinghong sword and Yaian's Bailing sword. Tianyao immediately flattered him. Great names? As expected of Master. Guan stood up and vanished into the night. Just don't let them trample the herbs. Tianyao pouted, then noticed 2 books on the table. Sword Sovereign, a myth. Her curiosity piqued. She settled in and began reading. At Third Medicine Valley, Xian Tianyi slumped in his chair, looking defeated. Why isn't Sword Sovereign, a myth, selling as well as your books? Guan continued writing, replying, maybe there are just too many similar books. Even Taixuan Sect alone had published dozens of books on the Sword Sovereign. The market was oversaturated. Xian Tianyi sighed. Maybe he really was better suited to writing travel journals. Picking up a newly written page, he read aloud. When chaos was yet undivided, heaven and earth were in turmoil. His eyes lit up. This was the start of a new romance of the gods? A duel under the night sky. Xian Tianyi read on, his curiosity growing. By the time he finished the first page, he searched for the second, only to realize that Guan hadn't written it yet. Guan wasn't just recalling the story, he was deliberating on his calligraphy, making sure every stroke was visually pleasing. Xian Tianyi sighed, setting the page down. Forget it, take your time. I actually came today to say goodbye. Without looking up, Guan asked, where to? The demon lands, Xian Tianyi replied. We're going to hunt down Li Mo, with the Holy Land leading the way. Guan nodded. Be careful. Don't get reckless just because of your cultivation. Xian Tianyi scoffed, TCH? You think you can lecture me? I've braved the seas, unlike you just hiding away in Taixuan Sect. Don't worry. Below the immortal Dao, I am undefeated. Guan looked at him. And if you encounter an immortal Dao being? Xian Tianyi smirked. Then I'll die with honor. With that, he turned and walked toward the door. Before stepping out, he glanced back. Hurry up and finish writing. I want to see if this book can surpass Romance of the Gods. Then he was gone. Guan didn't bother seeing him off. Surpass Romance of the Gods? He chuckled and continued writing. By the time the sun began to set, he finally left Third Medicine Valley. Late at night, deep in the mountains, a man in beast-hide robes walked silently beneath the trees. A stone axe hung from his waist. His gaze flickered toward a distant temple, where firelight flickered within. For some reason, the presence inside felt oddly familiar. It had been a month since Zhang Bukui left his cave. Heading north in search of opportunities in the demon lands, he had avoided contact with both cultivators and demons along the way. Now, standing before the temple, he felt tense but curiosity won out. Cautiously, he stepped closer. Since you're here, why not come in? A voice drifted from beyond the courtyard wall. Hearing it, Zhang Bukui exhaled in relief. With a leap, he cleared the wall, landing beside the fire. Across from him sat a black-clad man, his face sharp and cold. Beside him lay a heavy sword, impossible to ignore. They studied each other. Finally, Zhang Bukui spoke. My name is Zhang Bukui. What's yours? Though he could sense the man's strength, he felt no fear, only slight unease. The man replied, Li Ya. Then, after a pause, why do you carry both human and demon aura? Zhang Bukui hesitated, then answered, my father was human. My mother was a demon. Are you the same? Li Ya? That name sounded familiar. Had he heard it somewhere before? Li Ya's expression darkened. Of course not. I only absorbed demonic essence from a spirit beast, nothing more. Zhang Bukui's eyes dimmed slightly. So he wasn't the same. Li Ya's gaze drifted toward Zhang Bukui's stone axe. Suddenly, he stood up, grinning. Kid, how about a spar? Ever since he witnessed the celestial star-suppressing infinite sword, his understanding of the Taixuan frightening god sword had deepened. After half a year of bitter training, he needed to test himself. Zhang Bukui's hand instinctively moved to his axe. Just a spar. Li Ya nodded. Just a spar. No killing. I need to see how much my swordsmanship has improved. Zhang Bukui's eyes lit up. Perfect timing. I've been training too. Let's do it. The night was dark, and fierce winds howled, making the trees sway violently. The temple's firelight flickered with the wind, while rolling clouds of dust rose from the mountain below. Li Ya crashed into the forest, his body smashing through a mountain wall. Dust quickly engulfed him, and his northern sea heavy sword was sent flying hundreds of feet away, embedding itself into an ancient tree, causing its trunk to crack. Zhang Bukui hovered in midair, gripping his stone axe tightly. He looked down nervously and asked, Deist Li Ya, are you alright? Li Ya's sword intent was simply too powerful, forcing Zhang Bukui to use the heaven-splitting divine axe. In the moment he struck Li Ya down, he felt a sense of triumph, but almost immediately, his heart tightened in worry. What if he had accidentally killed him? The two had only just met. He had no grudge against Li Ya. Zhang Bukui raised his left hand, waving away the dust below. His gaze fell on Li Ya, who lay against the shattered mountain wall, his head drooping, body covered in blood. That one axe strike had nearly torn his body apart. Fortunately, he had consumed dragon elephant divine essence beforehand, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. Zhang Bukui quickly flew down, panicking as he stood before Li Ya, unsure of what to do. Li Ya struggled to lift his head. One eye was closed, his teeth clenched. What kind of monster are you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I really didn't. You were just too strong, I had to go all out. Zhang Bukui hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Li Ya felt somewhat comforted. But it still hurts. Thank the heavens his ancestor's soul remained in 3 pure mountains, otherwise, this humiliation would be unbearable. With Zhang Bukui's help, Li Ya sat down, crossed his legs, and began circulating his energy to heal. Meanwhile, Zhang Bukui retrieved his northern sea heavy sword. Omicron. Li Ya opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Bukui, who stood awkwardly beside him. If Zhang Bukui had been arrogant, Li Ya could have at least been angry. But the guy was being so polite that he couldn't even find fault. After all, he had been the one to propose the duel. How old are you? Li Ya asked. 71. 97-year-old Li Ya felt like he had been punched in the gut again. At that moment, he truly understood the saying, there's always someone better out there. Losing to An Hao was one thing after all. An Hao's name was renowned across the world. but losing to some half-human, half-demon nobody in the middle of nowhere? That was painful. Suppressing his emotions, Li Ye asked, "Who is your master?" Zhang Bukui scratched his head. "I don't have a master. I do have a martial uncle, but I learned all my skills from a cave." A cave? Li Ye suddenly recalled his ancestors' stories about miraculous encounters. He never expected someone to actually stumble upon such a ridiculous stroke of luck, surpassing his decades of effort purely by accident. Seeing Li Ye's confused expression, Zhang Bukui hesitated, then recounted his experiences except for anything related to Guan. He had promised not to bring Guan any trouble. Listening to Zhang Bukui's story, Li Ye didn't even know how to respond. Where were all these miraculous encounters happening? Why didn't he ever get one? Everyone called him the heavens favored son of the Li family, blessed with great fortune. But compared to Zhang Bukui, he was nothing. The two, having fought and bonded, continued their conversation. Far away, Guan, in the midst of slaying demons, suddenly smiled, then turned and disappeared into the night. After resting at the temple, Zhang Bukui and Li Ye traveled north together, venturing into the land of demons and devils in search of fortune. During their journey, Zhang Bukui offered to teach Li Ye his axe techniques, which touched him deeply. However, Li Ye, devoted to the path of the sword, declined. He knew that his loss had nothing to do with swordsmanship. Zhang Bukui's physical strength was simply overwhelming. Still, he wondered, following Zhang Bukui, would he encounter some great opportunity? If junior brother Gu finds out I got injured again, he's definitely going to worry about me. Time flew by, and a full year passed. On the 1st of May, Guan's total lifespan surpassed 10 million years. With the land of the three dynasties mostly cleansed of demons, he no longer ventured out and instead returned to his peaceful farming life. Although a trend had emerged of cultivators heading north in search of fortune, Taixuan Sect continued to flourish, recruiting more disciples each year. The sect remained lively as ever. That year, the third Medicine Valley's errand disciples exceeded 600. A quarter of them had already advanced. Most had left thanks to the foundation establishment pills Guan had given them. As a result, Guan's influence in Taixuan Sect kept growing. Now, whenever he visited the outer sect city, disciples greeted him enthusiastically. The Xian Valley's errand disciples had also grown to 50 members, and when Guan expressed his desire to expand Medicine Valley, outer sect Grand Elder Lu Songhan immediately agreed. After all, Guan's novel Shattering the Void had brought Lu Songhan significant benefits, and with the Lu family's backing, he was more than willing to grant Guan's requests. That day, Guan arrived at the North Sea mountain range, assuming the form of a mountain god to check on Xian Miao Zhenren's progress. Xian Miao Zhenren had recruited a few small demon creatures as assistants, freeing up more time for his own cultivation. Upon the mountain god's arrival, he immediately greeted him with respect and accompanied him to gather medicinal herbs. Along the way, he spoke about recent events in the North Sea mountain range. Although the demonic cataclysm had ended, cultivators still clashed over treasures and grudges. Under the mountain god's name, he had saved many lives, hoping to spread his reputation. Interestingly, while the mountain god's name was now well known, only Xian Miao Zhenren could sense Guan's presence. Guan figured it was because others had never seen him, and even disciples like Zhen Qin from the law enforcement hall, who had met him before, did not believe in him. After all, Taixuan Sect's disciples only worshipped the sword sovereign of the righteous path. Mountain god, what do you think of the Holy Land? Suddenly, Xian Miao Zhenren asked nervously. Guan, still picking herbs, replied casually, why do you ask? Xian Miao Zhenren hesitated before answering, I have a feeling that the demonic cataclysm is connected to the Holy Land. And lately, rumors of the sealed demon have been spreading. I found records in 3 Pure Mountains archives that state the sealed demon only appeared after the demon ancestor's birth, but there are no clues about where he came from or why. Isn't 3 Pure Mountains also considered a holy land? If you suspect something, why not investigate 7-star spirit realm? Guan asked nonchalantly. Was Xian Miao Zhenren trying to get him to act against the 7-star spirit realm? No way. Guan wouldn't make a move until he fully understood them. Xian Miao Zhenren stepped forward, lowering his voice. We did investigate once, but it nearly led to our destruction. Since then, 3 Pure Mountains no longer dares to even mention the Holy Land. Even my master fears them. Guan wasn't surprised. Dynasties had risen and fallen countless times, but 7-star spirit realm had always remained. Clearly, many had suspected them. They were just too afraid to act. Then, Guan suddenly smiled. Be careful tonight. Someone from the Holy Land is coming for you. Xian Miao Zhenren froze. Guan had sensed 2 Grand Ascension cultivators approaching the North Sea mountain range, one of whom had departed from Taixuan Sect. Xian Miao Zhenren still had more questions, but Guan refused to say anything else. After finishing his herb gathering, Guan took a portion and left the rest for Xian Miao Zhenren before vanishing into the forest. With nightfall approaching and the thought of facing someone from 7-star spirit realm, Xian Miao Zhenren grew increasingly uneasy. The waters of the North Sea shimmered under the fading sunlight. Ji Xianling stood at the shore, holding a book in his hands. The cover bore 4 large characters: Sword Sovereign, a myth. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him, a man dressed in a red robe embroidered with golden threads. His crown was adorned with a ruby, burning with a golden red flame. His right hand rested on his waist, and his brows carried a sense of unyielding arrogance. Why are you moving even slower than me? Ji Xianling asked lazily. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes at Ji Xianling and snorted. That's what I should be asking you. Then, his tone shifted. You've been at Taixuan Sect for a year. Have you gathered any intelligence on the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path? Ji Xianling raised the book in his hand and smiled. The intelligence is right here. Want to read it? Lin Chen immediately snatched the book and scanned it with his divine sense. His expression darkened as he looked back at Ji Xianling. Are you messing with me? Ji Xianling lifted his chin. Lin Chen, who told you I came to Taixuan Sect to investigate the Sword Sovereign? Lin Chen frowned. Ji Xianling continued. The higher UPS want to maintain a good relationship with the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. It's certain that he is at the 9th level of the scattered immortal stage, if not an even higher realm. A cultivator of such caliber couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere. He might even be from a major overseas section. Lin Senior's death is indeed unfortunate, but if you want to blame someone, blame him for not being strong enough. Even a scattered immortal like him perished. Do you really think you can challenge the Sword Sovereign? Lin Chen sneered coldly. So your faction just loves swallowing their pride? The Sword Sovereign killed my father. Are you sure he harbors any respect or goodwill towards 7-star spirit realm? Ji Xianling shrugged. Go ask him yourself. I, for one, don't have a death wish. Let me be frank, my family sent me here to win over Taixuan Sect. And that means winning over the Sword Sovereign. Lin Chen's eyes burned with anger. He threw the book hard against Ji Xianling's chest before turning to leave. Ji Xianling caught the book and, with a faint smile, mockingly reminded him, the night is falling. Be careful, the Sword Sovereign might just tap you on the shoulder. Lin Chen stopped in his tracks and turned to glare at him. Ji Xianling simply lifted the book in his hand. The next moment, Lin Chen disappeared into thin air. Ji Xianling smirked, sat down cross-legged, and continued reading. Lin Chen arrived at Shanshan Temple, where Xianmiao Zhenren resided. He was here to investigate the so-called mountain god. In his view, it was impossible for the land of the 3 dynasties to produce 2 supreme cultivators at the same time. As a disciple of 7-star spirit realm, he had never encountered any records of a mountain god in the sect's ancient texts. Lin Chen stated that the Holy Land wished to recruit the mountain god and that he had been sent as an envoy. Xianmiao Zhenren remained cautious, merely saying that the mountain god was elusive, and that even he had yet to meet him in person. That was precisely why he had built this temple, to await his presence. After questioning Xianmiao Zhenren for a long time without getting any useful answers, Lin Chen's killing intent stirred. However, wary that the mountain god might be nearby, he restrained himself. Just then, his gaze fell upon a small wooden effigy in Xianmiao Zhenren's hand. Is that a carving of the mountain god? Lin Chen asked. Can you give it to me? In his free time, Xianmiao Zhenren had carved many small figurines of the mountain god, hoping to spread his name. Without hesitation, he tossed the wooden effigy to Lin Chen. Lin Chen said nothing more and turned to leave. As he walked through the dark forest, Lin Chen held the wooden effigy in his hands, deep in thought. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became the mountain god might actually be the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. His killing intent grew uncontrollable in his eyes. As Guan sat in the Xian Valley Pavilion, writing his latest book, a line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Lin Chen has developed hostility toward you, and his hatred runs deep. Would you like to perform a lifespan inquiry? Guan frowned and chose yes. Lin Chen, Grand Ascension Stage, Level 2634/4500/4700. Grand Ascension, 2nd level. Guan immediately extended his divine sense toward the North Sea mountain range, where he had detected a cultivator of that exact level. Sure enough, he locked onto Lin Chen's figure, and right in Lin Chen's hand was a small wooden effigy that looked exactly like him. So that's why lifespan perception had been triggered. However, Guan didn't act immediately. Instead, he expanded his divine sense, ensuring that no other 7-star spirit realm cultivators were lurking nearby. Under the night sky, Lin Chen tossed the wooden effigy into his storage bag. He knew that avenging his father couldn't be rushed. Since he couldn't yet confirm if the mountain god was actually the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, his next target was Taixuan Sect. There was no way he had the courage to confront the Sword Sovereign directly. Instead, he planned to sow discord between 7-star spirit realm and the Sword Sovereign. If he could uncover the Sword Sovereign's true identity, and if the Sword Sovereign wasn't powerful enough to make 7-star spirit realm hesitate, then his death would be inevitable. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Just as he was about to leap into the air, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Instantly, he felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. His spiritual energy completely froze within his body. His pupils dilated in shock. A terror beyond words surged through his heart. Be careful, the Sword Sovereign might just tap you on the shoulder at night. Ji Sunling's warning echoed in his mind. At this moment, his hair stood on end. His fear reached its peak. He wanted to beg for mercy, but his body refused to move. The hand on his shoulder remained still, making him even more terrified. His heart sank into despair. Then, suddenly, a sigh came from behind him. Lin Chen's heart leaped with hope. Maybe he wouldn't be killed? Boom! An overwhelming divine sense crashed into his mind, instantly rendering him unconscious. The morning sun rose over Taixuan Sect. Guan descended the staircase, casually joining the disciples in their morning drills. Last night, he had reaped 384 years of lifespan, but more importantly he had obtained valuable intelligence. 7-star spirit realm had 2 conflicting stances regarding the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. investigate his identity. If he wasn't strong enough to threaten 7-star spirit realm, they would lure him out and eliminate him. Win him over. They had lost Lin Jingtian, and recruiting the Sword Sovereign would compensate for that loss while covering up their past crimes. The second faction was particularly concerned that the Sword Sovereign might be affiliated with a powerful overseas sect. The Lin family had only scattered immortals at best, and Lin Jingtian's death had completely cut off their path to advancement. Their hatred for the Sword Sovereign ran deep, and they constantly pushed for revenge, but the higher UPS remained indecisive. That's why Lin Chen had to personally leave 7-star spirit realm to investigate. For Guan, this was good news. It confirmed that as long as 7-star spirit realm remained in the dark about his true identity, they wouldn't act recklessly. This meant he could continue to lay low and build his foundation. What's more, he had discovered something crucial about 7-star spirit realm structure. The continent's 7-star spirit realm is actually dominated by 6-star cave. The Lin and Ji families were from 6-star cave, while the continent's young geniuses could only enter 7-star cave. The 5 higher-ranked caves were all located overseas. This revelation made Gu an even warier of 7-star spirit realm. He wasn't just facing an opponent stronger than the Nightshade sect, he was up against a behemoth that maintained a flawless Holy Land facade. Even if he became strong enough to crush 6-star cave and 7-star cave, what level of power would he need to face the 5 caves above them? Still, Guan pushed those thoughts aside. He focused on his morning exercises, listening to the disciples chat about their daily tasks, letting the conversation lift his mood. Why worry so much, he thought. His identity was well hidden, and as long as he kept it that way, 7-star spirit realm wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Cherish the present. Did you hear? The world's greatest swordsmanship tournament is happening next year. A female disciple suddenly brought it up, immediately capturing everyone's attention. They all began discussing the tournament, their excitement evident. Guan chimed in now and then, pretending to long for the event, as he was still publicly known as a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Next year, he would raise his cultivation to foundation establishment 9th layer, and once he turned 100, he would break into core formation. Breaking through before 100 meant you were a genius. Breaking through after 100? That made you mediocre, relying on pills. Guan planned to build the image of an unremarkable cultivator. Senior brother, I need to talk to you. Near noon, Yelan came to find him. She closed the door behind her and said with a worried expression, Senior brother, Zhen Qin has completely changed over the past 2 years. She's become withdrawn and silent. I noticed she's been investigating the Nightshade ghost mother. Could she still have lingering feelings for Sohan? Guan knew the truth, but he couldn't say anything. More importantly, he couldn't stop Zhen Qin from seeking revenge. The Nightshade ghost mother and the 13 fiends of the 9 Nether had followed Zhang Kaiying into Great Zhang Empire, where they founded a sect called Gathering Flower Sect. Zhen Qin needed to face her own destiny. Only by doing so could she truly grow. Of course, if she lost in battle, Guan would step in to protect her. She's grown up. She has her own choices. Don't worry too much, Guan reassured her. Yelan hesitated, then whispered, I have a feeling she's hiding a much stronger cultivation level. What if she's been possessed? Or maybe she secretly took on a mysterious master. Then she leaned closer. Senior brother, aren't you connected to the Sword Sovereign? Can you ask him to investigate? Guan shook his head. I haven't seen him in a long time. And remember, don't ever mention the Sword Sovereign. His reputation is too grand now, and powerful enemies are lurking. If we get involved, we'll be utterly destroyed. To emphasize his point, he infused his voice with mana, sealing the room from eavesdroppers. Yelan nodded solemnly. I understand. I only ever bring it up with you. She was cautious by nature, and Guan trusted her. Besides, she never left his divine senses range. After chatting for a while, Yelan finally asked, Senior brother, are you really that powerful? Guan tossed a manuscript onto the table. I'm coming clean. Yelan picked it up. Her face instantly turned pale. Wait, are you saying you wrote Romance of the Gods? Your Panon. Guan smirked smugly, arms crossed. Far in the distance, a mysterious pressure filled the skies over a vast river. It was just like when Lu Lingjian ascended. Someone was in the land of demons and devils. Autumn had painted the world golden. Leaves covered the ground like an endless shimmering ocean. Li Ya soared through the sky atop his northern sea heavy sword, while Zhang Bukui stood behind him, gazing into the distance. Far ahead, a figure moved at a speed far beyond theirs, heading toward the edge of the heavens. The sheer intensity of that figure's aura made Zhang Bukui's heart tremble. Li bro, are we really going to throw ourselves into this mess? Zhang Bukui couldn't help but ask. Li Ya was the first true friend he had ever made. Over the past year, they had ventured through the land of demons and devils, surviving life and death battles together, forging an unbreakable bond. Granted, they got injured a lot, but at least, they had each other's backs. It was far better than wandering alone. The fierce wind brushed against Li Ya's handsome, resolute face, but he smiled. With so many powerful cultivators heading there, let's at least take a look. No need to fight right away, we'll just observe. If there's no opportunity, we'll enjoy the show. But if there is, he chuckled. Well, that'd be a nice bonus. Zhang Bukui considered his words and nodded in agreement. His gaze filled with anticipation. Guan didn't stay focused on the ascension side, he had work to do. He was planning to expand Niancho cave dwelling. Unlike Xiantian cave dwelling, which was hidden but exposed to prying eyes, Nianxia cave dwelling was his true stronghold, personally overseen by Tianyao. Arriving at the cave, Guan used his mana to expand its boundaries. Tianyao gaped at the sight. Tianqing and Tianbei, perched on her shoulders, swayed their heads in awe. Guan walked along the mountain walls, his right hand raised. With each step forward, the solid rock caved inward, seamlessly reshaping itself. No debris fell, and the cave remained stable. The sheer mastery left Tianyao in shock. She had always known Guan was strong, but this level of control? This was beyond her understanding. Even after all her years of cultivation, she couldn't begin to fathom his divine abilities. After one incense stick's time, Nianxia cave dwelling had doubled in size. And with Phoenix Mountain's vast terrain, Guan could expand it tenfold in the future without any issues. He walked to a stone table, placed down a storage bag, and said, "These are all seeds. You handle the planting. Don't disappoint me." Without waiting for her response, he vanished into thin air. Tianyao didn't even check the storage bag. Instead, she tried to mimic his movements, raising her right hand and carefully recalling his technique. At Third Medicine Valley, Guan set down his pen and walked to the window. His gaze turned toward the land of demons and devils. Last night, after the ascended cultivator arrived, a hidden monument had activated a sealed realm, opening a gateway to a miniature world. Countless grandmasters rushed in. Now, early in the morning, many had already fled, engaging in chaotic battles including Li Ya and Zhang Bukui. In the mountains by the great river, Li Ya lay covered in blood among the fallen trees, his eyes locked onto the unrivaled figure high above. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise. Ha 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 ha, so this is the legendary heavenly great realm? What a joke! Either I ascended to the wrong place, or this realm is just weak. The voice belonged to a man with long, blood-red hair. Two curved black horns protruded from his head. His upper body was bare, clothed only in black pants, with a fiery red sash wrapped around his waist. Blood-red sigils wriggled like living creatures across his muscular frame, pulsating in sync with his spiritual energy. In his hand, he wielded a silver staff, effortlessly fending off the onslaught of grandmasters attacking from all directions. With a casual swing, he unleashed a wave of blood-colored flames, sweeping across the heavens. A single strike, dozens of grandmasters were sent reeling backward. He vanished, only to reappear behind a profound mind grandmaster, swinging his staff down. Boom! The grandmaster crashed into the great river, his fate uncertain. Zhang Bukui, also badly injured, flew to Li Ya's side. His wounds weren't as severe, but they were bad enough. "Li bro, we should retreat," he urged. Li Ya was reluctant, but in the face of absolute power, he had no choice. He nodded. Supporting each other, the two fled into the distance, as the ascended cultivator's laughter echoed across the battlefield. That man wasn't just defeating his opponents, he was toying with them, delighting in their suffering. "Run, little ants, and remember my name, I am the Blood Prison Great Saint." Hearing that, Zhang Bukui instantly sped up. The last thing he wanted was for that maniac to chase them down. But in reality, Blood Prison Great Saint had already set his sights on them. Something about these two intrigued him, half human, half demon bloodlines? Especially Zhang Bukui, his aura was abnormally strong, almost as if he were suppressing a higher cultivation level. His axe techniques were also remarkable. For now, he let the others collapse around him, losing interest in the battle. Instead, his glowing red eyes turned toward the mountains where Li Ya and Zhang Bukui had escaped. Moments later, he followed after them. An hour later, Li Ya and Zhang Bukui landed in a misty forest, dense with spiritual energy perfect for hiding. As soon as they touched down, Li Ya set up a defensive array, while Zhang Bukui watched in silence, not understanding formations. Once the array was complete, the two finally relaxed. Li Ya grinned, wiping the blood off his face. Despite his wounds, excitement gleamed in his eyes. He raised his right hand, retrieving a fist-sized golden fruit from his storage bag. "With this, our efforts weren't wasted." Zhang Bukui wiped his own bloodied face, his tone filled with admiration. "Li bro, you're amazing. You were so fast the grandmasters didn't even notice you snatching that treasure." Li Ya smirked proudly. "We're brothers. Half for each of us. This thing contains incredible power, it's definitely meant for body refinement." Even if he couldn't surpass Zhang Bukui in combat, at least he could be the big brother in other ways. As they chatted excitedly, they remained unaware a figure was silently approaching them. Blood Prison Great Saint had already overheard their entire conversation. Li Ya's formation meant nothing to him. A cold smirk formed on the Great Saint's lips. But just as he took another step forward, a hand landed on his shoulder. Boom! His demonic energy froze instantly. His body became motionless. His pupils shrank. How was this possible? He tried to resist, but no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't move. This level of absolute suppression. What kind of monster was behind him? Standing behind him was none other than Guan, his 9 extremes yin-yang body fully activated. Before making his move, Guan had carefully ensured Blood Prison Great Saint had no reinforcements. Blood Prison Great Saint, Grand Ascension Stage, Level 81209/9000/9999. Grand Ascension, 8th level. Even stronger than Lu Lingzhen. Guan smirked. And with that, he invaded the Great Saint's mind with Soul Search. Despite his fearsome title, Blood Prison Great Saint was, surprisingly, not truly evil. He had never actually committed atrocities, he just had a vile mouth. His constant boastful, menacing words made people assume he was a mass murderer. Over time, as his enemies spread slander, his infamy grew, until he became known as Blood Prison Great Saint, a name synonymous with terror. Yet, in truth, he had never actually killed anyone who begged for mercy. As long as someone didn't have an irreconcilable grudge with him, he would let them go if they surrendered. And he himself took pride in this terrifying reputation. To him, being feared by the entire spirit realm was an achievement. But now, after scanning through his memories, Guan suddenly lost the desire to kill him. If no one was watching, why not just keep him? After all, he had seen the original divine beast whose blood the great saint had absorbed. This could be useful. Right now, with the demon ancestor dead, the land of demons and devils had become a battlefield where human cultivators fought over opportunities. 7-star spirit realm's focus was entirely on the sealed demon, so they weren't paying any attention to the blood prison great saint. Perhaps, they had already seen plenty of ascended cultivators like him before. Blood prison great saint's consciousness stirred. His head ached, his body felt sluggish, and everything seemed wrong. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a massive tree. A young man sat on the grass beneath it, holding a book in his hands, reading calmly. Then, he jerked upright in panic. He tried to leap away but he couldn't. Instead, he simply stood up, unable to flee. A horrible realization dawned upon him. His eyes widened in terror. He looked down at himself, and saw that he had become a massive ox, covered in dark red fur. His shoulders were almost as tall as a grown man. He tried to speak, but all that came out was moo. Even worse, his cultivation was completely gone. It was primordial return divine path. Guan had sealed his cultivation down to the chi refining stage, completely suppressing his demonic core and divine soul. To everyone else, he now appeared to be nothing more than a lowly first-rank demonic beast. Serve me for 1,000 years, and I'll let you go. Guan closed his book, speaking calmly. Hearing this, Blood Prison Great Saint felt nothing but fear. This young man before him, who was he? Guan stood up and walked toward him. The ox instinctively stepped back, trembling. With no cultivation left, he didn't even dare to run. In the end, he was captured and mounted. Guan sat atop his back, patting him twice, then pointed forward. Having no other choice, the Blood Prison Great Saint began walking in humiliation. As dusk fell, Guan rode into Xian Valley atop his new mount. The Blood Prison Great Saint, now a massive red-furred ox, was an instant attraction. Disciples gathered around, pointing and whispering in curiosity. The great demon saint was utterly stunned. Because Guan had sealed his divine sense, he had spent the entire journey fearing what kind of demonic hell he was being taken to. But now, what the hell was this? These cultivators around him had such weak auras. They were all chi refining stage? For a brief moment, he felt like he had wandered into some backwater sect in the spirit realm. Then, he saw Guan laughing and introducing him to the other disciples. That feeling of disorientation turned into an emotional crisis. He was Blood Prison Great Saint, the most powerful demonic hero in 10,000 years. He had swept across 9 continents and 7 oceans, dominating his realm. He had earned his saintly title through sheer, unstoppable power. And now, he had ascended to immortality, only to become someone's mount. For the first time in his life, Blood Prison Great Saint felt completely and utterly lost. Guan proudly showed off his newly acquired mount, attracting a crowd of disciples who couldn't resist touching the Blood Prison Great Saint. The latter felt utterly humiliated but, fearing Guan, could only endure it. Even Chu Jingfeng, who usually trained with his sword at the mountain peak, came to take a look. He had seen countless mounts before, but this was the first time he had encountered such an impressive bull. Its massive horns exuded an imposing aura, and its fur rippled like flames in the wind. After lingering in Xian Valley for half an hour, Guan took the Blood Prison Great Saint back to the 3rd Medicine Valley. From now on, he planned to take the Blood Prison Great Saint everywhere, at least within the vicinity of Taixuan Sect. With the growing number of cultivators in Taixuan Sect, it had become common to see people flying across the sky on their mounts. The disciples of the 3rd Medicine Valley were equally fascinated by the Blood Prison Great Saint. Meanwhile, the Great Saint was astounded by the valley's spiritual energy. It was rare even in the spirit realm. This made him somewhat hopeful about his future life here. Since I'm here, I might as well settle in. But by the next morning, this thought had been replaced by sheer fury. This valley had a ridiculously fat rat that was driving him insane. While he was dozing off downstairs, the white spirit mouse suddenly bit him on the rear. He jolted awake in shock. As a once invincible great saint who had dominated an entire realm, how could he tolerate such humiliation? Yet, to his horror, he couldn't catch the white spirit mouse. That night became the darkest in the Blood Prison Great Saint's life. The next day, Guan brought the Blood Prison Great Saint to Horizon Valley. Why are you riding a bull? Luohan approached the Blood Prison Great Saint, curiosity shining in his eyes. Unable to resist, he reached out to stroke its fur. Guan grinned. Just bought it. Looks grand, doesn't it? It's impressive. What breed is it? I have no idea. I call him Ox Demon King. Ox Demon King? That name. Luohan shook his head and chuckled, while the Blood Prison Great Saint lowered his eyes, looking utterly lifeless. Soon, Lucien and Jiruole also came over, intrigued by the Blood Prison Great Saint. Given how many strange creatures existed in the world, they didn't ask too many questions. Have you seen my 3rd sister recently? Jiruole asked Guan. Guan shook his head. No, I rarely go to the inner sect. Why? Need me to pass a message? Ji Ruolei nodded. Our family wants her to return to the 7-star spirit realm. Could you let her know? Guan readily agreed before heading off to gather medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, 3 monkey demons circled around the Blood Prison Great Saint, scratching their heads in curiosity. Watching their antics, the Blood Prison Great Saint felt like they were mocking him, making him even more frustrated. On the 3rd day after his ascension, he felt even worse. By late autumn, Liu Beidian came to visit Guan. As soon as he entered the building, he habitually closed the door and set up a restriction before making his way to the desk. Sitting down, he smirked. That bowl downstairs, is it yours? Its aptitude is weak, only 1st rank. Pretty useless. Want me to get you a 3rd rank mount? Guan chuckled. Nah, I don't have many enemies, so I don't need a powerful mount. Besides, I feel a connection with this one. It's quite intelligent. Intelligent? Looking at its eyes, it seems half dead to me. Haha. Guan simply smiled without refuting. Liu Beidian dropped the topic and moved on to sect affairs. The world's greatest swordsmanship tournament had yet to begin, but he was already planning for the next major event. Guan, always eager to share knowledge, launched into an animated discussion, proposing various ideas with enthusiasm. Liu Beidian listened with fascination. It wasn't just about methods. Guan painted a grand vision of the future, making Liu Beidian feel excited just hearing about it. After a long discussion, Liu Beidian took the opportunity while Guan was sipping tea to ask, how do you think Taixuan Sect should view demons? During the demonic cataclysm, the demon emperor had sent a group of high-ranking demons to Taixuan Sect. These demons now resided here under Disye's leadership, and Taixuan Sect had even provided them with cave dwellings. Guan replied, sometimes, human hearts are more malicious than demon hearts. Since we've already embarked on the path of cultivation, why cling to racial prejudices? Why shouldn't Taixuan Sect accept demon disciples? Liu Beidian nodded but sighed. Wouldn't that pose a risk? Every decision has pros and cons. You can't avoid action just because of potential downsides. If it succeeds, it could set an example, easing tensions between humans and demons across the continent. If it fails, well, then consider it training we suppress them. Isn't that what you used to be best at? Guan said calmly. His true goal was to strengthen Taixuan Sect. Sooner or later, Taixuan Sect would have to face the 7-star spirit realm. Ji Xianling had come on behalf of the 7-star spirit realm to recruit Taixuan Sect, but the sect had merely maintained friendly relations rather than submitting. This spoke volumes about the Elder Hall's stance. Now, Taixuan Sect's leadership had become ambitious. They weren't just aiming to become the continent's 2nd holy land. Some even dreamed of surpassing the 7-star spirit realm. With Guan's support, Liu Beidian's confidence soared, and a broad smile spread across his face. After their lengthy discussion, Liu Beidian finally left, feeling satisfied. On his way downstairs, he glanced at the Blood Prison Great Saint, who lay sprawled on the ground. Suddenly intrigued, he walked over and patted its head. Little beast, train hard. Who knows, maybe one day you'll become a Taixuan Sect disciple. Reaching the nascent soul stage isn't entirely impossible. The Blood Prison Great Saint shot him a deadpan look, refusing to acknowledge him. Liu Beidian paused, wondering if he had imagined it. Whatever. No point arguing with a beast. Shaking his head, he walked away. The Blood Prison Great Saint watched his retreating figure and clenched his teeth in silent fury. Old bastard? By now, he had figured it out. No one realized the true cultivation level of the man on his back. And the so-called powerful cultivators here were all weak. None of them measured up to the spirit realm's top tier. He couldn't understand why someone as powerful as Guan had chosen to hide in such a backwater place. Keep an ear out for information regarding this matter. I'll make it worth your while, Lu Lingjun said. She was focused entirely on cultivation. Since encountering Grand Ascension and Immortal Deo cultivators, she felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Profound Mind Realm wasn't enough anymore. Guan smiled and nodded. After exchanging a few more words, Lu Lingjun departed. Guan patted the Blood Prison Great Saint, signaling him to continue forward. People always yearn for the places they've never been. But once they arrive, they realize it's all the same. By the time they wish to return, it's already too late. His tone was slow and thoughtful. The Blood Prison Great Saint felt targeted. If he could talk, he'd definitely argue with Guan. If it weren't for you, would I be this miserable? Snow fell steadily, accumulating on the ground. The Blood Prison Great Saint's hooves left deep prints in the snow as he and Guan gradually disappeared into the wintry landscape. By nightfall, in the demonic domain, beneath a vast and desolate sky, Xian Tianyi and An Hao sat by a campfire. Snowflakes drifted down but melted before they could touch them. The ground within 10 meters around them was bare, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding snowfields. Xian Tianyi held a book in his hands and murmured, "The demonic aura here is heavy. We might find the sealed demon any time now." An Hao, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and asked, "Senior, once we find it, what should we do? The Empire has begun its northern campaign. You take the information back, I'll stay behind." "Why? I want to play the hero for once. I can't always rely on the sword sovereign." With that, Xian Tianyi turned the page and continued reading. Late at night, in a pavilion within Xian Valley, candlelight flickered. The room was warm with the scent of tea brewing. Zhen Qin sat on a small stool, staring at the teapot, lost in thought. Guan was writing a book. After finishing a page, he admired his work, growing more pleased the longer he looked at it. Disciple, come take a look. His voice snapped Zhen Qin out of her daze. She quickly stood up and walked over to him, taking the paper from his hands to read it carefully. The 7 Great Saints. Great Sage who pacifies heaven, Ox Demon King. She looked at Guan in surprise. Master, isn't your bull downstairs also called Ox Demon King? Did you just write him into your book? Guan chuckled. Why not? Of course you can, it's just that your writing style is. Zhen Qin hesitated. Master has this kind of talent? Then again, since her master didn't cultivate, he must have plenty of time to dabble in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. After finishing the page, she handed it back to him. It's really well written. Just this passage alone it feels like it's on par with Romance of the Gods. Master, are you planning to publish it? I hope you can surpass Pannon. She suddenly stopped mid-sentence, her eyes widening in shock. Pannon. Guan. Her expression turned odd as she quickly pressed. Master, don't tell me you're actually Pannon. Guan smiled. That's my biggest secret, and I'm only telling you. Now, will you tell me what's been troubling you? He had already sensed that Zhen Qin wanted to share something but was holding back. By revealing himself as Pannon, he coaxed her into speaking. Even though he already knew the truth, he couldn't expose his identity outright. What she needed was to confide in someone she trusted. Zhen Qin clenched her teeth. I don't want to bring trouble upon you, Master. If you don't say anything and something happens, not only will you implicate me, but it will also weigh on my heart. That would be harming me even more. Guan shook his head. Hearing this, Zhen Qin felt a weight lift from her shoulders for the first time tonight. She smiled. At Guan's gesture, she walked around the desk and sat down before finally opening up about Sohan's death. Guan got up to pour tea, and Zhen Qin watched his back carefully, searching for any reaction. Yet, she saw nothing. Has Master already stopped caring about senior brother Su? She couldn't blame Guan, she owed Sohan for protecting her, but her master owed him nothing. Guan placed a steaming bowl of tea before her and calmly said, the dead are gone. You should live according to his wishes, not inherit his hatred. But, think about his last words to you. What do you think he wanted you to do? Guan cut her off, his tone firm. Zhen Qin fell silent. Guan continued, forget whether you can even defeat Nightshade Ghost Mother, this world is vast. Will you really spend your entire life hunting her down? Focus on cultivation. See the world your senior brother wanted to see. Do what he wished to do but never could. That's the best way to honor him. NS. There's a reason for everything. Your senior brother was burdened with karma. Now that you've inherited his strength, you also inherit his fate. Whether you use it to do good or to deepen his sins, that choice is yours. Zhen Qin's thoughts spun in a storm, her gaze complicated. Guan wasn't in a hurry, he was merely guiding her. Truly letting go was something she had to do herself. She lifted her eyes to look at him. Right now, Guan appeared weak in her eyes. After inheriting Sohan's cultivation, she had reached the nascent soul stage, and her power was still growing. She had begun to view others from a lofty perspective. Yet tonight she felt ashamed. What's the point of strength without wisdom? She took a deep breath. Master, if I do good, can it really help senior brother Su? Guan answered, I don't know, but at the very least, it will free you from this burden. And that is what he would have wanted. Zhen Qin smiled, her mischievous nature returning. Master, you're really Pannon. You kept it from me for so long. Before, I even thought you were the author of the secrets of Taixuan. Cough cough nonsense? How could I be that kind of person? Wait. She reads the secrets of Taixuan? Guan's expression turned strange. Shenzhen was a real menace. How many people had he poisoned with that book? Zhen Qin huffed. Who told you to enjoy reading Adventures of the Green Hero? That's all rumors. Don't believe them. And just like that, master and disciple began bickering. After a while, Guan changed the topic. I know about Reverse Fate Divine Art. Someone once offered to pass it down to me. I can help you become a true legacy disciple so that you can walk a righteous path of cultivation. Zhen Qin was stunned. She hadn't expected her master to have such a connection. Master, who was it? Are they powerful? Guan smirked. Sect Master Lubatian. What do you think? Hiss. Doesn't that mean you'll become a great integration stage cultivator in the future? I never agreed. Besides, the man's lifespan is long, he might outlive me. Keep this matter to yourself, or it'll cause unnecessary trouble. I understand. Master, not to brag, but I'm already at the nascent soul stage. Hiding my cultivation these past few years was so frustrating. Zhen Qin began complaining about her struggles. Guan laughed. Master understands? You understand. Fine, I don't. Can I just hit you instead? You dare show off in front of your master. Their conversation soon turned into another playful quarrel. By the time dawn was breaking, Zhen Qin finally headed downstairs. As she passed by the blood prison great saint, she squatted down and patted his head. Smiling softly, she whispered, Little bull, I can be a nascent soul cultivator now. Cool, huh? The blood prison great saint opened his eyes, gave her a side eye, and snorted. Ridiculous. He had finally figured it out. This entire upper realm was full of lunatics. Zhen Qin chattered at him a bit longer before leaping into the sky and flying toward the outer sect city. At noon, Guan used his disciple token to contact Lubatian and arranged for Zhen Qin's status to be upgraded. Hearing that she had inherited the Reverse Fate Divine Art, Lubatian became intrigued and readily agreed. As night fell, Guan left Xian Valley, stepping onto the infinite free steppe and heading west. He traversed vast mountain ranges and crossed into the ocean. Step by step, at his current cultivation 9th level of roving immortal stage, he could cover incredible distances. This time, he crossed 100 steps and landed on a small continent. Standing on the beach, he spread his divine sense, scanning the land. He saw numerous demons but no human cultivators. This place shouldn't be at risk of being sunk by deep-sea colossi. Guan walked into the forest, not rushing to find a breakthrough spot, but first examining the land's conditions. Meanwhile, in the demonic domain, inside a dimly lit tunnel, Xian Tianyi and An Hao moved forward. An Hao was visibly nervous, constantly glancing behind him. Cultivators use divine sense to observe, not their eyes. Walking ahead, Xian Tianyi spoke casually. Didn't Liu Baidian teach you that? An Hao looked at Xian Tianyi's back, feeling slightly reassured. This man was the only known Grand Ascension cultivator in Taixuan Sect. Across the 3 dynasties, he was second only to his master among human cultivators. Following Xian Tianyi, even if danger arose, he should at least have a chance to escape alive. Still, unease gnawed at him. I can't shake the feeling that this journey has been too smooth. No demons blocking us, almost like we were let in on purpose. Perhaps, Xian Tianyi replied absent-mindedly. Not long after, they emerged from the tunnel and arrived at the edge of a cliff. Before them stretched a vast underground cavern, its depths filled with churning lava, glowing like a blazing lake of fire. Xian Tianyi gazed down, the firelight flickering across his face, casting shifting shadows. An Hao also peered below, but his expression was tense. This demonic aura is incredibly dense. Could the sealed demon be hiding beneath? He asked in a hushed voice. Xian Tianyi spoke calmly. You've been following us long enough. Time to come out. At his words, An Hao's eyes widened in alarm, and he immediately scanned the surroundings. Then, from the distant cave walls, 7 shadowy figures emerged, each shrouded in swirling demonic energy. Xian Tianyi murmured, I didn't tell you earlier because I was worried you'd split off and make yourself an easier target. Just watch, I'll deal with these lurking rats. With that, he stepped forward, walking through the air. An Hao remained cautious, drawing his sword and keeping his guard up. Meanwhile, beneath a large tree, Guan sat in meditation, his back resting against the trunk. He had already activated his lifespan barrier. Looking up through the gaps in the leaves, he saw a crescent moon hanging in the night sky. Tonight's weather was good. It felt like even the heavens were celebrating with him. Guan's lips curled into a smile as he summoned his attribute panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 96/10,376,008. Physique, profound saint body. Cultivation, 9th level of roving immortal stage. 10,376,000 years of lifespan. Since his breakthrough attempt to the celestial ascension stage had failed, he would need to wait 20,000 years before trying again. Rather than wasting time, Guan decided to gamble 1,000,000 years on his cultivation. 50 attempts. Who knew? Maybe luck would be on his side. He began his cultivation evolution. You have cultivated for 20,000 years, attempting to forcibly break through to the celestial ascension stage using your profound mastery of the primal heaven and earth art. You have triggered heaven's divine will cataclysm but failed to overcome it. Your tribulation attempt has failed. Failure. Failure. Guan remained unfazed. He wagered another 2,000,000 years whether he succeeded or not, it didn't matter. As expected, all of them failed. Undeterred, he invested 1,000,000 more years. One after another, identical failure messages flashed before his eyes. 100 failed attempts. Maybe 50 more would do it? More failure messages. This time, Guan's expression stiffened. 3,000,000 years and not a single success. He couldn't help but stare at the words Heaven's Divine Will Cataclysm on his panel. Just what kind of tribulation was this? He suddenly had the urge to see someone else try it in real life, just so he could witness what kind of monstrous ordeal it was. Taking a deep breath, he gambled another 500,000 years. Failure. Failure. The repeated failures began to shake his Dao heart. Until, suddenly, one message was longer than the rest. You have cultivated for 380,000 years, attempting to forcibly break through to the celestial ascension stage using your profound mastery of the primal heaven and earth art. You have triggered heaven's divine will cataclysm. You endured the tribulation. You have successfully broken through to the celestial ascension stage, first level. At long last, success, you have cultivated for 390,000 years. Your cultivation has advanced to the second level of the celestial ascension stage. You have cultivated for 400,000 years. Your cultivation has advanced to the third level of the celestial ascension stage. You have cultivated for 420,000 years. Your cultivation has advanced to the fourth level of the celestial ascension stage. You have cultivated for 500,000 years. Your cultivation has advanced to the eighth level of the celestial ascension stage. As the notifications settled, Guan analyzed the pattern, then invested another 30,000 years of lifespan, successfully reaching the ninth level of the celestial ascension stage. At that moment, heaven and earth surged with spiritual energy, rushing into his body as the breakthrough process began. This feels amazing. Guan briefly considered using another 30,000 years to peek at the name of the next realm, but ultimately dismissed the idea. What use is just knowing the name? The forest around him shook violently as heaven and earth's spiritual energy plummeted toward him. The ground beneath him began to manifest the image of an ethereal sea, its waves swirling faster as the influx of energy intensified. What is the true difference between roving immortal and celestial ascension? Looking up at the sky, Guan felt an inexplicable connection to the heavens themselves. Upon reaching the roving immortal stage, he had sensed an invisible force restricting all beings, preventing them from leaving this world. Roving immortals could break free from the world's natural laws, but they still couldn't escape the suppressive force from above. Boom! The spiritual energy absorption surged to an unprecedented speed, even startling Guan himself. Just how much spiritual energy am I pulling from the surroundings? It didn't take long before every living creature on the continent felt the disturbance. Birds scattered. Beasts fled. The earth trembled. Guan had no time to worry about the commotion. Enlightenment flooded his soul. Yin-Yang One who achieves celestial ascension can break free from worldly constraints and roam the cosmos. Yin-Yang One can perceive yin and yang, master the 5 elements. At this realm, cultivators had to master the Dao of the 5 elements to progress further. Since Guan's primal heaven and earth art was based on the 5 elements, his breakthrough proceeded seamlessly. His nascent soul underwent an unprecedented transformation, making even his very soul feel euphoric, a sensation more intoxicating than any mortal pleasure. 30 minutes later, Guan had fully stepped into the celestial ascension stage. Across the ocean surrounding the continent, titanic waves surged, as countless sea demons thrashed in chaos, the shockwave of his ascension rippling out for untold miles. As Guan opened his eyes, his nascent soul emerged from his body. An instinctual urge arose within him to step out of his lifespan barrier, to leave this world, and glimpse the higher realms. But he held himself back. Raising his gaze to the night sky, his vision pierced millions of miles above. There, he saw it. A formless barrier, shrouding the heavens like an inescapable cage, imprisoning all beings of this world. Guan knew he could break through it, but he chose not to. He knew nothing about what lay beyond. Venturing out recklessly would be foolish. Suddenly, the formless sky barrier rippled. Guan followed the disturbance with his gaze, and saw a figure plummeting from beyond the heavens, crashing toward the world's farthest horizon. Someone, from beyond the heavens? Guan didn't dare probe too closely, lest he alert the newcomer. For the first time, he wondered. Perhaps this world and the outer realms were not as disconnected as he once thought. Perhaps those who left could return. He continued refining his body with heavenly energy. Now, his nascent soul had evolved into a celestial soul, capable of manipulating yin and yang. Yin-Yang Yin was not the underworld beneath the surface, but rather, an entirely different plane of existence, parallel to this world. Yin-Yang he could now see wandering souls drifting toward reincarnation, vanishing just before they ascended past 100,000 miles in height, pulled into the Yin realm. Guan could now sense the Yin realm's chilling aura so cold, he had no desire to enter it. His cultivation continued to stabilize, and the spiritual energy absorption remained ferocious. Below him, the phantom sea of energy churned like an unstoppable tide, threatening to drown him entirely. Another 30 minutes passed, and he witnessed a distant celestial ascension cultivator leaving the world and vanishing beyond the heavens. This confirmed his theory. Ascending did not mean immediate departure, which meant Yin-Yang celestial ascension was not the highest realm of this world, but Guan had no desire to explore beyond. Yin-Yang why leave the comfort of the known world when he could still grow stronger here? 2 hours later, Yin-Yang Guan's cultivation fully stabilized at the 9th level of the celestial ascension stage. Yin-Yang his lifespan barrier had drained nearly 700,000 years. Too excessive. Yin-Yang future breakthroughs would require an even greater expenditure, millions of years at least. Yin-Yang the path ahead was long. As the final strands of spiritual energy settled, Guan slowly stood up. Yin-Yang he didn't immediately deactivate his lifespan barrier. Instead, he took a moment to revel in his newfound power. Yin-Yang his magic, senses, and perception had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Yin-Yang at this level, no mere roving immortal could ever defeat a celestial ascension cultivator, no matter how powerful their techniques were. Deep within the demonic domain, a darkened forest trembled. Yin-Yang a spatial rift tore open. Yin-Yang a bloodied and how stumbled out, collapsing onto the ground. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself upright and hurried southward, desperately calling for his master. But, as before, his master did not respond. Damn it, this is all because I was too weak. His pride shattered tonight had been a bitter lesson. His mind replayed Xian Tianyi's final words. Yin-Yang go back. I won't die here. Wait for me to return. Yet, Anhao's heart twisted with worry. Yin-Yang the 7 mysterious grandmasters they had encountered were far too powerful. Yin-Yang Xian Tianyi had stood no chance. Yin-Yang who were they? And what had Xian Tianyi left on his back? Before forcing him into the spatial rift, Xian Tianyi had slapped his back. For a fleeting moment, his skin had burned unbearably. Now, his back itched, as if someone were carving words into his flesh. Yin-Yang had his master discovered something? Yin-Yang was it some kind of hidden message? Attempting to scan his back with spiritual sense, he found it repelled by an unknown force. Yin-Yang whatever had been left on him was protected. Determined, he poured a spirit energy pill into his mouth. Yin-Yang he would return. Yin-Yang if Xian Tianyi died, he would avenge him no matter the cost. Yin-Yang as dawn broke, Guan finally deactivated his lifespan barrier. Yin-Yang with 3 steps, he returned to Taixuan Sect. Yin-Yang descending from Xian Valley, he mounted the Blood Prison Great Saint and rode toward Horizon Valley. The Blood Prison Great Saint could clearly sense Guan's good mood as he hummed an unfamiliar tune. Strangely enough, it actually sounded pretty nice. Guan expanded his divine sense, instantly enveloping the entire continent in his perception, even reaching into the surrounding seas. One by one, he checked in on old acquaintances. Yunyang Zhongqing's gathering flower sect appeared peaceful, and she was cultivating in the sect leader's residence. Yunyang Yelan was busy handling matters in the law enforcement hall, exuding a frosty and commanding presence completely different from when she interacted with him. Yunyang Liyai and Zhang Bukui were being chased by a powerful demon beast. It looked dangerous, but they probably wouldn't die. Yunyang and Hao was also on the run, but since no one was actually chasing him, Guan didn't bother to intervene. After scanning through his friends and disciples, Guan focused on the demonic lands. As expected, a significant number of 7-star spirit realm cultivators were still gathered there. Guan felt that, if he wanted, he could easily break the seal and take a peek at the sealed demon, but he held back. Yunyang, the 7-star spirit realm's growth rate could never match his own. Yunyang, until they actively provoked him, he would remain patient. Yunyang, the 3 dynasties were far from the demonic lands. Unless the disaster was truly catastrophic, he had no interest in interfering. Once they left Xian Valley's immediate vicinity, the Blood Prison Great Saint suddenly felt his body enveloped in an overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, the scenery changed. They had instantly traveled to a location less than 200 miles from Horizon Valley. What kind of divine ability is this? The Blood Prison Great Saint was secretly alarmed. It wasn't the first time he had experienced this mysterious power, but due to the primordial return divine path seal, he had never been able to measure the actual distance they traveled. Yunyang, even as one of the strongest beings in the spirit realm, he had tried to comprehend Guan's technique but to no avail. Half a day later, Guan once again rode the Blood Prison Great Saint into the Third Medicine Valley. By now, the disciples had grown accustomed to seeing him riding his bull. Some had even gone to the outer sect city to buy first-rank mounts in an attempt to imitate him. Yunyang, unfortunately, first-rank demon beasts simply couldn't match the Ox Demon King's presence. As Guan arrived, he sensed Shen Zhen's aura coming from the pavilion. She's waiting for me? Could it be that she already finished her book? With a sudden sense of urgency, Guan had the Blood Prison Great Saint pick up the pace. As they approached the pavilion, Guan quickly dismounted and rushed inside. Seeing Guan's impatient reaction, the Blood Prison Great Saint felt utterly stifled. Yunyang, what's the rush? Can't you walk on your own? Yunyang, it was only a few steps away. Yunyang, why does he insist on acting weak in front of these low-level cultivators? With a long sigh, the Blood Prison Great Saint flopped onto the ground, closing his eyes. Yunyang might as well sleep and dream of his past, glorious days of invincibility. Inside the room, Shen Zhen sat on a chair, a mysterious smile on her lips as she pointed to a jade slip on the table. Guan walked over and picked it up. What's this? Shen Zhen lifted her snow-white chin, her expression brimming with confidence. This is my latest creation. It will shake the cultivation world. Guan narrowed his eyes suspiciously before inserting his divine sense into the jade slip. The next moment, his face turned bright red. He instantly withdrew his divine sense, staring at Shen Zhen in disbelief. You actually did this. His voice trembled. Yunyang, is she some kind of genius? Yunyang, this thing really could shake the cultivation world, but in the worst way possible. Damn it, this was too outrageous. Shen Zhen arched an eyebrow. Well, what do you think? My idea is amazing, isn't it? Making illustrations move like real people, isn't that incredible? Guan didn't even know how to react. Yunyang, animated stories, in the cultivation world? Yunyang, except they were so realistic, they were indistinguishable from real people. Using this kind of visual technology for the secrets of Taixuan's storyline. Yunyang, it was far too impactful. Yunyang, this would be a disaster? Forcing himself to remain calm, Guan asked, who's the male cultivator in this? Shen Zhen winked mischievously. Relax, I didn't use your face. But, since I couldn't bring myself to imagine another man, I had him wear a mask instead. Guan fell silent. No wonder he's wearing a mask. The figure's build looked a lot like his own. Guan suppressed his mixed emotions and asked, this thing completely breaks conventional norms. Are you sure you want to do it? The commotion it'll cause might be even bigger than writing a book. In truth, the secrets of Taixuan written by Shen Zhen had always been banned by the Taixuan Sect. If she weren't the Taixuan Sect's holy maiden, Guan suspected she would have been arrested long ago. Shen Zhen countered, it's not like I'm killing or committing arson. What, is the Taixuan Sect going to throw me into prison? But you're a woman. If this matter gets exposed, what will the world think of you? What will they think of your father? Of the Taixuan Sect? Guan spoke earnestly. Shen Zhen wasn't a bad person, nor was she reckless in relationships. Every time he used his divine sense to scan the world, he'd take a glance at her. When she wasn't looking for him, she was usually cultivating in her cave dwelling or engrossed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Shen Zhen fixed her gaze on him and asked, do you not like me doing this? Guan replied, I'm just worried about you. Shen Zhen couldn't help but smile and then took out a new jade slip, handing it to Guan. Guan hesitated for a moment before using his divine sense to probe the jade slip. His brows immediately lifted. It wasn't just movement illusions but an actual divine ability cultivation process. The person in the jade slip was none other than Shenzhen, and it documented her process of cultivating divine abilities, even including her inner thoughts and mantra recitations. After a while, Guan withdrew his divine sense and looked at Shenzhen. Shenzhen snorted. "This is my real creation. Isn't it better for passing down knowledge?" Guan nodded. "It's quite good. It gives practitioners a clearer direction during cultivation." With that, he placed both jade slips on the table. Shenzhen then started recounting her previous training experience with Lu Lingjun. They had ventured into the cave realm of an ancient grand cultivator, where countless traps awaited them. It took immense effort, but they finally obtained a great inheritance and a supreme treasure. Guan listened attentively, as if he were hearing a thrilling story, occasionally exclaiming in amazement, which satisfied Shenzhen's desire to share. She enjoyed discussing such things with Guan. Talking to others might get her targeted, but with Guan, she could chat freely and even receive his praises. A long time passed. Shenzhen finally stood up and said, "I'll leave this divine ability jade slip with you." Before Guan could refuse, she had already headed for the door and quickly went downstairs. Guan looked at the jade slip on the table and had the urge to call Shenzhen back. Why didn't she take the other one with her? Forget it. He'd keep it safe to prevent anyone from going astray. Having memories of his past life, Guan had long experienced the corruption of such things. His willpower in this aspect was far beyond ordinary cultivators, so he felt obligated to shield them from the spiritual harm it could bring. Downstairs, Shenzhen, like everyone else, couldn't resist teasing the Blood Prison Great Saint, which greatly annoyed him. It wasn't until nightfall that Guan finally brought the Blood Prison Great Saint back to Xian Valley. Late at night, he quietly arrived at the Nianchu cave dwelling in Phoenix Mountain. Tian Yaoer was cultivating while two cat demons were playing around. The moment they saw Guan appear, they immediately stopped and lay flat on the ground. Though they hadn't taken human form yet, their intelligence was high, and under Tian Yaoer's guidance, they held deep respect for Guan. Guan nodded at them before sitting at the stone table, lost in thought about his personal cave realm. With his current cultivation, opening an independent small world was no issue. The real challenge lay in the process of enhancing its spiritual energy. He couldn't just create a fully formed, energy-rich realm in an instant. Next, he planned to collect high-grade natural treasures to prepare for his cave realm. The real question was where to hide it. Although a small world existed in a separate space, its entrance in the real world was fixed and couldn't be moved. After much deliberation, Guan decided to establish his realm on the continent. This continent was vast, with relatively few immortal realms, making it the perfect place to develop at his own pace. At that moment, Tian Yaoer approached him and asked what he was thinking about. Guan didn't hide anything from her. After all, she would be managing the realm in the future. To harvest lifespan, he needed to personally extract it using his own mana. Puppets and clones were unreliable. Although the clones of his 9 extremes yin-yang body were considered avatars, they were, in reality, extensions of his mana with no independent consciousness. Guan had no interest in clones, he preferred experiencing life and growth firsthand. Tian Yaoer was secretly shocked. Her master was already creating a personal realm? She wondered if the Phoenix Demon Mother could even do the same. After cultivating for so long, she wasn't naive. She was becoming more convinced that her master was stronger than the Demon Mother. He probably only claimed to be weaker to motivate her to cultivate harder. She had no complaints about this. Her revenge was her own to take. How about Phoenix Mountain? Tian Yaoer suggested it seriously. It's said that this was once a place where phoenixes lived. Every few thousand years, the earth surges with abundant spiritual energy, giving birth to countless rare treasures. Guan found her reasoning logical. He then extended his divine sense underground to establish his realm. The entrance to the small world couldn't be too close to the Nianchu cave dwelling to avoid disrupting the growth of medicinal herbs. Ideally, it should be near a major spiritual vein so it could absorb underground spiritual energy. Half an hour later, Guan had successfully created his small world. Unlike other grand cultivators, who needed to fill the space with soil and water, he, possessing all 5 elemental attributes, could directly manifest them with mana. However, plants still needed to be relocated manually. There was no rush. He would let the realm absorb spiritual energy first. As the Taixuan Sect welcomed the new year, festivities erupted across the cities. Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint into the outer sect city. Although he attracted many curious gazes along the way, no one was too surprised. These days, many disciples in the outer sect city rode mounts, and majestic demonic birds frequently soared overhead. The Blood Prison Great Saint was also intrigued by the city, looking around excitedly. "Brother Gu, long time no see." A light chuckle came from behind. Guan turned his head and saw Disya approaching. When Disya first arrived, he befriended Zolin and Guan while keeping his true identity hidden. Now, only the upper ranks of the Taixuan Sect knew that he was the son of the Demon Emperor. Guan dismounted, smiling as he cupped his fists in greeting. Disya glanced at the Blood Prison Great Saint and remarked, "Brother Gu, your mount has an extraordinary bloodline." Although the beast's cultivation was low, Disya could sense something unusual about it, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Guan chuckled. "Not bad, I like him, so I take him everywhere. He's just a bit slow." Disya nodded with a smile and then invited Guan for a drink. Guan accepted, leading the Blood Prison Great Saint alongside him. As they walked, they chatted and laughed, their friendship deepening. After experiencing the demonic cataclysm, Disya had come to treasure his friendships with Zolin and Guan even more. Humans and demons didn't have to be enemies forever. Peaceful coexistence was possible just like the bond between him and Guan. They found an inn. Guan left the blood prison Great Saint at the entrance and asked the innkeeper to watch over him. Upstairs, by the window, they took their seats. The world's #1 Sword Deo tournament is about to begin. I plan to participate. You have to come watch, Disya said with a grin. Guan immediately agreed and wished him victory. I also heard the sect plans to recruit demon disciples. Brother Gu, what do you think of that? Disya asked curiously. Their conversation was soon interrupted when a wealthy young master demanded to buy the blood prison Great Saint. Guan declined, but the young master scoffed. Do you know my cultivation level? Disya stepped forward coldly. So what? You think being at the 5th level of the transformation stage makes you untouchable? The entire street exploded in an uproar.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.